GG!
Time?
GG! 3-12-24! M, it's your turn. Go!
Alright, go Team Tonberry.
3-12-24. The third record. Now every single team had one record. That is insane. And Dash is now coming up on the final battle himself as well, whereas Soul is just about to beat Soul. And I think I'll give it over to FF13 really quick to introduce themselves.
Hello! That was great FF4 runs. So hi, I'm MrTyton. I'm here also with another commentator.
Yeah, I'm Zero, the other Zero, the known runner Zero, but I will be running 12 later. And
Yep,
Roosta
so
will be joining us later.
Yeah, so we have both a Zero in commentary and a Zero running right now. I'm sure that won't be confusing at all over the course of it. So yeah, right now, welcome to FF13. We've still got a bit more in FF4, but we'll just start here. So yeah, FF13 is a bit unique from a lot of the other Final Fantasies up to this point in the mainline series, because it still has an ATB system. It's much more of an active system than before. As you can see, we've got this blue bar that is filling up, and when we go into each of our abilities that we can use, it takes up different segments of the ATB. So we've got attack takes up 1, it's a single target thing. Blitz is our basic AoE attack, it takes 2 charges. And when you input your string of commands and you go all the way up, then the string will automatically execute, or you can execute early. We're going to be seeing that a lot. Another difference for 13 is how the overworld combats work. There are no random encounters in this game at all. Instead, every encounter group exists in the overworld, and the combat only starts when they actually attack you, or they run into you run into them, either way. So a major part of the speed run is just going to be doing dodges, because it turns out that most of these fights are completely optional. We don't need them at all. The more that we can dodge, the less encounters we have to get into, and the faster everything goes. One cool thing about it, though, is that if you do accidentally get into a fight, then you can restart it and do the dodge again. But every single time that does that, it takes a bit more time. Each dodge is like, what, 20 or 30 seconds lost?
I would say maybe a little bit less. Maybe like 15 seconds. Yeah. But either way, like, it adds up after you lose. Like, after you fail dodges, like, if you fail 4 dodges, you have lost already a minute. So, yeah. Oh, that's an unlucky first fail on.
Unlucky positioning there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Chapter 1. One of the difficulties with failing dodges is that usually the enemies will be in a different position than how they were when you initially did the dodge. So the pattern that you then have to dodge with isn't always the same, which can make things more difficult or not. So there will be some fights that, they fail a dodge, but it's not quite worth it to try to do the redodge because it would lose more time and you just keep on snowballing them.
Sorry. I see that Dash is now on the final fight as well, so let's let the FF4 runners commentate on that. Or commentators commentate.
Thank you for that. Oh, and Kane just had 2 misses on 3 misses in a row. Ooh, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. So yeah, the more misses you get, the higher the chances are that Zeromus is either getting Flare or Meteor off. Ooh, he actually got just in time with Osmos, so getting to see Osmos is really good. I was a bit scared there for him to get 3 misses in a row, but he was still able to clutch in a couple of attacks, which is really good, which did scare me for a second there. But we seem to be good now. Only a couple of attacks more and we should be rolling. So I hope Team Choco is ready. I think Choco is Kaya, right?
Yep.
So only a couple more attacks and then... Oh, and he got meteored. Yeah,
not too bad, because he's still doing damage.
It's like 1 or 2 attacks away.
Yeah, I believe it's like the last 10,000 or so HP.
And it's on Team Choco, let's go! Go, go, go! Go, Kaya, go! GG! GG on Dash.
GG
And
Dash.
yeah,
GG.
now the only person remaining is Sol. And before I'm gonna give it over back to Titan and Zero, I have one question for you guys. Do you consider FF13 a turn-based game?
No.
No.
Okay, thank you so much for the answer.
I also don't consider FF4 a turn-based game, but...
I mean, same, but, you know, quite controversial take, as we've recently figured out.
I think there's probably a sliding aspect to turn-based. So, like, 10 is more turn-based than, like, 9, for instance, right?
Yeah.
So, we've got a sliding range of turn-basedness.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Alright. So, anyways. Yeah, so now we've got Kaya, doing the same things that Zero is just doing. One thing that you'll be seeing a lot, especially early on for the first several hours, is we don't necessarily have full control over our party. So you'll see Zero's currently using Snow, who's going to be one of our main characters. Kaya's using Lightning and Saz, who are 2 other main characters. And this is going to swap around a lot, so there's going to be a bunch of different strategies that have to be used. One interesting thing with the combat in this game is that the models actually matter. Like, the combats are in a 3D area, the characters will have 3D models, and hitboxes are actually a thing. Unfortunately, most of the time it's to our detriment rather than to our advantage. Because our attacks are much more likely to miss the opponents than theirs are to, miss us. Which is a bit awkward. But
There is a fight coming up, though, where we try to dodge the enemy attacks.
yeah.
Really soon.
Yep. Yeah, so we're actually gonna see this in the on Zero stream right now with the Alpha Behemoth.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we've got a bunch of dodges going on, and yeah, here we go. So all cutscenes in this are skippable. Alright, so we've got the Alpha Behemoth. There's a few mechanics that we haven't quite covered yet, but we'll be able to see a number of them here. So one of them is just, if you look at the top right underneath the, Beta Behemoth's sort of status bar, you've got a HP bar on the actual Beta Behemoth. Then on the top right, you've got this percentage that keeps on going up. That's going to be our stagger gauge. And the effective way to think about it is that 100% is you're doing normal damage. Every percentage that you go up is going to deal, that percentage more damage. So if you get to 140%, you're dealing 140% of your normal damage. 200%, you're dealing 2 times as much damage, etc. And every enemy has a stagger amount, which will be some larger percentage where a lot of things just end up happening as a result of that. We'll actually see it upright in on Kaya's run, where we see the item tutorial and then we just skip it because, we're speedrunners. We know how to use items already. Typically, a lot of the fights, we're going to want to stagger them because it unlocks a lot of different mechanics. We can interrupt the enemies, we do a lot more damage, etc. It's all really nice. One thing that you'll also see happen is one difference that 13 has compared to a lot of the previous games in the series is you're really only controlling your main character, the first one. So in Zero's case, it's controlling Lightning. There are ways to influence what the other characters are doing. So this is going to be through things like targeting or dealing with paradigms, which we'll get to later. But yeah, there's a lot of small things that end up happening that we'll try to cover to different extents. So yeah, we've got the Myrmidon being hit, and this is a good example of the stagger mechanics. So one of the things that we're trying to do during this is interrupt the Myrmidon's attacks, because that's something that you can very easily do during stagger.
Yes,
Yeah,
and on Kaya's run, he's fighting the Marauder and Enforcers, and he's using a move called Blitz, which is an AoE move that hits every enemy that's close enough to lightning, and Kaya used that until both of the small guys were dealt with, and then switch to attacks when there was only one enemy remaining, because attack is a little bit stronger on a single target, but or two attacks is a little bit more stronger on single target than a blitz, which costs 2 ATB segments. But yeah, for now,
Yeah.
Lightning Splits is a little bit weaker on single enemy.
Yeah, and we can see a similar thing happening in Zero's fight, where Snow used the hand grenade when it would hit 2 of the enemies, 2 of the Psycom units, but then switched over to just normal attacks when there was only 1 left, because the hand grenade, a bit slower animation, it deals the AoE damage, but the attacks are just faster and can do a bit more on a single target.
Oh, Kaya got unlucky. He was trying to dodge the next encounter, and he was luring them towards him, and then ran backwards, and there was an enemy from the previous dodge that he ran into, because it was way out of where it should have been. That's unlucky.
That's unfortunate. Alright, so Zero's just finished off with Chapter 1. There's 13 chapters in this game. They are not all equal length. For the most part, the chapters are going to just be new areas. There's not a lot of backtracking in this game, unless you go to some of the longer categories. But we're being introduced to 2 more of our, teammates. We've got Hope and Vanille. The Vanille actually has 3 ATB segments compared to everybody else's 2 right now. That's called foreshadowing. Oh, I missed that. Got hit by the Panther on there. Unlucky. But yeah, so we also went to the battle menu and we changed the battle speed to slow. This is because Chapter 2 is going to be most of our setup for the rest of the run. Zero, you want to go into the debuffs and stuff?
Yeah, so Shrouds give you different effects. There are 3 types of Shrouds, or technically 4, but three that are one works a little bit different than the others. So there's Decepticals, which allow you to go past enemies without them seeing you. And there's Fortishals that give you Fortishals and Agishals that give you buffs. At the start of the battle, basically in the speedrun for the duration of the entire battle, because it's like buffs for 5 minutes or something like that, and there's no fight in any percent that should take more than 5 minutes. But yeah, in Chapter 2 you can get 40 souls and Decepticals. So 40 souls give you your characters haste, bravery, and faith. So basically the offensive buffs. And Deceptical allows you to move past enemies without you seeing them, making dodging a lot easier, and sometimes like even possible.
So the drop rates for some of the Shrouds, specifically in Chapter 2 on these enemies, is just boosted compared to the rest of the game. So by moving our battle speed to slow, by setting it to slow, we're able to make the fight last for long enough that we can effectively guarantee the Shroud drops from happening. We have a 96% chance on those fights in order to get them.
Yeah,
we'll see if any of our runners get 4%ed.
The first 2 fights that Zero just did, they actually have even higher chance. So it was actually guaranteed to get a Decepticable from those, as long as you get the 2-star rating or lower. Because they have a base chance of 60% of giving the Shrouds anyway, but then that gets
extra Fortisol.
Doubled, so it was 120% chance that he would get the.
Yeah. So the Shrouds are important mostly because they're just massive time saves throughout the rest of the run. It's not so much of a time save that it's worth farming for more than what we get, and there's definitely runners that skimp on some amount of them, but the safety and speed that they provide are amazing. We also saw right now, you might be wondering why Zero's running just looking at the ground. So the way that the enemies are programmed in the game are a bit interesting. they're kind of, most of them are like, you know, very young children. If you can't see them, they can't see you. So there are going to be some dodges throughout where we do what's called a camera trick, where we basically point the camera to the ground or all the way up to the sky, and it stops the enemies from being able to see us and start running towards us before like we want them to, and it lets us do a lot of dodges easier than we would be able to otherwise. You're not technically wrong that ground steering saves frames, but the frames that are saving are because we're not getting into a fight. So yeah, Zero managed to get a bonus drop Fortisol, which meant that he then skipped another fight, which is pretty cool, pretty good. That's some really nice time save right there. And yeah, so one of the things that we've seen as well, we're gonna see it a bit more in this next fight with Snow, but it's manipulating the enemy's movements based on like what you're doing. So in this case, we're just throwing the hand grenades, and because we're targeting with the hand grenades the way they are, it should kill off those rogue scan droids that are off to the sides. But in the previous Pantheron X2 fight, you know, we saw the switching of the targets to, you know, accomplish the same thing, which we'll see again with Kaya. I'll point it out there so that you guys can go there. Yeah. So far, everything's been pretty good. Kaya just doing the first of his D-sub farms. They're probably going to be doing 3-2, right? Is my guess. You know, Zero?
Yeah, what? Sorry.
They're going to do 3-2 for the Shrouds?
I think they're doing 2-0, maybe.
Okay.
I think that's the meta nowadays.
Okay,
But
sure.
they might go for more for relay safety, but I don't think so.
Alright, well, we'll see.
Well, I mean, you get the one for each other from the chest. So,
Yeah.
that one gets gotten, but
yeah.
So, but like from fights, it's 2 Deceptor souls and no 40 souls needed. So every 40 soul you get is an extra one.
Yeah, so Zero's already got one bonus one. I don't know if Kaya's gotten any yet.
Yeah.
So we'll see. We're almost approaching the end of chapter 2 for Zero. But if I'm looking at 4 correctly, I think we're almost at the final boss there.
Yep, seems to be that way. This is an interesting dodge on the Zero side as well. Like, you're luring this guy forward, then you run to the left so that the enemy turns to face you, and then starts backing off. He backs off so that you have just enough space to go around him. That's such a cool dodge.
Yeah. Used to be you just kind of had to like sneak past them, but then we figured out how to slightly manip them. So you can also see Zero here doing the trying to lure the Seaths away from the platforms so that you can actually run past them. Sometimes those don't always work out for you. But yeah, so we're going to be using the first of our Fortisols here, which as commentator Zeros, this is so going to get confusing. which as Zero mentioned earlier, gives us both haste, bravery, and faith, which, you know, kind of do the same thing that they do in most Final Fantasy games. You know, haste increases the speed of our ATB. You'll see it as red instead of blue. Bravery and faith give you the offensive buffs for physical and magic. And we're about to fight Anima. So Anima is a very interesting fight because Anima hurts if you let him hit you. So what we're going to be doing is we've got 2 arms on the Anima main body. And we start off by trying to desync Snow and Lightning's attacks so that Snow goes in, triggers the counterattack slap, and then we can go in as Lightning and do our blitz. We're going to be doing this basically until we kill one of the arms of the blitz AoE damage. Then we're going to try to refocus onto the other arm and kill it. What will happen in most of the combat setups is that your characters will attack the same person that the leader is attacking. So the game tries to play along with what you're intending to do. So if we move over our targeting to a different thing, then usually the other characters will also move to that. But yeah, we've killed off the arms, it's initiating a regeneration, we're just trying to get as much damage as we can, and that looks like a very clean and easy fight. We have successfully killed Anime. And we've also picked up in we've also picked up in this the Doctor's Code, which is going to be a very important item for the rest of the run. Anime is over. It's okay. We got 2 more chances. Maybe Anime will win.
Yeah, Anime is actually a fight that can very easily kill you. It's the first like fight that can really cost you a death. Although if you play a really risky, some fights in Chapter 1 can do that as well.
Yeah, so yeah. That's going to be a running theme throughout. Every fight can kill you. You can win every fight, but also almost every fight can actually kill you.
Yes. But yeah, now slowly starting the final fight as well. So shall we let the four commentary to wrap things up?
So yeah, final fight is happening very soon. Just a couple of final words from Fusoya and Golbez to make the party a bit more excited, a bit more powerful prep talk for the final battle. And once they disappear, the ATP gauges start filling up, and Sol will then prepare to start the final fight by first and foremost using 2 elixirs on Kane to get him on critical HP, so that his adrenaline augment gets triggered, so he will deal double damage. At the same time, he will use Hermes Sandals with Kane himself, causing him to get the haste status effect. Then Cecil is using the crystal to turn Zeromus into an actual fightable beast. Then Rydia is using Haste March to speed up the fight even more. Rosa is casting Slow, and Cecil is using Cry to halve the defense and magic defense from Zeromus. And Edge is using a Fuma Shuriken to deal as much damage as possible, just to make sure that we can get past the damage threshold that we need, so we can get to see the Osmos happen instead of Meteor and or Flare or Black Hole. And
another thing about this fight is that Zeromus actually has 3 different phases for this. Depending on what his HP threshold is, he actually has a different script for what actions he'll take, which is how we'll know whether you're on track or not for this fight. The next action right now in this first section is Black Hole, which is really bad. That's the skill that the runners want to skip. So if you see Black Hole, you've under-damaged. If you see Osmos, you'll know you've actually done enough damage and pushed to the second phase.
Okay, looks like pretty decent so far. With all the attacks landing, I really hope I didn't speak too soon. I spoke too soon.
Commentator curse.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's not like it's like perfect. That's Osmos. We want to see that. We want to see that. So the fight is going absolutely the way we want to. So just a couple attacks more. Just a couple attacks more. I hope M is ready. Another miss. But just a couple of attacks more and another miss. And then yeah, M should hopefully be ready to go. But we will let you know. As soon as Zeromus turns back into his regular color, that's when time is. Oh, he got meteored.
Meteor. Yeah, it's not too bad.
That's he missed 3 attacks, so it's probably gonna be 2 attacks. It's done.
Oh, there we go.
M, go! Oh, go!
Team on, go!
Soul.
Congratulations.
GG, Soul. Thank you guys all for watching FF4. Thank you for all the FF4 runners. Thank you to Swansig for learning FF4 specifically for the relay and getting record during the relay. Shoutouts to him. Quaz, do you have any closing words? Because if that is all from me, and I would love to give it back to the FF13 commentary.
Yeah.
Yep, great job, everyone, in 4. So that was a blast to watch.
Thank you all for having us, and I hope I will see you guys very soon. I will be on commentary for 12, and yeah, with that said, good luck to all the 13 runners in 13 commentary.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Sounds great. All right, so we're approaching the first split for Team Tonberry. This is the Manasvin Warmech. There's actually a lot going on in this fight that we can't really get to yet because we have to explain the paradigm system first. So, 13 doesn't have traditional classes like it in a lot of the other Final Fantasies. Instead, each of the characters has multiple roles that they can take on during the fight. The roles are Commando, which you can think of as like your frontline DPS, Ravagers, which are, you know, more like black mages of sorts. A bit inaccurate, but it's fine. You got your medics, you've got your sentinels, which are your tanks. You got your saboteurs, which are offensive buffs, debuffs, and you've got your synergists, which are your, you know, character buffs, your party buffs. And so all of our characters now have become l'Cie, which is, you know, a plot thing that we can go into later. But you can see on Kaya's screen that we just had the paradigm menu. And, of course, as soon as I say that, he goes off it. But so each character at this point has unlocked two, potentially three, but basically two, different roles that they can be in. So, like, Lightning can be either a Commando or a Ravager, for instance. And this is going to affect the abilities that they have access to during a fight. It's going to affect their AI as well during the fight. And what you do in your menu is you have got your paradigm deck, where basically you've got 6 slots, and in each of the slots you can say, I want this character to be this role, this character to be another role, this character to be a final role. So you can see Zero doing this right now. We've got Relentless Assault and Try Disaster as 2 of the options. So in like Relentless Assault, Lightning's going to be the Commando, and Vanille and Saz are going to be the Ravagers. And in Try Disaster, they're all Ravagers. And during the fight, you can switch between the paradigms in order to adjust what abilities everybody has, fix their AI. Each of the roles has different bonuses that occur during combat. And so that's going to be a major thing throughout sort of all of the game, all of the fights in the game. Is like the paradigm decks are critical importance. And now we're doing the Brog Fridge, where this is like, you can do this manually, and looks like he's going to be able to. Nice, yeah. Those frogs can be really annoying. They jump around everywhere. Can get out of hand rather quickly.
Yeah, that's a very commonplace for runners to use Decepticel. We'll see if any of them will do today.
Yep.
Like I tried to recently to do that without Decepticel. I got it like 2 runs in a row first try, and I was like, oh, that's not so bad. And then the third time I failed it 5 times, and I'm like, well, I guess I'll go back to the Decep.
Yeah, it's like, oh, I practiced it, and it went fine perfectly at first, so we're all good. And then when you actually try to do it, it doesn't. All right, so this is a really good example of what the different paradigms can do. So you can see at the top right, we've got the stagger bar on Zero's screen. We've got the stagger bar really high up. And we were able to do it that high because Ravagers are really good at adding numbers to the chain. So if you want to increase the chain amount by a large amount, by really quickly, Try Disaster is going to be what we do a lot of times. Commandos are really good at like dealing damage after stagger, but the other thing that they do is they build up stagger duration. So the stagger bar, there was a progress bar underneath it that if it ever hits the bottom, your stagger gets reset. It goes back to 100%. Pre-stagger, if you lose chain, which is something that hopefully that doesn't happen to the runners, that's not great. All right, so we've got Kaya upright against the Manasvin Warmech, and this is another instance where we see the first time that we're doing a stagger cancel. Kaya did it really quickly right there, and I know it sounds like I'm hopping around a lot. There's a lot going on. But basically, the Manasvin Warmech was trying to use this attack called Crystal Rain. And there are some attacks in the game that, if you stagger them as they're about to use the attack, they will actually not use the attack, which is fantastic. You want to try to do this basically as often as you can, because it turns out that not needing to take damage is faster than, taking damage.
So Crystal Rain, basically what it does is it kills you. It's the purpose of it is that you're supposed to go to the Sentinel role to tank it. it's kind of like that fight tries to teach you about the Sentinel, but you can just skip the Crystal Rain and not go to Sentinel. You want to go to Sentinel later anyway to provoke, so that Mana Swing changes targets, but...
Failed the legendary dodge. But yeah, so yeah. There's a lot going on, and the fact that the two runners are so close is great, but it also means we're hopping around a lot right now. So, yeah. Yeah, Crystal Rain will do a lot of damage. We want to Stagger cancel it. We're going to see that kind of throughout. Over on Zero's screen, we're going to see the first instance of a Decepticol cancel. So, as other Zero mentioned before, I'm going to say Zero Scar. So, as Zero Scar mentioned before, Decepticols are basically like invisibility potions. You can use them to get past enemies without them seeing you, and some dodges would not be possible without them. But then you run into the issue of, well, we only have 2 of them. And how are we supposed to make that happen throughout the game? Because, you know, Decepticals can be very low drop throughout. So each of the enemies has a aggro radius, like has a circle where you're considered to be aggroed by them, you're in their combat zone, or you're outside of their combat zone. And if you retry a fight, you get put outside the combat zone right before you entered it, and you get back any items that you used. Because basically because the fights always heal you to full. So, yeah, if you retry a fight, it's not actually a game over, you just start it again. And we basically abuse this fact, because if we use the Decepticol to run past the enemies, then re-enter their combat zone, start the fight, and retry it, we end up past the enemies that we were trying to get past with our Decepticol again. So we basically get to reuse these 2 Decepticols throughout the rest of the run. Which is a pretty good time save, because some of these fights would not really be... some of these dodges would not really be possible otherwise. So, yeah. Whenever we're talking about a Decepticol cancel, that's what we're referring to, is this technique of running past them and then re-triggering the fight. That being said, it does cost time, because you are retrying a fight. So if you're going to ever do a dodge without needing the Decepticol, it will save you more time overall. But you know, sometimes you just get really annoyed at failing a dodge 5 times, then you're like, I'm just going to Z-step past it, and then that's what you do. So yeah. Oh, yeah. Alright. So we got M starting the Myrmidon fight, which isn't good. We're going to see another instance of, you know, staggering and stuff like that. This is actually also a really good showcase of how the runners are timing the use of their items or their attacks in order to be able to hit the enemies. The Myrmidon runs around a lot, and lightning will swing into the mid-air if you don't time things properly.
Yeah, it's basically, if, like you saw earlier with the Behemoth, where Snow was jumping backwards to dodge the enemy attack. Now Myrmidon is trying to do that for us, or not really trying to, but accidentally does it. He likes to go forward and attack, and then jump backwards. And if you try to hit him when he's jumping backwards, then he's you're going to miss.
All right, so Zero's now fighting one of basically the final boss of Chapter 2, the Garuda Interceptor. It's going to be a 2-part fight, and there's a really interesting thing that he's going to be trying to do during this situation. So we're switching around between all the different paradigms, but whenever we try to do it when lightning was in the air. Because the first time that you do a paradigm shift during a fight... Chapter 3. We're in Chapter 3. The first time that you do a paradigm shift, it's kind of slow. You end up doing this exactly as you see right there. You do this whole thing where it's like doing paradigm shifts and everyone does their action poses. And like, we kind of don't want that to happen at this point because, you know, that's time that we're not spending attacking. So by doing it whenever we're in the air, we actually get to delay that until like a time that it doesn't matter. Because the other thing that we're making note of is you'll see some of the times when we're switching between the paradigms, we're able to immediately act. That's because of this, not actually explicitly stated mechanic called ATB refresh, where effectively after about 12-ish seconds,
Yep.
then if you shift paradigms, you're going to just start with a full ATB gauge. You don't have to wait for it to reload to fill up. This was probably put in because to help normal players, casual players, because a lot of times you're going to be sitting in like one paradigm, and then you switch over when something bad's about to happen, like you're switching to your defensive paradigm. We're just going to make use of this a lot because it gives us more action per action. So in that fight, we wanted to basically hold off until we were going to be charging the ATB rather than waste it on the first one. We've also got the first instance of our Eidolon battles. So these are kind of like mini boss battles. We're going to get one for each character. But these operate a bit differently than most of the other battles. They don't have traditional health bars. Instead, the purpose of this is we want to fill up the gestalt gauge, which we can do by doing specific actions which are going to be relevant for each fight. Zero Scar, you want to handle the rest of this one?
Typically, chaining is good for Gestalt, and also like inflicting buffs, also tanking some attacks. It's like the game is rewarding you for doing things it wants you to do. So against Shiva, you want to stabilize the chain gauge by using commandos so that you can actually chain more in the Ravager, and then spend a lot of time in Ravager by spamming Frost Strikes, which has a faster animation than Blizzard. And then you want to tank Shiva's big attack in Sentinel, and that will give a big boost to the Gestalt bar.
Yep. So we've got the so we got Shiva, but we're not going to see Snow for a hot minute, or maybe I should have said a cold minute. There, but yeah, it's gonna be a while before we see Snow again. So now we're in chapter 4. We've got Lightning Size Vanille right now. It'll be good. Kai is doing the Garuda Interceptor. They're really close, actually. They're like, yeah. Oh, bonus fort. Wow, that's 2 bonus forts this hero's gotten already.
Yeah, I think so. Did he skip the? I didn't pay attention in chapter 2. Did he skip the fight there for the first one?
Yeah, he skipped.
I guess he'll probably check his shrouds here because you can get an invisible fort. Yeah, he has
2 bonus forts. 3 bonus forts actually. Dang.
So, yeah.
That's really lucky. These fort assaults are like 0.4% to drop or something like that.
Well, not. They are still fairly common. Like in chapter, it goes down over chapters. So in like chapter 2, it's like 12%, and I think it's 8% in chapter 3 or something like that.
All right.
In each fight to get them, but
still really, really lucky there so far.
And now Zero is using a Decepticel to get past these 3 enemies. Or 3 groups of enemies, although on the last one, he's just going to run into it because he will want to get the Decepticel back, and he runs straight into it instead of like going across the battle screen battle zone, because this enemy is so easy to dodge. It's like it's faster to do it this way.
Yeah, the robots are really slow, so you can just kind of run right past them. Oh, Kai got a bonus for it too? Nice. Yeah, Kai is about to get to the Shiva fight.
Oh, one interesting thing about this fight that Kai is right now is that there are these 3 soldiers. If you leave one of them alone, they will summon reinforcements, and then the fight becomes basically unbeatable. But you're supposed to kind of lose that fight anyway. But if you kill them,
it's a scripted loss.
Yeah, but if you kill the last 2 right before, right next to each other, then they are then they will not summon the reinforcements. Fortunately, that's really easy to do. Just make sure you target the one with full HP on your second string, and you're good.
So we also saw another mechanic that we haven't gotten to yet. This game has a lot of mechanics, and we're kind of there's a lot. So in Zero's fight, it started by us running into the enemies without them really noticing. That triggered what's known as a preempt, which is usually a pretty good thing. In a preemptive fight, all the enemies will basically start off like 0.5% off from being staggered, and so it's really easy to just instantly stagger them. The stagger duration isn't going to be as long as it would be had you done it in a normal fight, but usually it's because of how powerful Stagger is in ending fights, the damage goes up immensely. It's usually really nice to get the preempts when you can. So that's one we were able to do. There. And yeah, this is... So Chapter 4 is one of the worst chapters for dodging. As you can see here, where we've got this really narrow corridor full of dogs and robots that aren't looking at you, and you just gotta wait for them to open a path so you can slip right through. I've seen much worse ones than that.
Yeah,
and RNG got it for sure.
The thing about those dodges too is that the enemies don't see you. That's both good and bad thing. So, okay, they won't try to chase you. That's a good thing. But the bad thing is that you can't do anything to manipulate on what they do. So all you have to do is wait for there to be an opening, and sometimes they take ages to give you one.
So I think Kaya got 2 bonus Deceps and a bonus fort.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, considering how lucky MMM supposedly is, I'm expecting him to double that.
6 bonus, yeah, 6 bonus shrouds. Let's go. What do you even do with 6 bonus shrouds?
A lot.
Yeah, yeah, you're not wrong. Oh. Yeah. There's got a lot of chests in this game. The floating spheres. We're gonna skip most of them because most of the time it's just basically money. And we see Zero getting caught by the birds.
Yeah, as we all know, birds are jerks.
Yeah. The birds in this game are particularly annoying. They're very fast. They run at you. They're just really hard to dodge. It's not uncommon to get caught by them. Yeah. So one thing that you can just see is Kaya having done there. There are 2 ways to sort of set up paradigms. Is you can either manually go to each of the slots and pick what they're supposed to be, or you can use the optimize function. Optimize tends to be faster, which is nice. So we try to use it when we can. We can also see in Kaya's fight here the different targeting mechanisms. So we start off with Saz targeting the Pulsework Soldier until Vanille starts to cast and target it. Then we go and we hit other things. That's so that Vanille will actually stagger the Pulsework Soldier while we take care of the Watch Drones without...
Oh, and one of the Watch Drones actually got stuck in the ground.
Ooh,
so,
that's a glitch.
So... Oh, he was out of the battle, basically. But...
Yeah.
I'm stuck now.
Yep. Alright, and M is about to see if anime can win for once. We'll find out shortly. Spoiler alert, probably won't. So yeah, at this point, we're mostly going to be switching between these 4 characters that we have here. Saz, Lightning, Vanille, and Hope. It'll splitting up a bit more, but... Oh, we actually haven't talked about the Crystarium yet, have we?
No.
So the leveling system in 13 is a bit unique. It is very focused on this Crystarium. There's going to be a different, almost like a sphere grid. For people who've played 10, for each of the characters and each of the roles. You've got these nodes that are going to give you stats or abilities. These will differ based on what... these will differ based on the role, but the stats kind of carry over for everybody. For no matter what role that you're in. The abilities do not, however. The Crystarium is going to be unlocked over the course of the game, as we beat more and more of the chapter bosses and stuff, we're going to unlock more and more abilities to then get. You can't really power farm and grind to just become very overpowered early on. It doesn't really work that way. Yeah, so we've managed to, like, optimize the Crystarium route so much so that we basically get, like, exactly all the stats that we need, and effectively nothing else.
Yeah.
Which is really nice.
We do in this route, the runners are going to do one fight for CP.
Yeah.
So that's how much grinding there is in this game.
Yeah, exactly one fight worth, and it's like 20, 30 seconds maybe.
Something like that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, so, what was I gonna say? Yeah, Zero's getting close to the Odin fight, but not quite yet. Kaya... Oh, no, Madison, or not Madison. Junkyard. Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of tutorials. We're kind of skipping over them. The tutorials in this game are, like, not quite useful. There's a lot that they miss out on. But yeah, so here we've got a very, like, actually kind of a difficult fight. This is usually one of the first roadblocks, which is the Dreadnought fight. This fight's going to be in 2 phases, much like the Garuda was in Chapter 3. And we're going to be controlling Saz for the whole time. Our primary source of damage is actually going to be Lightning. She's Commando. We've given her some strength things, such as, you know, getting Braviar on her with Vanille. But this is also going to be the first instance where we really see how powerful debuffs are. So, there are going to be really 3 debuffs that we use throughout, which is Deprotect, Deshell, and Imperil. Deprotect reduces their, you know, physical resistance, Deshell reduces their magic resistance, Imperil reduces their elemental resistance. That's really powerful, it turns out. We'll see it more later. Vinny hasn't actually learned Imperil yet, and it doesn't matter that she dies here because she's going to revive for the second phase. But it's like 80% reduction in the stats for Deprotect and Deshell, right?
Oh, I don't remember.
Yeah, it's some crazy high number. So just, like, getting those on, this game is a game of multipliers. So, like, getting that additional 0.8 multiplier in the damage calculation just increases your damage by an insane amount. This is going to be one of Vanille's primary roles throughout the entire run, is landing these debuffs and just seeing our damage shoot the roof. So in this fight here, we want to be doing another Stagger campaign, because it is an attack called Wrecking Ball, which does an absolutely obnoxious amount of damage. We don't want to get hit. So throughout, like, this whole fight here, we're basically trying to control our actions and our allies' actions so that the Stagger is at this 199.7 right until it's going to be doing the Wrecking Ball, and we get the perfect animation cancel there. We don't get hit by that thing. We're not going to instantly die. It's doing the Steam Clean attack to like get rid of the debuffs. We're just going to have Vanille put it right back on. And yeah, we can also see the ATB refreshes here. So, you know, we'll see Lightning run in, do her 3 attacks. We switch between the things to refill the ATB. She does 3 more attacks, and that's going to where most of our damage is going to be.
Yeah. And also timing all of the shifts so that Lightning does a ready animation cancel, which allows her to, like, continue her string.
Yep. Yeah, the ready animation cancels are not so important right now. They're going to be really important later. Just shaving off the, like, couple seconds of the characters doing their action poses can end up mattering a ton. We did also just get the item upgrade tutorial. We'll talk about that a bit later. But we've unlocked the ability to upgrade things, which is going to be very, very nice. And then Kaya is starting the Dread Knight fight right now. They're really close.
They are.
Yeah.
Although Dreadnought is like a 3-minute fight, so...
Yep, and M is about to do the Manasvin War Mech, so we're going to see another instance of the Crystal Rain cancel. We also are going to see Libra, which is a technique that the characters have used before. Just didn't mention it yet. So the Libra is basically will give your team the stat cards about the enemies, what they're weak to, what their what their stagger percentages, etc. This is all stuff that we already know. Like we're speedrunners, we know the game, but our allies do not know this yet.
Yes.
And they will be effectively doing pseudo-random actions until they can figure things out. So, like, if there's an enemy that's fire weak, they don't know that yet. They're gonna throw out things until they see that it's fire weak and explain it, and realize it themselves. By us using things like Libra or items called Libra scopes later, that will basically shortcut that knowledge for our allies' AIs to be able to just know what to do. And it ends up saving a bunch of time. We're not going to be using it on every fight. Libra, since there's a technique, you have it's a consumable resource. You have 5 technique points that you can have at most, and that will recharge as you do more fights. But it is a limited resource in the fight itself. So we've routed the use of our techniques throughout the run, that we don't really have to worry about running out any of it. Let's see if Kaya can get the cancel. Perfect. There we go. So not taking the wrecking ball to the face.
Yeah. So the reason why the wrecking ball is so dangerous is that there's like a glitch that can make it hit you twice when it's only supposed to hit you once. Even the 1 deals very big amount of damage, but if you get hit by 2, then you're basically dead.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't quite mentioned is that if your leader dies, the fight is over.
Yeah.
Anyone else on your team can die except for the leader, and you'll be fine. But yeah, Zero's now doing my favorite mini game, which is you're piloting the dreadnought, and you just kind of hit things out of the way.
Yeah. So the objective, we actually want to, like, you get a different reward depending on how many and how you kill these pulse-work soldiers in this minigame, and we want to kill 25 of them and not use any swings. So
this thing, like, it's really weird from a game design perspective, because you get different rewards, like Zero Scar said. You get different rewards based on how you did there. But it's like a random chest. It doesn't tell you you're going to get different rewards, and the only way that you're going to know is if you replay the game, do different actions, and then somehow remembered what was in the contents of this random chest from when you last played this game.
Yeah.
I don't understand it. It's a very weird decision.
But yeah, so the item we want to get is 20 thickened hides, which is what Zero got. You get that by killing at least 25 soldiers, but not all of them. If you kill all of them, you get some other chest, which I think is not as good as the 20 thickened hides. It's like some money or something. I forget exactly.
I think it's like a bracelet, I think. Circlet.
I think that's if you kill all of them with swings.
Yeah,
Flights,
you need a flight clapperson, I think.
You don't need it, but you can get it elsewhere as well. So it's not like it's a unique item.
Yeah. Alright, so we are about to do the Odin fight on Zero for Team Tonberry. This is going to be another Eidolon fight. This one is significantly more dangerous than the previous one. We can actually die on them.
Yeah.
So
Odin likes to use multi-target moves, and what Zero is going to do here is going to start the fight with 2 attacks. That's so that there's a distance between Lightning and Hope, so they don't both get hit by the moves. Then, doing a couple of more attacks to stabilize the chain gauge, and switch to dual casting for chaining. Chaining is a really good way to boost Odin's Gestalt, and so we want to do it as much as possible without losing the chain. So spending time with the 2 dual casting paradigms, there's 2 of them, so you can get the ATB refreshes. And Odin starts by a string of attacks, then does this Ulr's shield, which basically allows you to heal and recover or whatever. but we just use it to deal more damage. Lightning uses potions and has the Doctor's Code equipped so the potions heal double the amount of damage. And then...
Which is a lot for right now.
Yeah. Basically a full heal for both characters.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's Odin. Very nice fight.
Very nice fight. The potions are going to be less relevant as we go on and the characters get more HP, but for now, they're incredibly powerful, and they also heal your whole party. It's not just one person.
Yeah.
So you also notice that Zero's running backwards here to trigger the next fight. Yeah. So here's a fun thing. We just got more Eidolons. We've got a tutorial, but we're speedrunners. We don't need a tutorial. We're just gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah. This is the Ulhan. Yeah. This is the Ulhan X2. It's meant to teach you how to use the summons. The summons are really interesting. Through in the game. Effectively, when your leader summons your Eidolon, in this case Odin, it replaces the rest of your party, gives you a full heal, and unlocks additional abilities. So Odin has a lot of normal attacks, has a taunt, and as you build up the his gestalt points, like his gestalt gauge, you can unlock this gestalt mode, which has different abilities. In our case, we're using this primarily for Zentetsuken, which is an instant kill depending on the HP and the stagger of the. So this just ends up being kind of the fastest way to do this fight. Is stagger them a bunch, get up to Zentetsuken, and insta-kill them. We're going to be using the Eidolon summons throughout the run in various different ways. But yeah, we're going to say goodbye to Lightning for now for a bit. And we're back to Saz and Vanille. And that was an unfortunate dodge by Kaya. There. Yep, I got the split.
And Zero also got caught by the single bomb. The bombs are really... It's sometimes really hard to tell which way they are facing. And yes, they do have faces. They are facing a direction. And they can move really fast, but they are also like kind of erratic with their movement, so it's kind of hard to... dose.
It can be hard. Yeah, it can be really hard to predict where they're going at points.
Yeah.
Yeah. But and I also do want to emphasize, like, we do have the top 3 runners right now doing this. There's a lot of dodges in the game. They're really difficult. They are going to fail them.
Yeah.
There's like a single-digit number of like top runs where it is, there are 0 failed dodges.
I think there are no runs
no, like
that have there are no runs that have no runner has ever gotten 0 failed dodges in this game. I think there are very few cases where there's been single-digit number of failed dodges in the entire run, but we're probably expecting them to fail between 10 and 25 dodges.
Yeah,
throughout this run.
All right, so we now have our first instance of us going to be upgrading, or not really our first instance. Yeah, our first instance.
It is.
So, yeah. So like your characters, which can upgrade their abilities through the Crisarium, you can upgrade all of your equipment in the game as well. There's 2 different ways of upgrading. That is split for there. There's 2 different ways of upgrading. You've got organics, which are going to increase the multiplier of the EXP that the piece of equipment would gain. And then you got the inorganics, which is going to give a large amount of EXP. So what you're typically going to be doing is you're going to be pumping up organics until you hit the maximum EXP bonus limit, which is 3x. And then you use all the inorganics that you can in order to pump it up at levels as high as you can go. And it turns out that, like, bang for the buck, equipments give an insane amount of stats, especially because you can pass the equipments along to different characters depending on the fights that are needed, and it's just like a one-time investment that then gives you stats for all your characters for such an insane rate. It's one of the primary reasons that we can go without like grinding all the characters, because the stats that you get from the equipment are just that good.
Yeah. Now Zero is getting to the gauntlet So there's 4 fights you have to take here, because they are guarding the switches you have to press. And the first one is double bomb, and that's like a... that can just randomly kill you, so that just happened there.
Oh, there was our first death.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate. Nothing really Zero could have done there. Like both bombs getting really close and exploding, trying to explode. He had to kill one of them and hope that he can dodge the explosion from the other, but fortunately he got the preemptive strike on the second one, so this one should be a win.
Yeah.
The Sash uses bravery on himself to boost his own damage. Then splitting the damage. The bombs deal less damage with the self-destruct if the less they have HP remaining. So Zero was able to kill one of them and got the other one to low enough HP that even Vanille didn't die, and Saz was out of the range of the explosion anyway. So
yeah, one
nice.
thing to also mention, the Crusaerian points are shared among every single party member. It doesn't matter if they participate in a fight or not. Doesn't matter if they're in your party or if they live through the fight.
Yep.
If the fight happens, everybody gets the same amount of EXP.
And for the double bomb, getting a preemptive strike is optional, but it helps, as we saw. For the other 3 fights, preemptive strike saves like 20 seconds each, so you really want to get them. Especially this next one, which is a double shoulder. You can really damage shoulders before you stagger them, so getting them to close to stagger immediately is really good. And yeah, looks like Zero did get the preemptive strike, and now we'll do the buff Sass and then immediately go to Divide and Conquer. That is a paradigm where Sass is Commando and Vanille is Saboteur, so Vanille will inflict Deprotect on both of the shoulders, and then Sass used one attack on the shoulder that Vanille wasn't targeting, so that it wouldn't run out of chain before Zero was able to stagger.
Yep. Yeah, we gotta do these 4 fights. Yeah, the Pulse Work soldiers are annoying to stagger, and you can't really damage them beforehand, so just gotta do what we can to get the preempts.
And easy preempt on the last one as well.
Yeah. Used to be in the past we would do these in a different order, but it turns out this one just makes it a bit easier for, you know, everything. Just makes the preempt a lot easier. Either all time is the same. Yeah, looks like M is in chapter 4. And
same chapter with everyone.
Yeah.
Team close race.
M got no bonuses. How is it that Zero and Kaya both get 3 bonus shrouds? M gets none.
Well, maybe he'll get a bonus shroud from chapter 13.
Maybe. Yeah, so Zero just unequipped the equipment that was on Saz and Vanille. There is a shared inventory, even as you're swapping across all the different characters. As the beginning part of the game, the characters are split into like different parties, and by putting all the stuff into, you know, all the resources and upgrading the equipment, and then removing it before we're going to lose access to the characters, and then, you know, putting it on the next character that we're going to be using, it just lets us be a lot more efficient with all of our resources and, you know, sort of share things around.
Yeah.
If you forget, it can make things a bit difficult, but
can make things very difficult, especially for the next chapter, where we have one of the hardest bosses in this entire run, and if you don't have the power wristband that you just upgraded for Sass, and if you don't remove it from Sass, you won't have it in chapter 5, and that will make things miserable in there. Also, the Vanille's equipment, the Magician's Mark, which boosts the magic stat, that's also helpful in the chapter. Missing either of them is really bad, but especially the power wristband.
Yeah. It's one thing that, like, I could see being annoying if you're playing this casually, just, you know, losing access to equipment that you put on somebody. But it's really only the accessories that get shared. Any of the weapons are specific to each character.
Yep.
So like Saz has his guns, Lightning has her, you know, gun sword, gun blade. Saz has his, or not Saz, Snow has his fist. Vanille has her weird fishing rod, and Hope has his boomerang.
It would be weird if you were able to switch No's weapon to someone else.
I don't know. I think that Vanille could lay some hands down. Yeah, so now Zero's in Chapter 5. We've got Lightning and Hope with them for this chapter. And here's a fun fact about Hope. He runs at 90% the speed of all the other characters. Why? Probably because he's a kid. Who knows? But it can make some of the dodges a lot more annoying throughout, because you just have less speed by which to be able to by which to be able to actually, you know, move around. We're also going to be trying to not upgrade Hope as much as we can, because of a fight that we're going to be having later.
Yeah, that is correct. We want as little HP on Hope as possible.
Yeah. But yeah, so we've just picked up two really good abilities for Lightning called Aqua Strike and Spark Strike. One of the interesting things with the combat system here is, while I did make references to like Ravagers being like the black mages, it's not really tied to like, oh, it's only magic for the Ravagers, and like Commandos are only physical. Each ability instead goes off of the stat, off the attack stat or the magic stat. And so you could have a Ravager who is doing Ravager stuff, you know, increasing the chain, increasing the stack, like increasing the stagger, etc. Well, increasing the chain mostly, but is doing so with, you know, the strength stat. Or, you know, one of the primary things with the Ravagers is that all of their abilities are elemental powered. So if an enemy is weak to it, then now, okay, I'm using my massive physical stat to like smash somebody with a sword covered in water. And that just ends up being really powerful. We're going to be making heavy use of that throughout this chapter. Lightning's going to be mostly spec towards the physical side, and Hope's going to be mostly spec towards the magic side. As we go on, we're going to start prioritizing just animation speeds, or like the raw damage of each of the attacks. Yeah, Commando is Saz's third role. Yeah. Right now, Saz has access to Commando, Ravager, and Synergist? Yeah, Synergist. Yeah. Which are all very useful ones. And, you know, you'll see why they're so useful. They're all, but yeah, it's kind of like the perfect recipe for this speed.
Yeah. And like all characters have 3 primary roles and 3 secondary roles, that you only have access to the primary roles at this point of the game. And you'll unlock the secondary roles later, but we will only like utilize 2 of them.
Yeah.
Because they are really expensive.
They're so expensive. They're really meant for like really late game things.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so right now we're kind of like in chapter 5, you're kind of walking through a like bioengineering facility that's just full of these bioengineered monsters that the army was supposed to be using. We do have to fight a bunch of these in order to just progress and get through the areas. Hilariously enough, Zero like accidentally dodged the fight from the Silver Lobo.
Yeah, you have to kill. You have to kill them. You have to kill them to get rid of the wall. That's or the fence.
Yeah,
Gate,
so accidentally dodging it is just kind of a time lock. You have to do the fight anyways.
Yeah, so Lightning is the main damage dealer, and you want to just use hope, things with hope to stagger and chain. But the enemies are weak to fire, so Hope is casting fire. And Zero leaped at the start of the fight, even though he knew that the enemy is weak to fire. And lightning doesn't use fire element, so you might wonder why is that. But that's because if lightning would try to search for if the enemy is weak to magic or physical, so he would or she would be using ruin and attack, and ruin swapping between ruin and attack has a slow animation, so we don't want her to do that, and it wouldn't deal as much damage because lightning is currently physically spec'd.
Yeah, so we also got to see a rather nice use of the preempt there by getting everybody basically almost immediately staggered. We can then have lightning use blitz and hope use fear, which is the AoE fire attack in order to do anything. So we've also got now the feral behemoth, and this is a really interesting case study for why control of the characters matter. So the feral behemoth is weak to water, and we know this. You know, we're using arrow water just because that increases the stagger faster and deals more damage. Lightning is going to be switching between using Aqua Strike and water. One of the things about the way the stagger gauge works, the chaining works, is that if you switch between actions, then that increases the chain more than if you stay with the current action. So the AI will try to prioritize doing that in order to maximize the chain, theoretically maximize damage. We don't really actually want that to occur because Lightning's Waters do so little damage compared to the Aqua Strikes. But we don't have a way of resolving that.
And the animation swap, doing multiple strikes in a row has a really fast animation, but alternating between a spell and a physical attack has it has a lot slower animation. Like doing multiple spells in a row is fast. Doing multiple physical attacks is fast, but alternating between the two is slow. And Lightning is trying to do that to optimize the chain, but yeah, that's something we don't want to do.
Yeah.
Later on, we're gonna get
chain. We want to optimize speed. Also, Zero might die here. Maybe. No. Okay, use the potion. Yeah, that fight's actually really scary.
Yeah, the tank crawlers is another, like the two bombs. The tank crawlers can also just say nope to you and just kill you, but fortunately it didn't happen this time. But yeah, we will see another fight where right now Zero gets control of Lightning again, and Lightning will be the leader of the party for the rest of the chapter. And there is another feral behemoth we are going to fight soon.
Shortly.
Yeah, and there we can see how much faster the fight is when Lightning is just using Aqua Strikes and not water. I think he will still do one chain with Aqua Strikes and Waters, just because that's what Auto Battle gives. And it does still increase the chain a little bit more, but
yeah,
after that one chain.
Yeah, so one thing that we haven't really talked a lot. Oh, M just got the Stagger cancel on the Dreadnought. It's good. So one thing that we haven't really talked about is the auto battle. We will use the auto battle because it's faster inputs when we know what the auto battle will do and if it lines up with what we want. The auto battle does not tend to be the smartest thing. So a lot of the times we're just going to be putting in the manual actions and just doing a repeat. But you know, there are going to be times that we auto battle when we know what's going to happen.
Yeah, a lot of people, when they play this, they think this game is like press X to win because of the auto battle, but they don't know. But just use abilities if you don't want to use the auto battle. And also, the repeat button is actually kind of well hidden, so...
Yeah. So yeah, we've got here now the Feral Behemoth 2. We're going to be doing mostly Aqua Strikes, and this fight's going to be a solid, like, 10+ seconds faster than the other one, just because Lightning is outputting so much more damage at such a faster rate. Another thing that we're going to see in this fight, that we did see a bit in the previous one as well, so we can see it on Kaya's screen, is especially once the Feral Behemoth has been staggered, when you stagger an enemy, they're much more prone just to be being interrupted by their normal, like through their normal attacks. Sort of like a continuous version of stagger cancel. And so as a result, we can just keep on interrupting the Feral Behemoth before it can hit us, and we don't have to worry about healing. Its healing is slow. Why heal when you can instead deal damage?
Yeah.
Also, we've got a new guest.
Oh, hello. Good morning. I'm sorry. I
Good
slept in.
morning.
Yeah, all good.
That's totally understandable. It's so early for you.
I kind of woke up when you went to sleep, so.
Hey, I'm at the right time for Zero's run tomorrow, so other Zero.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, so you should probably introduce yourself.
Yeah, well, I'm Roosta. Been a speedrunner for this and a few other games, but this is such a fun and interesting game that I'm really excited to be able to come to with you guys.
Yeah. So yeah.
Glad to have you here.
Yeah, this will be great. Yeah, so Kaya and Zero both got 3 bonus shrooms. And M has gotten 0.
Were they all decepts, or what have we gotten so far?
So Kaya got 1 decept, 2 forts, and Zero got 3 forts, I want to say.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
I think it was 2 decepts and 1 fort for Kaya.
at least the forts.
Oh yeah. 2 and 1. Yeah.
The forts have diminishing returns pretty quickly, right? So I guess it's it could be worse.
Yeah. Zero's actually already used one of the bonus ones. I think he just informed the one for Anima.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, from the... Didn't do the chest, I think. Or we think.
Yeah.
Well, let's stop yapping because we got Proto coming up, right?
Yep.
Yeah, so
Alright.
you as a newcomer, you want to probably explain Proto.
Well, I guess the first thing I'll mention is
Well, First
okay.
thing's the bike. The
We
bike.
got the fight first.
Yeah, I was gonna say this fight is actually where we would see one of the decepts being used if we had a bonus, but
Yeah,
since
we might see that on Kaya.
we cancel a decept here, and so the place where you cancel a decept is a good place to use a bonus because that just saves the time of whatever you have to do plus the cancel, and this elevator has a really slow cancel. But anyway, so for this fight has the bike and 2 soldiers, and this bike has a really high stagger point and quite a lot of HP, and they also just a lot of enemies. You don't have a lot of just like damage to go around with only hope and lightning, and so it's just a really good place to just summon Odin and stagger everything and do a lot of damage. And so it's just one of our better places for using the summon. Have we talked about the insta kill of Odin yet, or is that?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It's just you have to reach a certain percentage here, and we'll see it's the same later on. But that's pretty straightforward find once you know this.
And now it's time to start playing Pokemon. We can rename the relay, right?
What's your starter Pokemon, Titan?
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we only have one choice here, and it's Bulbasaur.
Yeah. So you want to cover it?
Yeah. So the Pokemon joke is just because the boss that we're about to fight looks a bit like Bulbasaur. Despite looking like Bulbasaur, the boss's key mechanic that we'll really be dealing with here is that it picks different elements based on the fight, and that really throws a wrench in the works for us as speedrunners because they haven't given us access to all of the elements yet. Specifically, Lightning can only do lightning and water strikes. She doesn't have the other 2 elements, and we're really, as Type mentioned earlier, doing most of our damage with strikes on Lightning. So we pretty much just want to chill and do as much stagger as we can while staying alive until he picks his element. So you'll see we just have to use potions, and we have to just throw in as much chaining as we can. There's a little bit of a thing going on here where we also have to try and maintain the stagger duration. So this is like sort of been one of the innovations in the fight, is just how much can we chain fast while not having to do extra ruins, just because ruins don't really, they give us chain duration, but they don't really advance the fight otherwise until we start doing damage to him. He's got these 2 seed bursts, and he's got a really set attack pattern. So yeah, so we got ice, which means we can't use water or lightning strikes here, and so we have to, the worst one is when it's fire, because we really don't even have ice or ice strike. We do have fire, and so when we get ice, we can try and kill him with just fires, and lightning doesn't have that much magic. But over the years, we've found that it is possible to do enough damage here, and also the threshold here will be, or in the past has been, to get him low enough and then kill him with Odin, but we've really refined the fight enough to the point that we can actually just completely kill him doing fires and reaching a high enough chin, and then eventually just using attacks. We'll see here. So we've gone up to about 700%. Hope will continue chaining, and we should reach around 999% as we are about to kill him. So let's just see. It's going to be very tight.
Yeah, this is the tightest one of the three, or one of the four.
This fight is the first major roll when trying to learn the speed run. Oh, they're very nice. Right as it was about to end.
Beautifully executed.
Yeah. And yeah, Kaya didn't cancel the DSEP, so it was a slightly different fight, bit faster there. But yeah, Proto is a very, very difficult fight. There's a lot of different ways you can lose time on it. A lot of different ways you have to handle the fight, sort of adjusting on the fly.
So you can wait for another extra proofing there if you get ice, but if you're good enough, like Zero, you can just beat it.
Yeah.
That was so
Kaya's about to do it. They're so close.
Yeah, right. That was quite a nice menu. Really quick, I'll mention that Zero did. If you forget it, it's very bad, but it's a funny menu because you just optimize, and the game thinks that the armor and weapon that are better for you, which definitely aren't, are better, and so it just puts those on, and then we can sell the more important stuff or swap it off for SAS in the next chapter.
Yeah, we want to sell Lightning's weapon that Lightning's been using. Like Lightning has her strength-based weapon, the Gladius, or the Gladius, I think it is.
Yes.
On, and that sells for more money and is more expensive to upgrade than the Lightning's starting weapon, which is more balanced weapon. And so we've been using physical Lightning until this point. So that so we've been using the Gladius, but now we're gonna need the money, so we're gonna sell the Gladius, and we're gonna upgrade the Lightning starting weapon.
Yeah, so we've got a different fight that's going on here now. Because we have Exo Water and we do have Spark Strike for Kaya, we can deal a lot more damage, and the fight just becomes so much easier than getting Exo Ice. So we're gonna stagger, and then we're still gonna be in dual casting basically for most of the rest of the fight, because we're getting the benefits of increasing the chain, we're getting the benefits of weakness, we're getting the benefits of Lightning's very high physical attack stat, and we're also, similar to the Feral Behemoths before, going to be trying to sync up Lightning and Hope's attack so that Proto just remains stagger locked the whole time. Can't attack us, because Proto does a lot of damage, and if Hope dies, we still can win, but it's more difficult. It costs more time. We're probably have to summon Odin and go through all that.
We used to have the cushion of summoning Odin, but we don't even have the TP for it anymore. So.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
We use the Aether Soul differently. Yeah.
Yeah. The Aether Soul gets used in Chapter 9 now, and so. Like, we could have done this because we originally planned on using Odin in case we got Exo Ice, but now because Exo Ice is possible without it, we've just completely moved that TP elsewhere, and now you don't have that safety net, and it's very slow if you don't kill him in stagger.
Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, but, you could see if you'd compare the two fights, Kaya, after killing Proto, still had a good chunk of the stagger duration left, whereas Zero's was like, a quantum finish. Basically.
And then when MMM gets there, we'll definitely see Exo Fire just because the game hates him.
Oh, 100%.
Yes. So the difference between the using attacks and Spark Strike there is the damage is roughly the same. But the Spark Strike also increases chain, whereas attack does not.
Yeah, the reason it's the same is that every roll has different bonuses associated with. For Commando, it's just extra damage. For the Ravagers, it's just extra chain, and so on. And those bonuses will definitely be really important for all of the rolls as we go on. But for this particular fight, Lightning's physical attack and her magic are pretty comparable, and so the difference between the two is just you get double damage from attacks as a Commando, or you get double damage from hitting the elemental weakness. And so it just happens to be that it's better for us to do strikes, but later on in the game we'll see, once we have more physical attacks end up being better. for the most part.
Well,
Plus the whole imperil and stuff. But,
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, we'll get to that later.
Yeah.
So yeah,
We get
Zero
that
and
in.
Kaya. So Zero and Kaya are both in chapter 6. This chapter has some of the best music in the game. It's so nice and peaceful. I just wanna relax. But it is also a chapter where there is only one fight.
Yep.
We can very easily just skip through the whole chapter. We have
but
picked up the second Doctor's Code, which will be very useful later. But yeah, sorry, Zero, go.
Yeah, and so Zero did a menu there, which where he got some crucial spells called in thunder and in water. So as Roosta was talking about, we got about the same damage from the Ravager skill and the Commando skill, because on the Ravager skill we were hitting the enemy's weakness. But what if we could hit the enemy's weakness with Commando?
Oh, tell me more.
That's what the end spells are for. So End Water makes your non-elemental moves be water elemental, and in Thunder makes your non-elemental moves be thunder elemental. And the next bosses, one of them is weak to thunder, and one of them is weak to water. There's going to be 2 enemies, and so we can make Sass's attacks, which are non-elemental, we can make them hit the weakness of the enemy, which will be amazing.
Surely there's a reliable and fast AI that will cast those spells first because they're most important, right?
Oh
Right.
yeah, 100%. I can't think of any reason why they wouldn't be. If you
Yeah, this fight has been an interesting one for routing, just because most of the struggle is just trying to find the right way to get Saz's AI to do what you want it to. If you just, well, I'm sure we mentioned that Libra scopes are just good for getting the AI to do what you want. In this fight, if you just use a Libra scope, it tells the AI that they have the right weaknesses, but Saz insists on casting Faith, Bravery, Vigilance on Vanille first, even though in this strategy he really does almost nothing. So, yeah.
M got a bonus D-set.
All right, catching up. Let's go.
But yeah. So this
Well,
is
While
pretty
M's here, I'll
spot.
just mention really quick I don't know if you guys mentioned it because I was still in bed, but this coming up dodge, this was something that we used to decept 100%, but these 3 specifically have innovated here and got to the point where they can do this dodge super reliably, and it's pretty crazy to watch now. The issue is these bombs move very chaotically. You can get stuck behind the wall, the soldiers themselves, who knows, but yeah, he just made it look so easy.
Zero actually failed it. First try.
Yeah.
It's a very difficult dodge, so.
Yeah. So we're just about at the chapter 6 bosses, Enkin and Lil. Zero's going to be using one of his bonus Fortisols here because it's just going to make the fight go a lot faster, it turns out.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about Sassy's AI if you already have the buffs.
Yep. So yeah, we've got Enkin and Lil. This fight's one that has changed a lot over the years. There's a lot of different ways to sort of go about doing it. We're going to be seeing sort of how the commando role can be used to increase the chain duration. Saboteur can also do the same thing, where it increases the duration, adds a bit of chain. So that's what we're like primarily going to be doing here, is using Saz in order to increase the chain so that we can stagger, using Vanille in order to get Deep Protect on, get the duration up longer. Get Poison on as well. Poison's going to be doing a lot of damage. It's going to help interrupt things, just make everything here go a lot easier. And the fact that we have the Fortisol makes this fight so much nicer.
The whole struggle with the AI is trying to figure out how to stop it from casting Bravery and Faith on Vanille. And if you just start with the fight with those on her, then that solves that problem and also gives you haste, so it makes it quite nice.
Yeah.
And you'll see once we are targeting and look.
So
yeah, sorry, go.
Yeah. So with poison, Zero is going to keep Enlil stun locked here, because poison actually hits twice. It hits once when the spell hits the enemy, and then another time when the debuff inflicts. and there's quite a bit of delay between those two, so that keeps like Enlil stun locked until Sass can continue stunning him.
Yep. Yep. And you'll notice that after we killed Enki, then we switched the targets over, and then that's when Sass knew, like, oh, we should change what our end spell is, because now we're targeting something else. So again, it's more AI manipulation. That's what a lot of these fights are going to end up being.
Yep.
Yep. So when Kaya, who's about to get to it, should have a bonus 4. Probably will use it here. So we'll see. But yeah, chapter 6 just about over. We're going to be saying goodbye to Vanille and Saz for a bit.
Yeah, and Zero did remember to unequip the power wristband off from Sass so that he can equip it on chapter 7, because we are gonna do another party swap.
Yeah, so many party swaps. We're not actually gonna have control like over our party composition basically until chapter 11.
Yeah, the game likes swapping you out early in the game like this, and so you have to keep just putting your prioritizing your better equipment on your current leader, and somehow you magically warp them between your characters as they're on opposite sides of the world.
Are you saying are you saying that hammer space is not like a thing?
It is not.
I mean, what's more unrealistic? The party members being able to send things to each other, or just being able to buy equipment from random shops in a bioengineering facility?
They just have a good delivery service. I don't know what to say. Also, one of the more difficult dodges in this chapter is the one that Kaya's working on now. People were facing a weird direction, and so he kind of just had to fail it and then go into it again. But we're through it now and on to Inky Nindle. And yep, we do indeed have the bonus Fortisol active now.
Yeah, it just makes this fight so much faster and more consistent to just start with it.
It's interesting that they're using it like there's a new, like, we used to use the Fortisol always on a certain boss coming up later on in chapter 9, but it's interesting how they've gotten so consistent on that without the Fortisol now, that they would rather use the bonus Fortisol in Enki and Enlil than in the fight later on.
Yeah. And even here, I think it's only like 15 seconds or something, and so it's quite a nice little time save. It's about, a failed dodge's worth of time, but Deceptisols are really where it's at in terms of time save. I think the first like 3 are all 30+ seconds.
Yeah. So now Zero is in the food production facility. And one thing that's like kind of always bothered me is that they have these giant floating platforms that are used to transport between things. And there's railings on like the actual walkways. But why are there not railings on the like moving circular platforms?
I thought the
like
OSHA spiel was going to come in chapter 9, not chapter 7.
It's starting. Hey, OSHA is relevant everywhere. All right.
Work safety is a priority. No, okay.
Yeah. Also, like, there's no gate there to stop you from like crushing your leg as thing is showing up there. Like, what if I was just like hanging over the ledge, just enjoying the view, and all of a sudden this giant thing comes and it's like an elevator.
I don't know how much you've gotten into the story, but you do know the part about the fal'Cie and working for them is a death sentence, right?
Oh, we haven't touched on basically any of the story.
Yeah.
Do you wish to elaborate on the story?
No, it's okay. It's just yeah. I think that that establishes the way the fal'Cie feel about us.
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Despite this interesting area that we've just gone through, there's actually no fights, so it's just dodges. A lot of these little flans, like the place Zero just dodged, there's 3 flanators and there's 2 coming up. It's all about bobbing and weaving, and we have different setups for how they're set up and what their positioning is, and so there's a little bit of a slower strat for what Zero's about to do, where you pull them back. The faster way to do this is to actually just run straight through and then peel between the middle of them. We might see one of the other 2 go for that, but it doesn't really matter how fast you get through it because you're waiting for this elevator anyway. If you get here really fast, you can call the elevator and it can be a little faster, but Once we're through this area, we're coming up on another fight. This is the Shiva Stadium, and we've been getting Eidolons for I guess Eidolon only for lightning so far, but coming up is we're gonna get one for snow. You might wonder how we're gonna control snow, but once again we're switching parties, except we're at least both now in the same city. Yeah, Snow is gonna be alone up here, and so he's gonna be surrounded, and so we're gonna have to fight against this whole group, and we just immediately start the fight with Shiva summoned.
Yeah, it's been a rather hot minute since we've seen Snow back in chapter 3.
The hero has returned.
Hero never dies.
But for this fight, it's one of the interesting things about this fight, because it's not really interesting inherently, is that this is one of the places where it's really important that the difference between console and PC, console and PC, especially for Eidolons, comes out. When you're on console, it's much easier. You can just sort of do the same, like, I think it's like right X or something over and over again, but you have to like carefully plan a pattern when you're on the computer to make sure that the main guy maintains stagger and you do enough damage to the smaller guys. And yeah, it's really easy to mess up, and you actually lose quite a bit of time if you don't kill with just the Gestalt finisher. But he's not like Odin, because he just does the damage. There's no damage threshold or anything, so as long as you get close to killing, you can just finish them off. But if you lose chain there, it's really annoying.
Yeah, so one thing that's going to be important for starting from now in the fights are actually going to be the random drops that we get. So by doing fights, you don't actually end up like getting gil. Instead, they just give you high value items that you then sell to the shop for gil, such as credit chips, which are worth 500, or incentive chips, which are for the 500. Right?
I think they're 15.
No, incentives are 2,500.
2,500. Okay.
Overall.
Yeah. I mean, if you like average what we said, we get roughly close.
Yeah.
Yeah, but so we will be able to finish basically every single shop throughout the run. The question is going to be how early can we do it, and if we have enough extra gil later on, then it turns into more time safely. So this is one of the only drop RNG, like real big drop RNGs that you get. Basically, the more incentive chips and credit chips that we get, the easier things are going to be. Oh, really unlucky that Zero's failed that twice. Usually the retry for this
times now.
is very simple.
Yeah, this soldier is very annoying. The big red guy. I call him the scary guy. He sort of he's way too fast for you to actually dodge him, but typically he can just go behind wherever he tends to go where you were, not where you are. But sometimes he just decides to be more good at his job and hit you, and that's what he's doing right now. And this is not something you can just fight. We're way past the point where you can fight in EVs if you fail a dodge. So
yeah, the fights would take way too long. We're not set up for them at all. Yeah. Oh, Kaya tried to zip and zag.
That's the only way to do this dodge. The next one is the one that you could do different ways, but sometimes they just go faster, and they sort of go forward and left and right. If they go too far to the right, that back guy, then it's impossible to dodge, but he got it here.
Yeah. All right, so now we're being introduced.
Kaya will go for the. Let me just say really quick. This next Planeter dodge. I think Kaya will go for this other dodging pattern.
No.
No.
So
safety.
We've now found the Fang portion of the run, and we've now left the Fang portion of the run. So Fang is our last member of the party who, if we'd been watching the cutscenes, we would have seen her before end of chapter. But we haven't, because it's the speedrun. We gotta go fast. Cutscenes are slow. So yeah, the interesting thing with Fang is that the developers kind of wanted to make it seem like she'd been part of your party the whole time. So they gave her a default Tristarium fill out and some points and stuff like that. And it's actually way further on than what we actually are in the speedrun. So Fang is kind of stupidly strong compared to the rest of our party right now. Which is a funny thing to think about. But we will be making great use of Fang in some of the upcoming fights. But for now, we've got a bunch of dodges here. Looks like Kaya's in the Shiva Stadium.
Yeah, despite Fang being strong, you're not forced to use her for many fights, and so we pretty much only use her for those. And for reasons we can get into once we get there, she's not one of our final party members just because of the benefits of other party members. She was originally in older versions of the speedrun, but we settled on a different party once we optimized more.
It seems like you decides to not use the Decepticon on the bike. Probably on bridge 2 then?
We've not had them. Yeah. Probably. That's a good fight to use it on, honestly.
Everyone has their own patterns for where they like to use things, but yeah.
Yeah. Because like most of the Deceps, like the best use of the Deceps tend to be about the same. So it's just a matter of, do you want to use it earlier, so that you can maybe get another one later.
Yeah. I forgot about the Bullwalker. That's where the Decept goes to.
Sure.
Yeah, the Bulwarker was one that we used to use 100%, and so we found a strategy, and that's in chapter 12. And we found a good enough strategy that we don't need to farm the Decept, but it is now the best place to use the Decept if you do get one. So.
Yeah. But you also run the risk of getting another Decept drop later, and not being able to use it.
Yeah. So.
It looks like Kaya managed to get past the dodge.
Good
Zero some trouble.
Yeah, the good scary guy pattern there.
Yep. Yeah, we're running around. We're opening a bunch of chests. This is basically all stuff that we're gonna be selling, because weapons tend to be worth a lot of money, but we can use that money to just upgrade our weapons just to be a lot stronger.
Yeah, it's more efficient to upgrade one weapon than have a bunch of different weapons, because you can only equip one weapon at a time.
Yep.
And the difference between the weapons available to us are pretty small. So, and the more expensive weapons are significantly more expensive to upgrade. Like, we're talking order of magnitude type differences, and so we just get the most benefit from upgrading the cheapest weapon as much as possible.
Yeah. We're also seeing on Zero Screen more use of the Deceps, but M is doing Proto. So let's hope that this goes well. We'll see what Exos he ends up with.
So starts with ruins to stabilize the chain gauge. He uses Libra, so Hope knows what Proto will be weak to once the exoproofing happens. Using a potion to prevent the interruption and to heal, and then chain with Fire Thunder, Ravager skills. Alternating between Fire and Thunder boosts the chain more than just using the same skill over and over again.
Yeah, we're gonna be seeing that a lot. Most our quote-unquote default string for increasing the chain is gonna be Fire. It has. Yeah, continue.
Proto uses the Seed attack, which can hit both Lightning and Hope if they are too close to each other, but fortunately they weren't, and we get Ice Exoproofing. So we have the scary fight.
Yeah.
I'm sure Emil will handle it fine though.
Yeah. So I want to elaborate a bit on something that Zero mentioned, which is using the potion to prevent interruptions. So similar to the way that we can interrupt the opponent, like the enemies with our attacks, the enemies can interrupt us as well with their attacks, depending on what the attack is and what we're in. However, if we use potions, then our feet kind of remain firmly locked on the ground. So even though, like here, we use the potion because it heals us for a lot as well, and we need it in order to survive. But there will be times that we use the potions just to make sure that we can do our next action faster, so that we don't actually get interrupted and get knocked onto the ground or anything like that.
Yeah. One nice thing about Ice Exoproofing, and it's what probably makes Ice Exoproofing even possible, is that Hope has Fyra. So at least Hope can deal a little bit better.
Yep. It's a little surprising that Hope's AI is good enough to know to use Fire there, because it's an AoE spell, but it is aware that it does more damage and is faster. So
yeah.
So go ahead, Ushumgal.
Yeah, so here we've got the first of the Ushumgal Subjugators. We're going to be fighting this enemy twice, but they're going to be pretty different each time. We're doing something very similar to the initial Garuda fight, where every time that we're switching paradigms, we're trying to do it while Snow is in the air, so that Snow doesn't do his ready animation. It just ends up being faster throughout the whole fight. Hope does not especially because we haven't like given him any stats, Hope doesn't really do a lot of damage here, so that's why we're going for the summon kill basically, and we're just gonna end up, you know, punching this giant metal robot to death somehow. I don't know what kind of conditioning Snow does at the gym, but I kind of want his run.
Also, I'll mention that here.
I have crashed.
Yep. So I guess we get to talk about the operating system.
Full PC RNG experience right now.
Yeah, he was mentioning some system instability earlier, but we're figuring it out.
Yeah,
right. So, anyways, we end up punching and kicking this giant metal robot to death, and somehow, you know, not breaking our hands or whatever. I guess it's just Lassie magic, right?
Yeah, for sure. And
yeah,
I'll also mention that it's not the ready animation that you skip. It's when you do your paradigm shift for the first time in battle, you get a full animation, and you can skip that for the first several times just by doing it in the air. But you still get the ready animation when you land. It's kind of hard to avoid for Snow. Usually the ready animation canceling is for the guest members and timing in with them. It's hard to cancel your party leader's ready animation, although it is possible, depending on what skill and which character you're on. We're just trying to sort out what the best play for Kaya here is.
Alright, so 1 second. Alright, so alright. So what we're doing for Kaya's run is his system has been having a crash in that specific spot pretty consistently, and it took some measures to try to prevent that from happening. It didn't work. Kaya has loaded a practice save that is a bit further ahead than where he was when he crashed, but he's going to be waiting there for the amount of time that it would have taken him to get there as well. So we're going to proceed from there on. It's not gaining any time. We're not jumping ahead. We're just going to the practice save and continue and waiting until the point that he would have gotten here as is. So the race is just going to continue as normal.
For the most part, the runs are pretty equivalent in terms of just like the stats of the characters. There's no real like level up RMG like there would be in Final Fantasy IX or something. The big difference is Shrouds and Gil, but those only save a few seconds, mostly from the execution of fights, and so those are things we can mitigate for. And the Gil is actually going to be more important for upcoming fights anyway, so the amount of Gil won't even matter that much at the point where he crashed. So this will be pretty much balance things out as much as possible.
Yep. Yeah, so alright. So Zero is now starting to fight the Ushu 2 fight. And I know, like, we haven't really given a lot to Hope, but I think that he can handle this, right? You know, a teenager against the Ushu subjugator.
You know,
right?
He was dying instantly to the first. Oh, well, see you later.
Unfortunate. Alright, so this is the Ushu 2 fight. We're almost at the end of the chapter. This is going to be our next split. And it starts off with Hope. It's a force loss, basically. Either you do 1% damage or Hope. Either way, Hope can't actually proceed with the fight. It then puts us into, the Fang Lightning Hope party, and we instantly retry the fight because this is the first instance that we have with this party. We want to actually set things up so that we can do the fight rather quickly, level everybody up, and just sort of continue from here. Fang currently has access to Sentinel, Commando, and Saboteur, which we're all going to be using in this fight here. And we've also picked up some really nice abilities for Lightning and Thundara and Overwhelm. Thundara is AoE. It's going to increase the stagger gauge by a lot if they're already staggered, and Overwhelm is also going to increase the stagger gauge by more. A lot of these abilities sort of compound on each other more effectively.
Yeah, one thing to say about Fang being a Saboteur is she's a debilitator, not a debuffer, and so she has things like Curse and Slow, so she slows the enemies down instead of making them take more damage, which is good for helping you survive if you need to, but it's not good for killing quickly. She does not boost the damage very much. Saboteur abilities are still good because they add chain and chain duration at the same time, but it's just not nearly as good as D-Protect or D-Shell would be in the same situations. One thing I'll mention though about that forced loss is it's like a very short thing, but it's actually a pretty big thing in terms of routing, simply because this is I believe the second longest fight in the game, and it would be one of the best places to use bonus Fort Assault. It would save so much time, but we simply can't use a bonus Fort Assault because the Fort Assault only applies to that start fight with Hope. Once Hope dies, we don't get the Fort Assault anymore. So unfortunately, we just have to sit here, and we only get to kill him over 2 staggers, and it's with quite elegant execution here as we see Type-0.
Yeah. So one of the things that we now have access to with Fang is the launch build. This is going to be present on a bunch of our commandos going forward, but right now it's playing Fang. And it's kind of a more powerful version of Stagger Interruption, where if an enemy is staggered, then your basic attacks will turn into launches and the ability to throw them up into the air. If they're in the air, they can't do anything, which makes the fight a whole lot safer. You don't have to worry about getting hit. You don't have to worry about them using any abilities or whatever. They're just get away. We also have an ability towards the end of Stagger if they're in the air, which is going to do more damage as the Stagger is ending.
One funny mechanic about this game is that you can only launch enemies that don't fly. If they're flying enemies, you can't launch them. However, this is the same enemy that we just fought that was just flying. And so for some reason, he lost his ability to fly, and now we can launch him and keep him in the air where he was before.
It's like a mecha shift, is what it is. You know, you go from the flying mode to the not flying.
One thing that's interesting about this fight, though, is that Lightning, now that she has 4 ATB, and Thundara can do Thundara as her string, which is very quick and does quite a bit of chain and damage. And we want to animation cancel our party members as much as possible, but because Fang is launching them in the air and they're staying on the ground, you have to time the animation cancels based on Lightning's animations, even though you can't see her most of the time. And so that's one of the little challenging things about the fight, is you kind of got to listen for the Thundaras, or you can kind of shift the camera around it sometimes, but I don't even think Zero was trying to do that. He's just so adept at it, he can just know the timing.
Vibes-based speedrunning.
Vibe shifting, yeah.
Yeah, vibe shifting. Yeah. So we're now in Hope's house, which has some more plot things. We meet Hope's dad. His mom died in chapter 1. Doesn't really matter. But these fights here can actually be really, really aggravating and annoying. Some of these Psycom units here start throwing missiles at you and can interrupt you like crazy, and if they target you too much and you're interrupted, you can't do anything and you end up dying.
They cast vigilance on themselves, which makes it so they can interrupt you no matter what, and it's very frustrating.
Yeah. This can be super aggravating. Oh, yeah, we also have M doing
for the first time
without the Fort Assault. So yeah, you can see how Saz kind of took forever, buffed himself up like crazy, so gave him the vigilance, gave him the haste, gave him the bravery, and then finally gave the end spell.
The other big thing there is that we had to use a different paradigm with Vanille as a medic, and so that's basically how you tell the game that no, Vanille does not need any buffs. So you just have her literally sit there doing nothing, maybe healing a little bit, but you don't really need healing because you have potions, and that will tell Saz to do what he's supposed to do.
Yeah. So Zero, you want to talk about the game facts for the upcoming fight?
You might not know the reference.
Odin.
Okay.
Odin's
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So, there was I think this still is a speedrunning guide on game FAQs, which is quite funny. It tells us to use Odin in the next fight. So, and use it for the. I think it's. I've never looked into it myself, but what I'm guessing is that you try to use Sentatsuken on the main thing itself. I know it doesn't kill the other parts, but I'm guessing that's the idea.
So basically, when this game first came out, somebody went and they wrote a guide on Game FAQ about how to go through the game, and knowing what we know now about it, the guide is kind of laughable. There's a lot of things that you just simply don't have to do, a lot of grinding, etc. But one of the things was this fight against the giant airship, and it said summon Odin and use to kill. Maybe mentions that Tescan or whatever, and we kind of laughed at it for a very long. And we had different strategies where one of the cool things with this fight is that Lightning actually gets to use her gun. It's very fast. Wish we could use it normally. But this fight used to be kind of aggravating, and if you lose the fight, you've got to do an additional fight as well. It doesn't spawn you. But then we realized that, like, wait, Odin casts, like, taunts the opponent and heals. So if you summon Odin, then you get to just wail on with lightning, kill all the extraneous things before the XIII's main body, and Odin just kind of like makes the fight go easy mode. So he went from looking at the game facts guide, laughing at it for being ridiculous, doing other things, and realized like, oh wait, there was a morsel of genius in there at turn.
Yeah, he also does non-legible damage with his Thundaras, and there's 5 enemies at the start. It's like the 4 turrets in the main body, and so he's hitting all of them with his Thundaras, and so he actually does quite a bit of damage compared to what Fang and Hope are doing. Fang's damage is really much better with attacks, but only Lightning can actually attack in this fight. Everyone else has to just do ruins or spells, and so Fang and Hope don't do nearly as much as Odin does here. And yeah, I mean, most of the things in that speedrun guide are, you know, it's very terse and it at least makes sense, but Odin never made sense. And even when we look back now, the way that he was using Odin wasn't right for the fight. It just was coincidentally right with this specific fight, and that funny thing.
Yeah. So yeah, Kai's doing the Ushu 2 fight. Everything looks like it's going hunky-dory there, which is really nice. So one of the things that we didn't quite mention, when Fang was using Saboteur on the Ushu 2 fight, we're kind of spamming the only one that she has right now, which is Slow. One of the reasons for it is just it makes the fight a lot easier because Slow means they don't attack as quickly, which means that we take less damage, we don't have to worry about healing or anything like that. It's not one that we're going to be using very often, because we do not tend to use Fang as a Saboteur, as Roosta mentioned earlier. But it is something that in this fight specifically is a really nice one to have.
We're also casting Slow multiple times because it gives extra chain. Once it's inflicted, it doesn't really matter, but Fang doesn't have any Ravager, and that's actually the key reason why we don't use her for the rest of the run, or, you know, any more than we need to, just because Ravager is so important, and we'll have a better Ravager later on for our main party.
Yep.
I'll also mention about Hope's house. Right now, Fang, or sorry, I saw Fang. Kaya is about to start the first Hope's house fight that Titan mentioned was a very annoying fight. This fight, I think, has one of the largest fractional time losses in terms of just the RNG of the fight. If everything goes well and you can hit all of the soldiers here, then Odin will taunt them all, they'll all get chain duration, and you can just kill them all with Zantetsuken. The issue is that if you start getting interrupted, like Titan mentioned, then Odin will, anytime you go into yellow HP, Odin will take a very slow animation to stop, turn, cure you, and then turn and start attacking the enemies again. And that really makes it much harder to stagger all of the enemies. And you can go from a 30-second fight to a 1-minute fight very easily. But looks like we got the perfect fight here from Kaya. Yeah, 24 seconds, very nice. The second Hope's House fight is not nearly as RNG as the first one, because we summon Odin and that whole thing about who he hits.
Yeah.
Since we have a bit of downtime now, though, I'll mention something that's really amazing about this game, and these 3 runners specifically. A few years ago, the normal time estimate for this fight, or for this game, would have been 4 minutes and 40, 4 minutes and 50 seconds, and that was, you know, world record at the time. And now world record is way lower than that. And if you look at the runs,
you mean hours?
Yeah. Sorry, hours. If you look at the runs overall, and you just look at all of the number of failed dodges, or how long the fights take, or how long the menus are, the time difference just isn't that big, and you just gotta wonder, like, how are they doing it? And it's just the level of optimization that's been going into this game over the past few years from these 3 runners specifically, and also Aussie and Shirasu is just crazy. Just every single fight, every single dodge, they've just got down to a science. All the menus. You know, if you look at the menu speed of someone like Lucha Dreamer or Logic Dolphin, who are the world record holders in the past, you know, they menu at the same speed. It's just we found so many places to cut a second here, a second there. Like for example, have we talked about Stagger slowdown skip yet?
No, because there's been a lot of other things.
Yeah, no, there's so much going on in this game. But anytime you stagger an enemy, for example, if you just see this like little animation that's like, oh, you staggered, and it like slows you down for like 1 second. And it's not something you think about much just because you get used to watching animations. But eventually we notice that if you're not targeting the enemy that is being staggered, you don't get that 1 second slowdown. And once we noticed that, we were able to start routing it into our fights, and just like little stuff like take the cursor off if you can, or be in a paradigm shift when the stagger's happening. And it's just, you know, 1 second, but there's like more than 100 fights in the game, and we can stagger a slowdown skip, I think, more than half of the fights now. And so it's just, okay, that's a minute right there, and it's just something you would never even notice if you weren't aware of the level of optimization that was going into the game.
Yep. Yeah. The name of the game, or the name of the run rather, for the past few years has just been lots and lots of micro optimizations.
You know, there's sort of different levels of dodging. There's, you know, just dodge the enemies, and then there's, okay, I can learn these enemies' AIs and try and predict what they're going to do. And then these runners have reached the level where they can just know the specific pattern that they're coming into just by looking at which enemy's facing which way. It's like, okay, there's 6 soldiers here. I know which way they're all facing, and so I can figure out the best path to take to get this dodge. And I know exactly how much you're going to do this menu, and so on and so forth.
Yep. Alright, so, Zero is now in Chapter 8, and we're back to Saz Vanille, and we are about to get one of the most broken abilities for the speedrun, which is Blitz. Actually, we've already gotten it. We'll be seeing in the fight. But so for most of the characters, the characters who can learn Blitz just ends up being this, like, you know, small AoE attack, hits everything around, hits everything. Saz has 2 guns, and his Blitz attack instead shoots a spray of 8 bullets that each do 60% damage, right? 0.6.
Yep.
I forget the numbers off the top of my head.
Yeah. And the thing is that these bullets, if the thing that they're hitting is big enough or close enough, can hit the enemy multiple times. So you have this 2 ATB attack that's doing 2.4 times damage, compared to just, you know, 2 times damage. But then also each of these bullets will attack on any other things you have. You've got the end spells. You've got, you know, a stagger boost, like a chain boost from alternating or anything like that. These all get applied multiplicatively. So this just ends up boosting Saz's damage through the roof. And this, like, the combination of this Blitz, Saz having access to Ravager in order, like, the Blitz for damage, Saz having access to Ravager in order to boost Chain, Saz having access to the Synergist roll to give, like, the end spells, is why, basically, whenever we have the chance throughout the rest of the run, Saz is going to be our primary damage dealer. He's kind of the reason why the any percent route can operate the way that it does, because of all these things. So yeah, it turns out that when a lot of the bosses in Final Fantasy tend to be these giant, monstrous, godlike creatures or mechs, having something that can just keep on hitting them in the face multiple times is really good.
Yeah, and even when it's not a giant thing, it can just be close by or small. And it turns out that this thing about the Blitz is actually, despite Saz having some of the lower stats as a commando, makes him the best commando until deep into the end game. Like, even in the all bosses speedrun, we still stick to Saz the entire time. Only in the platinum speedrun, where you really get deep in the speedrun, and you also get all of the end spells on a different party. You actually switch to, I believe, Fang ends up being used a little bit more as a commando in the deep end game.
Yep. At least that's how
you want to handle you want to handle the Eidolon fight?
Yeah, so we're up against now Brunhilde, who is Saz's Eidolon. He's had his little emotional crisis that, for story reasons, will cause the Eidolon come out. So as Tyton mentioned, anytime you have some sort of thing that applies to has his attack. It'll apply to every bullet in the blitz. And here, for this fight specifically, this is the only time we use this mechanic, there's a really important modifier, which is called the conditional modifier. And we talked a little bit about it, and like the reason why the AI likes to alternate is just when you do different abilities, you get a modifier from changing attacks. And so here we do attack into blitz, and we get that conditional modifier on every single blitz bullet. And so this is you know, a couple extra percent in terms of the stagger percentage, and so it's not enough to like worry about it too much later on in the run. But for this specific Eidolon fight, you're trying to just do things like a Ravager does, and that's how you charge the Gestalt bar. And so it just happens to be that you can get a massive amount of Gestalt charge just by doing attack blitz and getting that conditional modifier. And there's one other conditional modifier, which is the elemental one, and so we give him in frost and do attack blitz, and it just for this specific fight gives you really, really fast charging, and ends up being a very fast fight, assuming well, the one issue with the fight is that Brunhilde likes to back up for all but one of his attacks, and so that makes him a smaller target for us in blitz, and so you get to the point where only 2 or 3 blitz bullets are hitting, but there Zero got some pretty good luck there, and he just like walked towards him.
So one thing
she walked towards him.
One thing that I mentioned way earlier is with the ATB refreshes that happen after you roughly 12 seconds of in-game time. It also always happens on the first ATB swap that you do, paradigm swap that you do in a battle. So what we do in a lot, like in that Eidolon battle, we do start the fight in one paradigm, and then we'll instantly swap to another one just so that we get the instant ATB refresh and we can start doing things rather than waiting for it to fill up.
Yes. Yep. Also in Eidolon's fight specifically, they open with a Doom, and Doom has an animation. If you shift during that Doom animation, it cancels the long first shift. When the first paradigm shift animation is long, it skips that as well. So you want to shift during the Doom animation.
Yeah. Sorry, go.
I was going to say this part, Zero's just starting Chapter 9 right now, and this part is really interesting because these fights are pretty straightforward fights, just 3 soldiers, and you wouldn't really think of them as the type of fights that you get a big benefit from using Odin on. But the reason we've gotten to the point now we're actually using Odin for both fights is that the first fight you start the chapter with, and you can't do a menu for either your paradigms or anything, or you can't really set the party up, and so it ends up being really nice to just use Odin there, because if you wanted to get that menu in, you have to restart the fight, and there's quite a few cutscenes you have to skip, and it's quite slow. So we just use Odin, and we have the TP there, because at the start of the chapter you get this refresh, and so we used to just set the party up after that for the second fight, but we eventually realized that we can actually do even less setup and just go straight into the next fight and use Odin there, and that is actually where we're using the TP that we would have used on a safety in Astra Protoflorian, but Astra Protoflorian was executed, as you saw, wonderfully without any TP by all 3 runners, so that's where we are now with the routing.
Yeah. MMM is fighting the first Wushu fight, which I don't think we talked too much about before. So
just mentioning the jumping attacks and paradigm shifts in the air.
Yeah. And how these fists are stronger than steel.
And yeah, we're summoning Shiva because Shiva is a better party member than Hope.
Sorry, Hope. Hope's actually pretty solid as a party member, but the issue is that Hope is really easily interrupted, and Wushu can also kill him in just 2 attacks, and the Shiva sisters don't suffer from either of those problems, so they're really good here, and they're consistent at their interruptions, which is also quite nice.
Alright, so we have now infiltrated an enemy airship. We've now infiltrated an enemy airship. And we're running around on the outside of it trying to get different parts of it. And this is something that is accessible through access ports, and you've got these walkways between them, but like this is not safe. There's no railings. You've just got people hopping, like jumping in between things. So, like if somebody falls, they're falling several thousand feet to the ground. There's so many things wrong with everything here.
I mean, look, they gave the soldiers jetpacks. I don't see what the problem is. Just fly back.
What if the jetpacks run out of fuel?
That sounds like a you problem.
No, that sounds like a problem for whoever was in charge of constructing this.
I mean, think about it. Becoming a lessee is a death sentence. It just, you know, falling from an airship, becoming a lessee, it's how long the death sentence takes, I guess.
But yeah, so Zero's now in chapter, in chapter 9, like Roosta said. We're going through this airship. We're gonna be doing a lot of party swaps here. This is kind of the point where everyone's getting, the gang's getting back together. But we're gonna be doing a lot of really interesting dodges coming.
On Kaya's screen, we can see that Brunhilde has decided, finally starting to walk forward. And as soon as she walks forward, the fight will almost end immediately, because then every single blitz bullet will hit. It just takes 2 attack blitzes here.
Yeah, like you saw how much the Gestalt gauge just increased there. It's crazy. One thing also, so everybody ended up with 3 ATB segments as at the end of chapter 2. However, whenever a character gets their Eidolon, it gives them another ATB segment. For the most part, everyone's kind of going to stay at 4. We are going to be giving people a 5th ATB segment later on, like towards the end of the run. But 4 is pretty good right now, and it will kind of slant us towards the characters who already have them. M is about to start Ushu 2.
Let's see if M can solo it with Hope. Not quite. Almost.
Unfortunate.
We do get to sneak that Libra in, though, which is quite nice.
Yeah, the Libra is very helpful for the second part. Oh, one thing that we haven't mentioned yet. So you might have noticed in some of these paradigm stacks, we're repeating the same paradigm. Paradigm deck. We're repeating the same paradigm. So you might see like 2 Relentless Assault, 2 Tridasters, anything like that. That's just to make more use of the ATB refreshes that we've been talking about throughout. Because if I'm like trying to increase a chain and I'm in Tri-Disaster, and I have the ability to do an ATB refresh, I can just go to another Tri-Disaster, continue on, get more Tri-Disaster from my Tri-Disaster, and continue on from there. So it's something you're going to be seeing a lot. We're going to be having repeated paradigms in our deck, just because it's going to make everything go faster. And this is also another instance where you get to see like more of the power that Saz has for the any percent category. We've just unlocked Haste as part of Saz's synergist trait Crystarium. So Saz, as a synergist, has like all of the offensive buffs that we could want. He's got Bravery for dealing more physical damage. He's got Faith for the people that need to do more magic damage. He's got Haste to make everybody go faster. And Haste is generally good because you get to do more things. He's got all the end spells, which are let us attack all the elemental weaknesses for stuff. And he's got the before. He's got the Ravager in order to increase the chain by a lot, and he's got the broken Blitz ability. So he's just kind of the perfect amalgamation of, like, really useful tools really early on in the game that was used throughout the rest of the run. Yeah, this section's filled with a lot of like really interesting dodges. A lot of the enemies like can be kind of annoying. They move rather quickly. A lot of the flying enemies tend to move really quickly, but there's a lot of cool things we can do here. Looks like M's fight against Ushu 2 is going pretty well. About to the Smite, which is the ability that if they're launched in the air, you kind of just yeet them to the ground and it'll deal a lot more damage. So timing that can save a lot in the fight, which is really nice. One thing that we haven't really talked about yet are the roles of Sentinels. So Sentinels kind of do 2 things. The first is that they'll just flat reduce the damage that happens to your team if you have somebody in Sentinel, which will be more relevant later. For the most part, though, we use them to manipulate the enemies, who the enemies are attacking. All the Sentinels have a version of a taunt. In Fang's case, it's Provoke here. And that will basically force the enemy to attack that character. that can be really useful because the characters that have the Sentinel roles tend to have higher HPs, tend to be tankier, which means that we don't have to spend time healing the characters who are a lot more fragile. If you just look at the HP difference, Fang has almost twice the HP of either Lightning or Hope in that fight. So she can tank the attacks from Ushu too, that the others wouldn't be able to. And then if they die, you have to Phoenix down them or just heal them more often, and it just ends up being very slow. We don't want to deal with any of that. Zero, you want to talk about the Thermodon fight?
Well, this is one of my least favorite fights in the game. Because of that exactly. So Vanille got killed by the thing. But yeah, so Thermodon is basically invulnerable to damage until you stagger. Then he loses his whatever that's called, the armor, and then you just like win 2 turns after that. But you wanted to wait Thermodon to get closer because that way the blitz hits more times.
Yeah. Another thing with, you know, another instance of how the 3D model in the fights actually do matter a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah. This place here is also like one gigantic OSHA violation. You know, we're running around on the thing. There's just these giant jet engines that are firing. No guardrails for them, whatever. Like, somebody could just walk and get completely incinerated. You know, just by accident. But yeah. We're going to be doing another shop here. And this is the first part where the chips start to matter. The more chips that we got here, the more of the shop that we can do. And basically anything that we don't manage to do right here, we can just keep on shifting down the line until we guarantee that we... It's just going to be a matter of, like, how much can we do, and can we get the power spikes early? Yeah. Everyone's been doing safety saves before these sort of large menus. In real runs, you wouldn't. You just rely on your skill as a runner. But also, basically, anything in the run is recoverable from. It's just going to matter how much time it takes.
I wonder how much the Kelsey pays the Flaniders to guard or to do the Flanider things.
I don't think they get paid at all.
I think there should be a minimum wage. And I think it would.
Yeah, but for like.
And I think it
people.
wouldn't be. I think it wouldn't be enough. For the fact that there's prisoners escaping with guns.
Yeah, but like, I don't know, do they pay the, like, monsters? Because I thought they were all, like, bioengineered. Right?
I guess.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I don't think they pay the robots.
But do the robots have a job? Plants are at least janitors.
Yeah, that's true. Who knows?
You know, over the years, I've been trying to think of a way to head off the OSHA discussion. I think Zero, you might be onto something here. Just argue they don't have a job, and so they don't have work.
You know, that is a rather valid point. I will acquiesce that. Except for the people on jetpacks. Alright. So now
what is their job anyway?
To look cool.
Just have fun. Go to town with your jetpack.
Alright, so now we got the Kalavinka Striker. We got Fang in the lead here. This is actually gonna be a 2-part fight. We're fighting 2 different Kalavinka Strikers. Even though, because we skipped the cutscenes, it doesn't seem like that. We are also going to be doing the fight significantly differently. One of you two want to take it?
Yeah, so this fight, it looks quite a bit like the fight we had earlier in Chapter 4, or sorry, Chapter 3. Which is an upgraded version of that enemy, and it's a flying enemy, which means we can't launch it, and we have lightning as the lead. The first fight is pretty straightforward. It's a similar pattern. Just let Fang do her debilitations. Here we got slow and curse. Curse is really nice. It keeps him interrupted. He can have some pretty interrupting attacks, but the second fight is quite a bit different. because he starts with a sequence of attacks that are all in the same character, and it's a random character, and so we're going to be spamming potions to keep him alive. You can see Hope almost dies from just one of these attacks. We're quite a bit underleveled now, and attacks will generally be pretty devastating from any boss. But once Fang is able to land Curse, then we'll start interrupting him, and once we start interrupting, we can consistently stay alive. And so he's got a big attack coming up, and hopefully if the fight execution goes well enough, we want to try and time everyone's attacks to be interspersed to keep him interrupted if possible. He's got Curse, and Curse makes it so that our attacks interrupt. If we're able to do that, then we'll be able to skip the big attack. But we used to have more setup, and actually the part at the start of Chapter 9 when you set the paradigms is where you'd be using them. And we would have a Sentinel to survive this big attack, but eventually also Zero just successfully interrupted the big attack, the Firestorm. But if we did not interrupt this, we actually have a really funny strategy here, which is that we know Firestorm actually attacks the character with the lowest HP, and so we just let Hope die because, as you saw there, Hope was red. If he does not choose Hope as your main target for that attack, you just use potions, and Hope has the lowest max attack or max HP, and so you can just heal everyone to full HP, and then Hope will have the lowest HP, and the attack will hit him. And so you literally just save a Phoenix down for this fight now, because if you can't interrupt the big attack, you just Phoenix down, and it's faster than setting up a Paradigm and a Sentinel and all that. And so as Tyton was mentioning, we can use Sentinels to survive attack or to draw aggro, but if we can also use game mechanics or Phoenix downs to take the place, it's generally faster.
Yeah, and it's okay if Hope dies. We'll always resurrect him. Hope never dies for long.
It's up to us to keep Hope alive, but that also means we can let Hope die if we need to.
And then the fight becomes hopeless.
for a moment.
For a brief moment. Yeah.
One thing that's funny to be aware of that you'll eventually learn if you try to speedrun this game is that the cursor in this game is very weird, where if you try and use a Phoenix down when you have a dead party member, it will automatically target the dead party member. But we're speedrunners, we know that Hope's about to die, and so what you do is you go to the menu, you open the Phoenix down, you put it on Hope, and then Hope dies, and then the game puts the cursor on Lightning, and it does not switch it back, because when you select the action of, I want to use a Phoenix down, and then it checks, hey, who should I use it on? But if you don't actually select that, if you're ahead of the game, it will just not do that. And so I've seen people waste Phoenix down just because they're like, okay, I'm on Hope, okay, wait, I can't use a Phoenix down on Hope, he's dead, use it on Lightning. And it's just like a very silly thing that you have to be aware of, and just as a speedrunner you have to keep ahead of. So now on Zero's screen, we're coming up to we're in the middle of the bridge fights. These bridge fights are something that's changed significantly over the years. Specifically, we originally had a way of getting through these fights as fast as possible as they were intended. And so right now we're fighting the first fight that you really can't avoid. But one day, several years ago, someone showed up in the Discord that wasn't really a speedrunner. I believe his name was Mercury. And he was just like, so do you guys like use the despawn glitch at all throughout the speedrun? And we're like,
Twitch chat, not Discord.
No, I think it was in Discord. Just showed up in the FF general just asking about it, and we're just like the what now? And so eventually we learned through some experiments that the game has an interesting mechanic for how it spawns enemies, and it's a bit of an optimization thing. Actually, it's very similar to a trick that we'll see Zero use in FF12 tomorrow. It's almost like the despawn glitch, but generally the way it works is that when you're far enough away from enemies, the game despawns them. And so for us, that doesn't really matter because most of the enemy zones are split apart. But here we have overlapping enemy zones, and so the thing that we're able to do is we're able to basically move far enough away from an enemy's spawn point that they despawn inside of another enemy's zone. And then when we retry that fight that we just entered, we respawn back inside of the spawn zone. And so that basically is a way for us to teleport across the boundary of spawning enemies without crossing it. And so by doing that, we can actually despawn the enemies, essentially. And so this fight that Zero is fighting is actually quite long, and it's a fight that we used to skip. We used to go around it just because it takes quite a bit longer, and here we're actually using Odin. Without Odin, it would be even longer. So we'd have to use TP that we don't want to use elsewhere, and so on. But just because this fight is on the direct path, and it sets us up for the glitch that we're about to see happening. Although I say glitch, I think you could argue this is not a glitch. I make the same argument for FF12. It's just abusing a game mechanic for optimization. And in FF12, when they remade the game, they fixed a bunch of glitches, and they didn't fix the optimization one, which is like this. So right now we use the Decept just because the retry animation on fights is faster for Decepts. That's the only reason we're using this Decept. And so we are now outside of the zone where the enemies despawn. We start this fight, and then when we reappear, we're back further down the stairs inside of the zone where this next enemy respawns. And so we just we turn around, and the enemies are gone. And so this was originally a sequence of right. We originally took the left path here just because the enemies were less annoying, and there was 4 consecutive fights, and the 4th fight was still very annoying. It was our best Decept point, and it was a very random fight, and you just relied on snow tanking. Like anytime you're using Sentinel, it's slow. I believe it was about a minute and a half typically for that fight, and now we can just completely despawn it and skip the whole thing. So
and Saz is getting in fire there, which is the last end buff, so now Saz can do all enemy or do all elements, and doing some Rustarium for the other party members as well.
We are about to hit the first of our primary antagonists in the game, which is Barthandalus 1. Say Barthandalus 1, Bart 1, because we're going to be fighting him more times, turns out. Recurring villains are a great thing. So Bart is a giant multi-headed statue-esque thing. How would you best describe how he looks? Space Pope. Yeah,
I guess he's supposed to be like a choir in one person, because you got the choir music going in the background, and all the faces look like they're singing too.
Yeah.
He's its own symphony.
Symphony of One. But yeah, we're about to see him, and this fight can go really well or really badly. It's very execution-based, and it's one where we're going to be making use of a lot of the sort of quirks in the AIs, of party members, and a lot of things the animation cancels. So we'll get to that in like 20
This
seconds.
was, I believe you mentioned earlier, a possible place to use a Fortisol. I think this is what you're talking about.
Oh, Zero is using a Fortisol.
I was about to be okay.
I was saying for part 2.
This is also a place where you can skip the Fortisol if you want.
I believe the others will not use Fortisol here, but Zero got so many bonus Fortisols that he'll use this one here.
For this fight, I think I mentioned Ushu 2 as being the second longest fight. I think this is the third longest fight, and it can be almost as long as Ushu 2 without the Fortisol. But you want to talk about what goes on in this fight?
Yep. Okay. So, we're starting off with Saz and Synergist because, even though we have from the Fortisol, like the haste, bravery, and faith and stuff, each of the heads is weak to a different element, so getting the end spells on them is going to save a lot. We're also doing similar sort of cancels where we're going to queue up 4 attacks, only execute 3 because it stops lightning from doing this, a backflip that just like takes a lot of time between ready animation, a lot of these micro optimizations. Another thing that we're also doing this fight is we're leaving everybody in commando, because unlike in most of the roles, like I was saying earlier, most of the paradigms where the party members will tend to attack the same target that you are targeting, in this, if you're in 3 commandos, they'll all target different things. Since there are 5 heads, the 4 outside heads that we have to kill first and the main face, having everybody split up just makes the fight go a lot easier, a lot faster. And this fight's basically going to be split into 2 parts. The first one is where we're killing all the side heads. We want to get rid of them all as fast as we can. Then now, these sort of unlocks is next phase, is phase 2. And the name of the game here is Stagger. It's as quickly as possible. It's got this attack, Thanatos Smite. It does a lot of damage, and it can kill us. We've also picked up a technique in the last menu called Quake, which will use our technique points, but it will basically maximize the stagger duration without us needing to be in. Because that means that we can just stay in Rav, amp things up like crazy.
Let's get this over with.
We then want to get the stagger up to like 800-ish%, like 700-800%, because from there on we're gonna try to do a stagger lock. Barthandalus will do a lot of damage, and if we don't stagger lock him, he's got an ability that will reset his stagger gauge to 0, and start charging up, deal a lot of damage. Stagger is at a 0%. Or, 100%, we do so much less damage as opposed to us doing, 700% damage like what we're currently doing right now. If you do this, if you play this fight and you do it in Japanese, he makes the funniest sound, funniest grunting sound when you're doing the stagger lock. Yeah, but that was a perfectly executed fight. It's a fight where you're not super likely to die, because there's always backup things that you can take that'll make so you can live the fight. But it is one where if you mess up mechanically, you don't cancel animations in time, you miss time your staggers, you get launched at the point, you can lose so much time, and like there's not a lot that you can do at that point except try to survive and play the fight like normal. But that was a beautiful fight. Textbook. The fact that he had the Fortisol definitely made it go faster.
Yeah.
But only by a bit. That was extremely well executed.
Some things I can mention about that fight, just to add on. So the Cerberus, actually, I believe it's just commando AI in general in FF13, is just when you have multiple commandos, they tend to focus on different targets. But we use the fact that when Saz is a synergist, his AI will tend to give the character the element of the weakness of the enemy that they're currently targeting, so we can basically take advantage of that just by sitting in a paradigm where the commandos are attacking different things, and then he'll know to give us the right elements to spread the damage out really effectively. And so there's basically 2 phases to the heads phase. There's just the first 2 elements for Saz and Snow. For Snow and Lightning. Snow does more damage, and so he finishes his head faster, and then we can swap from there and set 2 new elements, and then take care of the 2 remaining heads. The other thing I'll mention, actually, just quickly to follow up on that, is that FF13-2 acknowledges that the Cerberus AI is, or the commando AI is a bit of a problem, and so they actually added a mechanic where the paradigms can get paired with a X or a W. So X means focus, W means wide, and so that'll make, if you're using multiple commandos, then Cerberus X will target one thing, Cerberus W will be like it is in this game. So we pretty much only have access to the W paradigms in this game. One other thing is that like Tyton mentioned, if he, Barthandalus removes his chain, removes his stagger, I guess you call it like a stagger break type ability. It's really slow and devastating for us as speedrunners, and I think that the game devs realized that, because that's another thing they added to a few bosses in 13.2. It's just bosses that can break their own chain gauge and go back to the default state, and it's just, it's a nightmare. So luckily we have very few of those in this game, and the longest fight in the game is one just partially because the boss can do that, and we have to just do a huge amount of chain twice. Last thing I wanted to mention about Quake is that technically it does not give you max chain or stagger duration, it gives you max chain duration, and the amount of stagger duration you get is a formula based off of the amount of chain duration you had when you staggered, and there's basically like a cap. Once you reach a certain amount of chain duration, if you're above that at all, you get the max, and so it puts you well above that. So even if you lose some chain duration from there, you'll still have max stagger duration when you stagger.
Yeah, it's like 45 seconds. So we've got Kaya. We got Kaya now doing the Bart 1 fight. It is going to be without a Fortisol. It is going to be slightly different because of that. We're going to be spending a lot more time with Saz and Synergist, just not outputting damage, because he's got to put on the haste, the end spells, the bravery onto everybody. Also likes putting vigilance on, which is not, and faith for whatever reason, it's not super needed. But it's all fine. But other than that, like, we're gonna be seeing much the same techniques that we're using, like doing shifts in air to like ready animation cancels, so that we're not doing the action poses, only doing 3 attacks over the backflips, using the multiple commandos, like the wide style paradigm, like what Roosta was talking about, and hopefully still getting the same stagger lock.
One thing going on here that you hopefully will not see is that the fact that haste to duration, I believe, is 2 minutes, and there's a little bit of a synergist roll benefit, which is that when you apply, or, it's not a roll benefit, but it's one of the abilities they have, which is when you apply a new debuff, the old debuffs get a little bit of a boost in their time. But if this fight goes poorly, you'll see haste runs out. It's one of the 2 fights that's long enough where you can actually see this happen. And so when you do this fight without a Fort Assault, with a Fort Assault, the initial buffs last, I think, 6 minutes? I forget exactly how long it is. I think it's 300 seconds. Yeah, 300 seconds, right? So 5 minutes. But when you cast it, you only get 2 minutes, and this fight is long enough that the fight is ending just as haste runs out. Actually, I believe Saz starts the fight by casting haste on himself, so if you pay close attention, I think Saz's haste will generally run out right as the fight ends, but if you do miss that this interruption here during Stagger, then you'll run out of haste on everyone, and it can be even more disastrous, but you know, we're just at the point now where we can hit this consistently enough.
Kaya's messing up.
He's not messing up, he's getting a bad pattern, right? Because Bartanilus was using attacks that you can't interrupt, but looks like we're good. Yeah. Expertly done.
Be good. Yeah, gets the refresh there.
Once you get the refresh, it's pretty free because Snow will attack so fast, and that'll also sync up Saz's attack to be with Snow, and so it just becomes straightforward to skip this.
Yeah, that could have gone real bad there if there been like another baptism in ruin.
Yep. Also, last thing, it's Thanatosian Smile, not Smite.
Oh, sorry, Smite's later. Sorry.
As you'll see, there's 2 upgraded versions of this fight, and the 2 versions of this fight we'll be fighting later, part 2 and part 3. So.
Yeah, and they're very different. That was the easiest of them. Yeah. But yeah, so now we got Zero and Kaya both. M's still catching up. In chapter 9, going through. Oh yeah, we didn't actually talk about this dodge before. So if you look at M's game right here, so this dodge is really cool because you're basically luring the Thermodon out, giving it a bit of a stare down, and he turns and can back away a bit and sneak right past. So yeah. There's a lot of different ways you can do that fight, but they all involve.
All of the enemies in the game have different sort of AIs that are going on that cause them to move the way they do, but one general principle that almost all enemies will follow is that when you're in the zone, they'll come towards you, and when you're out of the zone, they'll back away from you. And so, actually in chapter 2, we took advantage of that for a fight, for one of the dodges, that Zero actually. The Zero Scar, not Zero Elite, the one commentating, helped us figure out. But yeah, so that's just something that he took advantage of there, and generally it's just nice to run past enemies, but when they're directing your way like that Thermodon, then you have to come up with something. Alright, time for Sid.
Yeah. Oh boy, Sid.
Yeah, so Sid is has been an ally until now, but he has now revealed himself to actually be an enemy, and we have to fight him down, and he is like us. He's a Lassie, and so he'll be using abilities looking very similar to ours. He's got ruins, he's got physical attacks, and he's got a sentinel stance, and also a medic stance. And so the key for this fight is that he has a very, very high stagger bar and a very high chain resistance, which means that when you attack him with your normal spells, Spark Strike, Aqua Strike, it doesn't do as much chain as it would to most other enemies. His physical attacks are devastating. In fact, one of them will put Lightning or Saz down from full HP, almost down to dead. And so we really have to use the Sentinel a significant amount in this fight. But one of the optimizations we've come up with is actually using Spark Strikes and Aqua Strikes here instead of, Fire and Lightning or etc. Water has a higher chance of interrupting, and so we can actually slow him down quite a bit even without Vigilance. So here he's gone into his recovery stance, which means he's going to be using cures on himself. The cures actually don't really matter. As you can see, we're doing like hundreds of damage, and this is way before even staggering. But the important thing is that between his cures, we can actually interrupt him. And so if he goes into this defensive stance, he'll just be doing like a meta guard type thing, and he's not possible to interrupt then. So we can see we've got about 50% left in his chain, and so he's about to shift into his offensive shift. And if he hits 2 strings consecutively on Saz or Lightning, they die. And this is a fight that's very easy to die on. So his first string was on Snow, which means we've got a relatively safe pattern. And we've also interrupted enough that after just one attack there, he can get interrupted. But if that first attack in the offensive stance is on Lightning, Lightning will get launched, because he's just like us, he can launch us. And that can just lead to enough of an interruption that you can't stagger him before the second string, and then you can literally just die instantly there. And so this is just a very dangerous fight, but very well executed there by Zero.
That's a fight that's changed a lot over the years.
Yeah, it was originally a lot of, I think it's, what is it? I forget the name of the paradigm, but the Rav Sin Rav, where Snow would just be tanking all
Mystic
the attacks.
Tower.
Mystic Tower. I knew there was a tower in it, but I was like, what is it called? But we don't use that really at all anymore.
Yeah, so we used to use the spells rather than strikes, and it was a lot easier strat because you didn't rely on the interruptions. But it was also potentially slower, and you risked the defensive stance going into Stagger, which was not ideal.
I believe Aussie was the one who helped us come up with that, the current iteration of the fight, and it's evolved quite a bit, and it's hard to come up with a strategy like switching to the strikes. I believe Zero mentioned earlier, Zero Scar, that the animation for strikes is a little bit slower than the animation for spells, but they do more damage. In that fight, we really need the animation to be fast, but the key thing is that the interruptions make the whole fight go faster.
Ring around the rosy.
Yeah, there's 2 of these elevators. This first one we've always dodged this one.
The bomb almost got him.
Yeah, it's like a 45-second time loss if you fail that dodge, just because the whole elevator ride is its own zone, and so it puts you back at the top of the elevator. I believe all 3 of these runners go for the bird elevator dodge, which is significantly scarier. It's a shorter dodge because the birds jump onto the elevator about halfway down, but birds are very unpredictable, although maybe we'll see some of them go for the decep there just for the sake of safety.
Yeah. Also, the bomb elevator you can just kill if you get caught, but not so much with the bird.
Actually, I believe we don't have the TP anymore with our current routing.
Or maybe not with the guard handlers. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think there's like if you have to use the backup strat on the Sid, then yeah, that's it. If you have to use the backup strat of summoning on Sid, then you don't have the TP for it. You can still kill them with like they die really quickly without. You can also kill it with like aggression or something. But
one of the few fights like that at this point in the game.
So one other cool thing about the Sid fight, he does have a second phase that we just completely skip. Because we just stagger a lot in the air. If you see the second phase, you fall off the fight.
Not necessarily. Like if that's what the backup is for, the summon backup. So you can summon through the big attack, the metamorphosis or whatever it is.
Yeah.
Or no, it's Seraph Ray?
Yeah, it's Seraphic Ray.
Seraphic Ray is the yeah, so you can summon through that and then kill it with Sentetsuken. The Sid with Sentetsuken, but it's slow.
But so by summon through it, what he means is like if you time your summon animation right when the attack is about to hit you, you get some iframes there, and so we actually used that earlier on Ushu 1. Snow summoned while he was hitting us with a big launching attack, and that just let us skip that entirely, but we'll be using that more later. But since you don't need to do that, it's a backup. A lot of runners don't actually know the exact timing, and so you can still die
here's
from not knowing the timing of Seraphic Ray.
Here's the bird elevator for Zero.
Oh, he is going for it.
Cool.
The important thing here, there's 2 different types of birds. The 2 that are the same tend to just chase you around in circles, and it's pretty straightforward. The yellow and blue one that's in the middle is very unpredictable. But
very nice.
Yeah, that was well done. That bird is very unpredictable, and the only reason this dodge is possible the way it is that we realized that the bird, whether it runs at you, is very random. But the thing is, he can't run at you if he's not facing you, and he will turn slowly. And so by running around him, you sort of keep him turning non-stop, and so you don't have to deal with any of this unpredictability. And the dodging of the 2 birds that run straight after you is pretty straightforward. Those 2 birds still suffer from the sort of important weakness that a lot of weaknesses in this game have. Enemies in this game have is when they chase after you, they tend to attack you, and when they attack you, you can usually just dodge that attack, and so you can just running straight away from those birds will typically be enough to dodge them.
Sid fight seems to be going pretty well so far.
The thing about the Sid fight is it can seem to go well until the last second. The important thing to look out for is that you get about 25% chain per string, and so he comes out of offensive stance at 250. Oh, we got double guard. Okay, yeah. So normally he comes out of the... No, this is great. This is fine. Oh, actually, he has to wait for this to end.
Yeah,
think.
yeah, that's why.
I think
Yeah,
when you
now he's-
stack no
okay.
when you stagger him though, then he'll offensive shift and you're fine. But yeah, so you get about 25% per string, and so he typically comes out of his guard or recovery stance around 250% the way we have it routed. And so it's like, can you do those two 25% and then hit the 300% stagger point? But since we got double guard, there's a really easy mistake to make, which is that if you stagger him while he's still in the defensive stance, you actually won't be able to kill him, even though you're doing 800% damage with your stagger. But these runners are experienced enough that that won't happen. So double guard is just actually probably a little bit faster, I would say. And then, or no, it wouldn't be just because it's a little bit slower, just because he chains even slower when he's in defensive stance. So.
Yeah. Also, we've got the Bahamut fight going on.
There is fighting Bahamut. Bahamut can easily kill you if you're not careful. He likes to do strings of moves, and there's a move called Whirlwind here, which will launch you. But you can use either Provoke or Potion to not get launched into the air. And the rest of the fight is mostly getting the debuffs on Bahamut and then just letting Vanille and Lightning Chain on Bahamut and make sure to survive. Yeah. He has two different strings he can use. He can either open with a Whirlwind, so you have to be ready to potion immediately, or he can do Whirlwind as the third move of the string, so you have to count on both.
And now that Bahamut's been taken care of, we actually finally, as we discussed earlier, have the ability to control what our party is. However, now that we're in Chapter 11, we are starting with a forced fight where we have to have... the next fight is Hope's Eidolon, so we have a fixed party for that. So this is the last time we'll be using a lot of these party members, but...
Unfortunately.
Yeah. I would say it's the last time we use Lightning, but I don't think it's the last time for Lightning, but it is the last time for... Oh no, it's not the last time for Fang, because we also have Vanille's Eidolon.
Yeah.
Two forced fights coming up, but...
This is kind of funny pacing with the game, where there's the next 3 mandatory fights, well, for Kaya at least, Zero is already past the first of them, are all Eidolon fights. We do 2 more fights though, but those are both optional, technically.
One of them is very, very technically optional. I think it's supposed to be forced, but there is a way to dodge it. We can talk about that once we get there.
Yeah.
For now, we're coming up on the Hope's Eidolon, which is Alexander. This fight is a really interesting one. It's also one that's changed quite a bit over the years. It's pretty straightforward. Alexander likes to do a string of devastating attacks, followed by just standing still. And the thing you really got to go for is chaining. That's the thing that charges his Gestalt bar the most. And so the whole thing about the fight is how much chain can you get while surviving his devastating attacks. The big thing is that we're going to be using Fang's Sentinel to take his big attacks. He'll actually change his attacks based on whether he launches you. So he has Explosive Fist, and he only uses the more devastating version of that if you get launched up by his first one. And the whole fight is like that. If the first attack connects, then he does a bigger attack for the second one. But if we're just meta-guarding with Fang, then she won't get launched, and he won't do his bigger attack. And the big thing to know here is that Hope is low enough that if he gets hit by any of these attacks, you will just die instantly. We used to have some defensive measures. We used to be able to cast Protect on Hope and have more HP on him and better equipment so that he could survive some of these attacks. But now we're actually so confident in our ability to tank with Fang that we're just gonna let her take everything, and then a single attack on Hope would kill him. The big thing to be aware of, though, is that some of these attacks are AoE, and Fang likes to back up between her strings, and so the whole thing is shifting paradigms when she would be walking back, so that when she's doing her ready animation, she's doing that instead of backing up. And then he goes into this lofty challenge. Like I said, he'll have a phase where he just stands there, and so you have to be really careful with Fang, because after her string, she'll back up, and we don't want to stop this because this is sort of like a timing thing. So now she's standing next to Hope now. So if we were able to let her start tanking then, we would just die. And so we have to control the shifts. Now she's next to him. When she stands next to him, then we shift to Medic, Provoke, and then Meta-Guard. And then these big attacks aren't going to happen. And then we can go back to attacking.
The Roosta's been very good at remembering to give credit for people who have come up with strats, but this time I remember to do that and give Roosta credit for this strat. As he was one of the people who were working on the Alexander strat.
The big thing that really fell into place with this one is that when you start the fight with those protects, then you would lose chain on him, and when you lose chain, it's not a big deal for these fights because you're not trying to stagger. The reason why it was a big deal for this fight specifically is that the chance of provoke landing goes down if you lose the chain, and so when you maintain the higher chain at the start without doing this dangerous protect strategy, that makes it so that your provokes are guaranteed to land. And the reason people were dying was that the provoke would wear off. So it's like, okay, provoke wears off, we need to be prepared for the provoke missed. And so we need to be prepared for hope to get hit. It's like if you just go aggressive, it'll maintain the chain, you'll hit provoke 100%, and then it's a fast and reliable strategy.
So, a few things now. M is starting part 1 without a forward stall. Hopefully it goes well as Kaya. And now 0 in 11 has the ability to change the party however we...
Thanks.
This is going to be great, and we've now set up the party to basically be what it's going to be for the rest of the block. We've got Saz as the lead, we've got Vanille, and then we've got... we've already talked a bit why Saz is so great. Vanille's great because we do need... her roles are Ravager, Synergist, and Medic. Ravager is fantastic. We love the ability to be able to chain higher. The Synergist is, like, okay. Not, like, super relevant. Oh, sorry, Saboteur, not Synergist, sorry. The Saboteur is amazing, which we'll get to when we sorry, not and the Medic is going to be useful just because the potions by this point have, like, kind of lost their effectiveness. And there are some fights that we are going to have to heal. Snow has Sentinel, which we are going to need in a few fights in order to survive. He's got Ravager, which again is going to be a lot more chain, which equals more damage, and he's got Commando, which is a lot more damage. So with these 3 party members, we kind of have like the mix of survivability, buffs, debuffs, and damage that we need to get through the rest of the game.
Yeah, we basically, between our 6 roles, between our roles, we basically need to have 2 Commandos, 3 Ravagers, a Medic, Saboteur, and Synergist, and these 3 party members just happen to have, and a Sentinel, right? So 9. We need to have those things laid out. We will eventually, for a brief period, need 3 Commandos, just for a little bit of extra damage, and so we actually will get that on Vanille, even though it's very expensive. But like these 3 party members have all of those things. If you swap any one of these party members out, you don't get what you need from all of them, especially because Hope's buffs are not as good for speedrunning as Saz's buffs, and like I mentioned before, Fang's debilitations are not nearly as good as Vanille's debuffs.
Yeah. Also, usually it doesn't matter where you menu, but for that specific menu, it is very important to do it as soon as possible, so you don't lead us hope for the whole run.
Yeah, this was something that we did not know, but we actually discovered from a Japanese runner. Was they did that menu at the start of that screen instead of at the end, and we were like, why? It doesn't make sense. It doesn't really matter where you do it, but it turns out Hope runs at, I believe, like 93%.
Yeah, we mentioned that back in chapter 5, so that's the biggest part where just moving out from Hope saves you so much time. And also here, 0 is doing the, like we mentioned way back, this is the only optional fight that we do in the run. And we do it for the Crystarium points. Like this gives you 6,000 points.
It's the only optional fight we do for Crystarium points specifically. There's
a few chests.
But like this small amount of points that this gives is just enough that we managed to hit thresholds when we need.
It might be worth mentioning this fight is actually the best place to grind Crystarium points for quite a long time in the game. Like if you're doing it casually and you want some extra CP, this is the best place to come back to until you've gotten pretty much through chapter 11. Just because it's a free preempt because they're fighting each other, and it also only takes a few seconds to respawn them. So when we want to do grinding, we do it there, but because those enemies are already there, we don't have to respawn it. We just fight it one time, and it puts us over the threshold for a few specific abilities that we're about to see in use.
I is about to get to the Alex fight. And I think Alex fight is the last one we used Hope, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. So, you know, we've just really never, other than a bit in Chapter 5, we just never needed to give Poke anything because we don't really need time investment.
After Alex, this run becomes hopeless.
Yeah, so these robots that Zero's trying to lure to the side, they're like decently consistent with the luring and the dodging, but it can't like actually move around.
What do we do?
So you just saw him kind of like luring them into the side for 10 plus seconds or whatever, just trying to get them out of the way.
That dodge and some of these enemies are a little bit different on console. I know that Mr. Zwanzig has complained about how difficult that dodge is. It's quite a bit harder on console, but here on PC we've got the higher frame rate, and so they move a little bit more nicely for us. Now coming up on Zero's screen, we've got the longest menu in the whole run. It's I think it takes us almost 3 minutes to do. We just have all of the resources we've been building up over chapters 9 and 10, and we haven't really been shopping since the end of chapter 9. And we're about to sell a bunch of stuff and start upgrading our final equipment. We have picked up enough chests that we can actually upgrade a few power wristbands all the way up to the max warrior wristband upgraded, and we can just throw those onto our main party members, and then we can shift them around as necessary. But it just gives quite a bit more extra damage. These warrior wristbands are quite a bit better in terms of cost to damage or cost to stats than the weapons, which is nice because we can change them between party members as necessary for different fights.
Yeah, looks like we had enough gil for it, which is great. We have now we have unlocked the ability to basically level up characters into any role instead of the primary hero they have. But like Zero mentioned earlier, it's very expensive to do so, so we're not going to be touching them yet for a while.
Yeah, just regarding the choice of the main party right now, which we see now, Saz, Vanille, Snow. The only real substitution that we've considered in the past is swapping in Fang for Snow, because all you have to do is get her a few Ravager abilities, and she will have what you need, which is a Commando, a Ravager, and a Sentinel, because she's already really good Sentinel and Commando. Arguably better than Snow as a Commando, but just the degree to which Snow is better as a Ravager is why he's better in the run. The big thing you want from a Ravager, and it's not even like something that's explicitly mechanic in the game, is just attacking quickly. And Snow, when you have him physically spec'd, will just only use strikes, and Snow's strike animation is very fast. He just punches left fist, right fist, left fist, right fist. That is much faster than anything you get from Fang as a Ravager, and so that's just makes the fights all go faster. So in the past, we've had some fights where we can use slow, because Fang could be a saboteur for the fight, but we're not going slow, we're going fast.
Yeah, it's a slow run. No, wait, it's not a slow run. I like started the joke, managed to stumble it, and then like get it back in all the wrong way. I was just like, it's a slow run, not a speed run. I was like, wait, that's not what I'm supposed to say here.
This run may be hopeless, but we're definitely not going slow.
That's a good one. Yeah, so one of the things that we're doing here is we've upgraded Saz's weapons, the Saz and Snow's weapons to the top, to like their star, which is max. They can be upgraded further, but like that's expensive to do. We don't need to do it right now. But yeah, like the warrior wristbands, plus 180 strength. That is a lot. Like the Crystarium nodes don't provide nearly as much as that. And it's a lot cheaper. We can use the guild because we have it.
Alright, Zero is through the longest menu, and now we're coming up on the next quote-unquote optional fight. So I've seen a video of someone actually like spending 5 minutes just running back and forth, getting the ally members to run around and push these guys to the side. I actually spent a few minutes trying to do it myself, but I could not manage it, so these two flans just guard the entrance, and it actually ends up being that their CP is nice for the menu that's coming up. Actually, specifically the next fight is Vanille's Eidolon Hecaton Care, and for that fight, you need a little bit of extra CP to be able to afford the last accessory slot and the last ATB slot on Vanille, both of which make the fight a lot safer and faster. And so even though this is quote-unquote optional, it only takes a few seconds and actually makes things go smoother from here on out.
You do have to be a bit careful though, because sometimes the Roosta can just murder somebody in your party.
Yeah, 2 straight attacks will be enough to kill Saz, but they sort of lumber around and die quickly, so you can just die out of nowhere, especially if Vanille decides to not heal you, but...
Yeah, there's gonna be a lot of points where we're kind of like begging Vanille to do stuff, and oh, we get an Aegisol Sid fight!
Thanks, Vanille.
Yeah, this is quite nice. So as I was mentioning the strategy for this fight, the big thing is keeping him interrupted, and so strikes are better because they have what's called a higher cut value. So there's cut and keep. If your cut is higher than the enemy's keep, you'll interrupt them. Spells have lower cut, and so it's harder to interrupt enemies with them. But when you have vigilance, which a Fortisol gives you, it gives you max cut, and so you can just use spells to interrupt, and so this fight goes on faster. Yeah, sorry, Aegisol is the one that gives you vigilance here.
So the fight becomes a lot faster. It's also a lot safer because you've got all these defensive buffs on you, so you're just taking less damage in case you mess somebody up.
Yeah. And you're also chaining more because of the conditional modifiers.
Yeah, you got all these extra buffs with people with conditionals. Actually, we still use the strikes on lightning, but now Saz's attacks also interrupt, which is why it's much more reliable to keep interrupted. Aegisol generally is not worth that much, but here it's like 10 or 15.
Aegisol is definitely the worst out of the...
This is the fight to use an Aegisol on now. Also, it does make it so that his string of attacks, you can survive 2 of them, so it does save a little bit in terms of... or not doesn't save, but it makes it safer. But now we'll see, like, you would have been around 250% with no conditionals. Here you're at 270% with those conditionals, and now you can easily keep them interrupted, and then stagger towards the first offensive string even.
Alright, so we've got the Hecaton fight now, which is Vanille's Life 1. It's gonna be the last of it. It can be like kind of difficult. I remember casually I had an awful time with this fight because you only have Vanille and Fang with you. But it turns out you can just do it entirely with the default paradigms that the fight gives you. You don't have to edit anything. It's again a mix of like manipulating where Fang is so that she's separate from Vanille and most of Hecaton's AoE attacks won't do. And the fact that just constantly debuffing with Vanille is enough to increase its gauge. Like that's what the fight wants you to do. Hecaton also has a few different like set patterns that you just have to identify and know how to adjust with them. And you can technically end the fight with what we call a Fang sacrifice, where if you're close enough to defeating Hecaton to go into Salt Bar, and Fang dies, normally you'd have to revive her. Yeah, we'll just go for the risk. Go for the rush. There are 2 new abilities that we've unlocked on that are going to be really important kind of throughout the rest of the run. First, as you just saw, is Renew. It's a 2-cost TP ability that will revive and heal the whole party member. It's much more effective than using a potion. It's like a combination super potion, high potion, plus Phoenix Down. It also stops you from being interrupted from things, so we're going to be using for that later, and it's also really quick. The second is we finally learned Imperil. Imperil is going to be really relevant, but what Imperil basically will do is it will add elemental weakness to whoever target. So if you have an enemy that is neutral to enemy, and you Imperil it, it's now going to be weak to all elements. If you have an enemy that was like resistant to fire and you Imperil it, it's now going to be neutral to fire. That is going to vastly increase our chaining capability because basically all the ways that we have of chaining things is going to be with something that's elemental, like the Ravagers do. If we put an end spell on Slaz and then we blitz and they're Imperiled, it's going to do a lot more damage because each of the blitz hits is going to count as an elemental hit. Which they're now weak to. It's going to increase the chain by a lot because of buffering, which we haven't talked about. We'll get to that later. But again, because of the Imperil, it's just like more and more multipliers. So a really common thing that we're going to be doing with a lot of the fights from now on is asking Vanille very, very, very nicely to please land Deep Protect and please land, because that's where like a lot of the massive multipliers that we're going to be getting comes from, and that's where a lot of the RNG and a lot of the later fights are going to happen.
Yeah, Imperil also has a relatively low infliction rate, and so you have to cast it multiple times, and it just comes down to how many times you have to cast it. Every time she misses, it increases the chance for the next one to hit, so you always get it eventually, so it's just how early can she hit it, typically. One thing I'll mention about Hecaton, we'll get to see him again, but I think Hecaton is actually one of the fights that's changed the least in the time since, in the past probably like 10 years. It's always been the same pattern of, you're fixed with Fang and Vanille, just have Fang run forward. Literally, there's one speedrunner who had the split name Fang run forward. And the only thing that's really changed is just understanding exactly what patterns he has. He pretty much does 3 attacks in a row, but the first 2 attacks can be a sequence of 3 attacks. So it's always, in my mind, it's like PAH or PHF. So pummel, aerial kick, hurricane kick, or pummel, hurricane kick, force projections, and then he will finish with either force projections or counter. And then you can also just do Quake for any of those 3 slots. So just fully understanding that, it just makes the fight a little bit safer because we know exactly where the limits are, like what we have to be able to survive, and so that we can be more judicious about using Renew or potions. But other than that, the fight stayed the exact same for years. Okay, and we're through the bird elevator, so the thing was we had 3 successful bird elevators, which is just completely remarkable for me. Unlike the bomb elevator, the bird elevator you cannot fight. So if you fail that one, you will lose the full 45 plus seconds from going through the top of the elevator again.
Yep. Yeah, so just to answer a few of the questions. So Renew will act as like a Phoenix down on anybody who's dead. But if they are dead, then they lose any of the buffs they had. So you'll end up losing time because you might have to play any buff. And the amount that Renew will heal everybody is 50% of their maximum HP. And they'll get that even if they were dead or even if they were alive. Either way, they regain 50%. So at this point, the potions are basically useless. They don't heal for nearly enough. And Renew's also really fast to you. So in the fight, like a lot of the TP management that we're going to be doing throughout the rest of the run is going to be surrounding Renews and Libras.
Maybe a Quake here or there. But
Yeah.
part of the reason why it's so fast is, I'm not sure if you mentioned it, but TP abilities as well as potions don't use ATB, and so you don't have to wait for the ATB to charge in order to use them.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 Eidolon fights here at the same time. Fang leading and Fang tanking.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of fitting that they're both on the screen at the same time.
Right. Especially since Vanille and Fang are sort of paired up in the story, but we can see that this fight on the left, Bahamut, is all about just trying to stay on the ground if possible. There you go, provoke to stay on the ground. Do not stay on the ground here, but it's not too bad if you get launched by the second one. Getting launched by the first one is definitely worse. But you take the period between his strings to try and get the chain up and the just gauge up. The thing about Bahamut is that this amount of time that he stands still is pretty random, whereas Hecaton is very regular, and so that's the thing that makes Bahamut a really random fight. But it's still pretty quick, 46 seconds here. It's actually a faster fight typically than the Hecaton fight because we have basically access to a third-party member, which means we can chain it a lot faster. So the Fang sacrifice, we actually got to see it on the right. Fang has been sacrificed, and then
that's a lot of just alt left. So.
Yeah. So we're actually gonna bring her back. We might be able to sacrifice her again, although looks like we're okay here.
Man, do you want Fang to be sacrificed? Have a heart, man.
I believe Hecaton is Bahamut is the fastest of the Eidolon fights in general.
Sounds, yeah. In terms of fastest time, yes. It can be slower if you get bad luck, but yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it's probably the most RNG out of them all.
Maybe Odin is faster.
Yes, we had a runner, Mr. Zwanzig, who had a spreadsheet, or not a spreadsheet, but a text file keeping track of the typical times for all of the fights. And I recall his comments on the Bahamut included an expletive. So I think that's all you need to know about how that fight goes.
Yeah. So we're about to hit Tajin's Tower on Zero's screen. Tajin's Tower is kind of the closest thing you get to a traditional dungeon in this game. It's composed of several different floors, and in order to progress through the tower, you have to do different missions, which is something that we've completely skipped over. Scattered throughout Grand Pulse, which is where we are. Like, most of the game so far has taken place in, which is like this giant floating city in the sky. Now we're on Grand Pulse, which is the wilds on the planet. But are scatter these seed stones, which give you missions. And there's 64 missions total. You do not need to do most of them. The vast majority of them are side content. While you can do them in like 5% or all missions percent, here we only do the missions that are required, which are basically the ones that let us unlock Tajin's Tower and progress through the story. So we're going to be going up and down these, you know, doing an amount of backtracking, but the order that we take these is mostly fixed. There are some that we can choose the order we do them in, but yeah, for the most part, we have to do
I
mission
think only the last two we can swap the order of, and we've messed around with it both. But in terms of the actual routing, in terms of the movement, it's within a second of each other, or I think within 3 seconds. But the alternate order, doing the last two backwards, has a really nice benefit, which is that you get to do the more dangerous fight second, and so you get to do, when you do the menu before the more dangerous fight, you get to have extra CB that you got from the what would be the last fight, and so you can get the benefit from that. I'm actually not sure what people have landed on, because all it does is change the menus up a little bit. It doesn't change anything fundamentally. And
Look
so,
at that fancy feat that Zero just had for the dog.
yeah, so we have a few names for enemies throughout the run, and that dog that we just ran by, we actually run by him again. We saw him, Mr. Zwanzig, and I think we're pretty consistent about dodging him now, but he's been a problem in the past. The dog enemies have been getting faster and faster as we go through the run, and they've now reached the point where they are much faster than us, but they can typically be dodged by their attacks. So like when they're about to attack you, you dodge to the side and you get away from them. In the next chapter, in chapter 12, they will be much too fast, and we actually have to decept them. But for now, they're still not too fast.
Yeah, that Zwanzig is this. The reason why that Zwanzig is so annoying to dodge is that he's so fast, and that was evident during the FF4 run earlier, where he got the world record. So, congratulations, this was it.
Building up the FF Relay lore.
Yeah,
yeah,
this is one thing maybe fast. He's not fast enough to catch our speedrunners here, so.
I don't know. Zero's been making good use of the head start.
True.
So that was the XIII. It's the first of the missions that we have to do in Tajin's Tower. And these enemies are ones that will spawn basically when we activate the mission. And we're able to preempt most of them, which makes the fight significantly faster than if we them. That was also the first fight where we really get to see the like the end spell plus blitz plus imperil combination. Where basically like once we got the stagger, the XIII kind of vanished. It is like a bit awkward, but ran right into Zwanzig.
What was Zwanzig doing there?
Yeah, I don't. That's a weird spot.
That's his teammate, you know.
Yeah. You're supposed to be helping Zero, not against him.
The thing that makes this specific Menagamer, is the name of the enemy, dodge difficult, is that you typically want to dodge by just jigging to the left or the right when he swipes at you, but you're stuck inside this hallway, so it makes your room for maneuvering a lot smaller. Also, he can just do completely weird and confusing things like we just saw.
So, yeah. So we've swapped over to the needle, and while for most of the rest of the run we're going to be using Staz as the primary, it turns out that Hecaton is really powerful. So, we're using Vanille basically just in order to summon. A lot of the times we're going to be using these Vanille fights, it's going to be a quick preempt into a very quick stagger, into a summon, into, you know, doing a bit more things, just stalting, and then murdering everything that we see in front of us.
Yeah, this is an Eidolon we'll see multiple times just because of the amount of damage you can do. Also, for all these fights in the tower, except for one of them, we preempt them just because we can. The only one we don't preempt, it was very difficult to preempt, but there's actually no real benefit to that. Just like the way the enemy's barrier and resistances work, it's even if you do stagger him, you usually can't kill him in that stagger, and it's not even faster. So we could have farmed up Decept for that if we needed to. But for one of the fights, Penangolin is one of the places that we farmed a Decept for, just because it's so unreliable to get that preempt, and these preempts all save a significant amount of time.
Doing these fights without preempts.
But doing them with a preempt is actually very free, and the inputs are actually even pretty similar for a lot of the fights. It's usually just we'll see Zero do the same thing that we've seen basically Sam do for Titan and so on. It's just basically start with Saz, give himself and Snow the right buffs, and then just stagger and kill. So very straightforward.
Yeah, so yeah, we're gonna see that again with the match here.
Also, for what I believe is the first time we see all three runners in the same chapter. Chapter 11 is the longest chapter by quite a bit. Almost an hour, more than an hour if you're not as good as these runners, but less than an hour if you're as good as these runners. And so now we're all in the same chapter.
You're called out.
Yeah.
We had that earlier in like chapter 4 or 7.
Yeah, very briefly in 4. They were together. I don't know about 7.
I think they might have been in 9, but I wasn't thinking.
Probably, but we just didn't notice it.
Given how long 9 is, yeah.
Yeah, this chapter is very long. There's a lot that's happening, and like our characters are going to get significantly stronger, sort of at the end of it.
And there's also like a really big power spike here.
Yeah.
Because the game expects you to do all the missions. Stuff.
Yeah.
Just before Titan's Tower is the Arkild step, and that's where you're supposed to start like those missions that Titan was talking about, or just generally exploring. In terms of the game being a quote-unquote corridor, this is where it becomes much more open world, and you can explore different things and move around, and the game expects you to do that, and the enemies get correspondingly more difficult for us, and we're skipping all of that. So.
Corridors are faster, so as speedrunners we treat the archive step as a corridor as well.
Yeah, you can see the issues that some of the dogs are giving. They're really fast when they're like Kaya failed it outside, Zero just failed it inside here.
There's
like,
a very
they're
specific,
very fast.
Something that you want to do, which is like to dodge to the left or the right when they're coming at you. When there's two of them, they might basically set up a situation where it's impossible to do that. Where it's right where you have to do something to dodge one, and then the other one hits you no matter what you do, and that's just what happened there. But he's through it now, so.
Yeah. It's like, you know, dogs are like just under the birds and how annoying they are.
They also get faster and faster as the run goes on. So now we're now on the second most difficult form of them that we'll face.
Yeah. M's about to do the long menu. And Kaya's about to start the Gelatin fight. So these runs so far have been really good.
Yeah.
Like no runners made really any mistakes at all.
Expect nothing less than these three. They really have pushed this game to the absolute limit.
Yeah, top tier runners we got here.
Even just looking at the spreadsheet, it blows my mind to see if 425 is the estimate. Like, that would have been a world record by 20 minutes a few years ago. One more time we get to see Kaya dodging Swansig.
Well, see, it makes sense that Kaya wants to dodge Swansig. And he can't.
He's trying to catch up.
Yeah.
Swansig not doing his job anymore, just completely failing to catch Kaya.
I mean, he already got a world record earlier. Like, how much more do you...
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, so Kaya starting the Gelatin fighting. Jeez. The
Mr.
Gelatin fight. Look, I mean, I got verbal typos too. So, But yeah, we're gonna be seeing like much the same strats. You know, a lot like getting haste is so incredibly powerful, and then like with Braver and the end spells, we don't even need to put anything on because Snow and Saz are the ones who are doing basically all the damage.
So one thing that Kai actually took advantage of there that, you know, it's really easy to miss, and like even if you're a speedrunner in this game, it's just like typically in this fight, Vanille's will stagger the enemy while you're doing your paradigm shift animation because the debuffs take a second to hit, and when they hit is when the stagger happens. He actually missed some of the debuffs, and so after that he paused for a second to make Saz buff himself, and so Saz was targeting himself when the stagger happened, and so we still got the stagger slowdown skip. Normally happens one way, got it a different way, and that's just like 1 second save in another fight, and it just keeps on adding up, and it's just one of the things that makes these runners great.
Did Zero do manual Mushusu?
I did not notice I was watching Kaya, but yeah, I don't think anybody does the decept there unless you have like 4 bonus decepts.
Yeah. So yeah, this Mushusu is very annoying to manually preempt. You have to really do a lot of luring in order to get them to cooperate with you, and it's a fight that you realistically can't do without preempting.
Swanzig's revenge. He failed a dodge, but I'm not sure if it's come up yet. I'll just mention again that when you fail a dodge, you basically restart at the entrance to the zone. But here, he actually made it all the way through the zone and got caught by the enemy outside the zone on the far end, and so he got placed on the far end of the zone, and so that's like minimal time loss for that one. So
if you're failing a dodge, like that's kind of the best way because you've already made it past where you want to go.
It's rare for enemies to be aggressive outside of their zones, but these dogs are one of the enemies that we also saw earlier, like the bombs were chasing Zero out of the elevator. And yeah, some enemies are like that, but most of them just generally become docile once you leave their zones.
Yeah, sometimes you can also just be caught like right as you're leaving it, so you're still in the zone when they like started the attack animation. Yeah, M's in Foro.
Yeah, the Mabara, coming up on Hackathon here. I believe, given this pace, we'll all be in Tajin's tower at the same time. I think M will just make it before Zero finishes up.
I think it'll be close. Probably like when we start the Haka.
Yeah. So we just fought Mushusu. The thing about Mushusu is that we'll see Kaya coming up in this preempt. The thing about him is that he starts in the middle of the zone, and no matter which way you come in, he will always just like come straight towards you. And so the preempt is a bit of a challenge because he starts in the middle of the zone and will always see you. So the trick to getting into to be preemptible is to try and lure him towards you and then lure him out of the zone. Once you lure him out of the zone, he'll turn around and start moving back towards the zone. He'll start moving towards his center point, and so you can typically hit him from behind once he's going back towards his the center point. And the way you can actually do this is actually really clever. You basically lure him towards the edge of the zone, and then you run up the stairs so that he is facing towards you, but away from the center of the zone. So when he starts to back up from you, as enemies want to do when you are outside the zone, he'll actually go further away from his own zone. And then when he starts to turn around to go back towards the middle, then you can approach him from behind and preempt him. So it's a little bit of you have to become like a Mushusu whisperer to understand it. There's also the big RNG thing going on at the same time, which is that the birds are there and they can just see you for no reason, but typically they're not too big of an issue. One more thing.
You also have to be careful to not hit Mushusu outside of the battle zone, because then you don't get a preemptive.
Yeah, if you hit an enemy outside the zone, even if they don't see you, it's not a preempt. You have to be inside the zone and not aware of you to get the preempt.
Yeah. So one other thing that we saw Kaya do is, again, going back to the fact that this is a 3D game, the models in their positions actually matter. When the Gurganach was in the air, Kaya didn't use the blitzes while he was falling, because then a lot of the bullets would actually miss. So in that case, it's a lot better to wait for the enemy to just like fall into the ground and be in a consistent spot, so the strafing bullets will all actually hit, and you actually get the full amount of damage.
The other thing to watch out regarding this is that Snow will typically launch things, and Saz will shoot at where the enemy was when Snow is launching and not where they are. And so, like, for example, we saw Zero, when he was fighting Jealous Titan, have to delay his string because Snow was about to run up and launch him, and he would have whipped a bunch of bullets. And so it's one of those things you gotta be aware of as someone using Saz's Blitz. Here we have Penangolin on zeros. This is one of our very few farmed D-sets. This is possible to preempt, it's just not consistent. We've not found a way to do it consistently. It typically involves something like what I described for Mishusu, which is to lure him out of the zone and then let him come back. The issue, though, is that Vanille is actually too short to hit Penangolin when he's not aware of her. So if he does not see her, you cannot hit him, which means you have to preempt on one of the smaller birds, and they tend to be much more random about whether they see you or not. So you have to be able to basically lure all of the enemies at once to one spot, and then get them all to face away from you, which can be done, and a few notable members of the community have argued for this, but Insane Person just fronts a D-Sep here.
But yeah, for the fight itself, we just bring out the big guns and kill it with Hekaton.
Yeah. Hekaton just does an insane amount of chaining and an insane amount of damage compared to all the other Eidolons, compared to what your characters can do. So in fights like this, where you're basically starting off with a preempt, and you don't have to worry about imperil or multi-phases or anything like that. You just need things dead right now. Hekaton is absolutely fantastic for this.
One nice thing, or I guess one annoying thing about Penangolin, and there's a few enemies that we have to fight that are like this, but the way Imperil works was well described by you, Titan, but one thing that I can add to that is that Imperil basically moves you up one tier in your resistance. So if you start with no resistance, then you'll get moved into weakness, but if you start resistant, then you'll move into normal, not weak. And so Penangolin is someone who resists all elements, and so when we use Imperil against him, it just puts us like to base level. And so even when we use Imperil, it doesn't do that much damage. And so that's one of the things that makes that fight quite a bit slower if you're not using Hekaton. But Hekaton is Earth Elemental, which means, like all other Eidolons, that it's non-elemental damage. It doesn't actually matter, and it just goes through the weakness. All of the Eidolons have their weakness, but or have their specific element, but it doesn't really matter. They just break through the resistances.
Yeah, and that was a great manual preempt that Kaya had. So if you're paying attention, you got to see what Roosta would have been describing. Yeah, so we're doing a bit more. We're finally learning Thunder on Saz, which is going to make him a much stronger Ravager because Thunder has the fastest animation out of all the spells. So when we want to do a rapid chaining, we're like mentioned all before with Lightning, we're going to want to do Fire Thunder, Fire Thunder. We're not getting any of the strikes or any of the Ga spells or anything like that, like Bra or Ga spells or anything like that, because at this point we really don't need them. Most of our damage from Saz is going to be coming from the Blitz, and from Snow just punching things. So, and for the Ravagers, the chaining is all that we're really going to care about. We're not really even doing damage or anything. So we really don't have to worry about using the strikes for damage, even though Saz has so much more strength than magic. The only thing we care about it for is the chaining.
Also, we put everything in Saz's Crystarium towards his Ravager. That is so that he can learn Cold Blood before easy one, but more of that later.
More of that later. Yeah, because it doesn't the only thing that's unique among the different Crystarium nodes are going to be the abilities. Like mentioned, back in chapter 3, any stats that you get in a Crystarium, no matter what role it is, are going to be there no matter what you are. So if I get 10 strength when I'm in Commando, if I'm in Ravager, I still have that 10 strength. So we're primarily optimizing the Crystarium usage for the abilities that we'll be unlocking. So here we got the Vitala, which it's a very easy preempt, but this fight can
No,
be
it's an impossible preempt. I don't know, it's just wait, he preempted him?
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this a new thing? What?
No, I was joking.
Oh, okay. I'm like,
Yeah.
I was like, what are you talking about? This is you should be able to preempt this all.
Yeah, no, he got the easiest preempt I've seen, so it's just yeah. that it's normally very, very difficult.
I thought you weren't even supposed to preempt him. Well, I guess you can kill him. Wow, that's the first time I've seen that.
Yeah, same.
I've seen it a couple times, but like...
Just marathon stuff, man.
Just That's never happened before, but in a good way.
Okay, that has happened before, but I did not know if you would be prepared for it to happen. Because
yeah, same.
one thing that you have to be aware of with these is just like when you preempt, you want to try and give all the enemies that you need to take a long time to kill stagger duration or chain duration. So like that's why we start off with you know, a quake against Penangolin, just because, or we don't have to anymore because the small Hackathon does so much damage, but a lot of time we'll start off with these preempts with a quake just to make sure all the enemies have the max chain duration to get the long stagger. With Vitala, you know, his stagger will run out really fast if you're not prepared, and so that was really cool. Wow.
Yeah, I might have been a bit too casual with my sarcasm there. But,
I was just like, what? What are you talking about?
Yeah. But yeah, so Vitala is like a really interesting when it's not preempted, because it's kind of the first of the barrier enemies, which we've seen like a few of before, but they're enemies that you can't really do any damage to until you stagger them. Garuda was kind of the first actual instance of this. Vitala is another iteration of it. So a lot of the quote-unquote difficult bit of the fight is trying to survive, getting the stagger, and then just absolutely murdering them as soon as the stagger happens. It's another instance where you really see the strength of Deep Protected and Peril, because the difference in damage or stagger that you get before those landed and after is night and day.
It does look like they're all doing the out of order version. They're doing Penangolin before Vitala, and so you get the... We used to do Vitala first. Vitala is more dangerous than Penangolin, and so doing Penangolin first makes the stats better for Vitala. He's got a sequence of attacks that can be really difficult to survive if he's annoying, and you can just lose if Vanille decides not to debuff. Also, it looks like we lost. We got a bad pattern on Kaya's stream.
I think Kaya forgot to eat her soul before the fight.
Oh, okay, yeah. The thing to look out for this is that you want to get the chain duration on Penangolin, and you're really counting on Saz to do that. You wanted to blitz. There's a lot of enemies here, so he's typically very good about blitzing, but if his blitz doesn't hit Penangolin, or if he just happens to use a ruin or whatever, then it can be really bad. But yeah, okay, so once you actually reach the summon point, you're pretty safe, and you have the chain duration, so this is pretty free now.
And here we go. They are all in the same zone.
Same dungeon at the same time.
In the same building.
Yeah. Not for much longer, though. Also, is it really out of order if they're all doing it?
Yes, because the missions are numbered.
Yes, because of the number. So they're doing the larger number first.
Yeah, but I don't think that Square can count properly.
That's fair. We're not starting with mission 1, for example.
Well, not only that, the sequel to this is 13-2, and the sequel to this has letter. That one is letters.
Yeah, where's 13-3?
Exactly. So, anyways, we're about to do the final boss of this dungeon. Oh, man, I was so good. I said, when he gets at the Haka. So, we're about to do the final boss with the Haka. It's a very, very large boss that we're about to fight. And the strategy for this one's actually really interesting. It's kind of the first time where you really see how powerful there is some amount of manipulation of where one is Haka attacks. So we're very briefly going to be going, and Snow starts to tank everything, and that's a very early Imperil, which is good because it means we're going to chain more. Old strats used to also try to go for protect here and just wait here, but
not here, but before Stagger.
Yeah, before Stagger. But turns out we can wait on that a bit. Right now, we're just trying to buff everybody up, get all of our multipliers going. We already got the debuffs on, and we still need Snow in the Sentinel, because otherwise, not only would everyone die, but also this Foul Utterance attack will remove any of the buffs that we worked so hard to get from whoever it targets. So as a result, we wait until the Foul buffing Snow, and then we get the Stagger. We're gonna get a bit of blitz damage here. And then now, Dahaka has an interesting thing after he's staggered and fallen, where his resistance to D-Protect actually goes to 0. So we can just very quickly hop into Saboteur, and he'll instantly land for D-Protect. And then now you just see we're already hitting like 5 nines in damage, or we're about to be hitting 5 nines of damage, on like this mid-game boss, and it's just the HP bar is absolutely bullshit. And the whole time, like
2 million HP, and we just eat through the whole thing within 1 stagger easily.
Yeah, and like the fact that we have all the ends protect, like the chain gauge, the chain gauge is going up, like the stagger amount is going up as we're just hitting with the splits, and just dealing infinite amount of damage. That is, yeah, like Roosta said, that's a boss that has like over 2 million HP. We killed it in like what, 30-40 seconds.
Yep. One other thing that's really interesting about that fight is you mentioned briefly about manipulating Snow's position. There's also a really funny thing there, which is that for the rest of the run, we typically swap Vanille and Saz out, and so we keep Snow in the 3rd slot, but we put Snow in the 2nd slot there just because in the positioning of the fight, it puts Snow on the left side of the party, and Dahaka's swipes with his right hand coming down from your left. And so by having Snow in the 2nd slot instead of the 3rd slot, it'll typically only hit Snow and not Saz. If you swap, like, a few times I've done that fight accidentally having Snow in the 3rd slot, and it's not, it's not something you think about because it's like, oh, it's the same party, it's the same setup, but he'll hit Saz then and not if Snow's in the 2nd slot. So a lot of little stuff going into consideration there.
Yeah, it's real bad if that happens because Saz will die.
Saz is much squishier, and he does massive damage.
Yeah.
So
well,
on Ty's stream now we see a normal Vitala with no preempt, and this is what we expect.
Yeah, so yeah, you see he's got the barrier. Like any damage that we do is basically none. We can increase the chain, and like we're using a renew so that we can keep on, chaining up and using our buffs and hopefully not dying. But once Vanille has like did buffs, it kind of doesn't die so much. But yeah, we're just switching between the tireless charge and the some more refreshes.
Generally, for the rest of the run, we'll have these 2 paradigms, aggression and tireless charge. We don't really need the 3 damage dealers as much, except for a few specific fights where we can not worry about healing. But just shifting between those 2 will give us the ATP refreshes on the 2 commandos and just do maximum damage.
Yep. Very solid fight. All right, so now 0 is in Oerba? What's the name?
Yeah, Airba.
Yep.
Yeah, Airba. And if there is an alternate route, which would pick up Saz's ultimate weapons here, which I personally really like, but I haven't really been able to convince people that it's good.
It's hard. Like the timing is pretty close, but it's also a little bit dangerous in some of the fights and not reliable. So his ultimate weapon has the best damage scaling of, and not ultimate weapon. I guess the ultimate weapon is always the 3rd upgrade of whatever weapon you're using. But his here there's the Pleiades high powers, which upgrade into the Magnum. What is it? The Magnums. I forget the full name, but the Magnums, they are really, really powerful. They basically have double the scaling rate of any other physical weapon, but they come with the cost of they have Paper and Silk Tiger, which basically reduces Saz's HP massively. So you get massive damage in exchange for really low HP, and so you can pick them up here. It takes like extra time to get them, but it makes all the fights from here on out faster. Actually, you can just pretty much leave Snow and Sentinel for a lot of them, and just go in and do massive damage. And you can also set up your.
You kind of have to, because otherwise Saz dies.
For a lot of them, you can actually just use the shield thing to give yourself protect for the duration of the fight, even though it's only like 45 seconds. But yeah, it's fun, but it's not reliable for a lot of the fights.
Yeah, high 80.
And it has the best sound effect of out of all of them.
Oh, it's a blessing on your ear.
Yeah, it's the best, although some people are wrong and think it sounds like chalk on, or fingernails on a chalkboard, and don't like it, but they're wrong. It's a great noise.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic.
So coming up on Zero's screen, we've got a few really interesting dodges. So these guys, you just got to get them out of the way, and then you can just run by them with a decept. But the dodge after it is really interesting, and it took us a while to discover this strategy, and you'll see why it took us a while to discover it shortly. So this is actually the exact same enemy that was the boss, Vitala, and now it's just a normal enemy because we're expected to be even stronger now. So you cancel your Decept on it, and you basically just hold forward and you just go through him. So let's see.
That's new.
Yeah, and this enemy is so fast he'll catch you instantly. But by just going through him, it just gives him positioning such that he takes the maximum amount of time to turn around and face towards you, and you can just get through the zone.
And I think he gets stuck on the chest as well.
Yeah, exactly. It's a very like precise thing where you have to enter the zone at the right point, holding the joystick in the right direction. But yeah, you just go through him.
Very nice and clean running on the bridge there.
Yeah, that's actually, you made it look very easily. Those flying enemies can be very aggressive and put you back to the start of the bridge.
A lot of times you can just like camera trick past them, but you didn't need to. All right, so we've got probably like the hardest boss in the game, Barthandalus 2. I told you we'd be coming back. This fight is difficult for a lot of reasons. It's a two-phase fight. First phase, we're just trying to get him to really open his setup. We've used an Aegisol, or I think he's an Aegisol, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, he used bonus Aegisol, so that's going to improve your survivability by an insane amount, which is great. Past that, we're going to be doing a lot of the usual things, trying to buff up our game with bravery, faith. Vanille already landed all the debuffs, which is absolutely fantastic, and they make our damage go so much faster. And as soon as we stagger, we're trying to get him to an HP threshold, which is going to trigger phase 2, which is about 60% of his HP. Just trying to get the chain up, throwing stuff out, and then we're going to be using the blitzes to start dealing damage, because again, blitzes is where we're going to be most of our damage. Vanille is here mostly as a debuff bot. The medic is really good, just keeping everybody high HP so that nobody dies. But then once his head splits is when things are going to get... Oh, there's a daze. That's great. Daze will stop your... Yeah, Daze will stop... Like, one of the issues with Part 2 is that he can just very easily, debuff your characters and flick off on everybody. And what's happened, as soon as the head split, we've summoned Brunhilde, which is Sad's Eidolon. It's because the attack we're using right now, Apoptosis Laughter, will, do a bunch of damage, but more importantly, it'll remove all the buffs. And by doing the summon buffer, doing this just alt animation during that time, it makes the attack miss. So all the buffs, like the Aegisol, all the that we work so hard for, we get to keep on so much faster, so much easier. Other thing that you have to be careful about is his Thanatosian Smile has upgraded to Thanatosian Laughter, and that thing hurts. It will kill us.
Yeah, it does about 70% of your HP bar, so you have to be above that whenever he hits you with it.
Yeah. So we've used an elixir, which elixirs in this game you're limited in the amount that you can have. We use an elixir, it regains our HP, it regains our TP, which we can then use this renew to buffer through the laughter so that we don't get interrupted and that we can actually survive. See, even after the renew, Saz was still stupidly low, and we're relying on Vanille to... At this point, though, we should be A-okay, perfectly safe for the rest of the fight. Stagger chain's looking great. We've got all our damage. We haven't been completely RNG messed by Bart 2, which is one of the sort of big issues with them. He's got all the stops, all the dazes that'll stop and put other debuffs on you. And yeah, that was really, really solid, perfect fight. The Aegisol definitely helped. Yeah. Very good.
That fight... there's a few things to be aware of. The lasers are completely random, and so the heal, when you need to heal, is up to the runner's skill. How often do you use the tireless charge or the diversity? You want to use them as little as possible because they don't do as much damage, but you need them to stay alive. And so you just gotta focus on that. His lasers also have a small percentage chance to inflict fog and I forget what the other version.
Pain.
Pain, yeah, fog and pain, but that's one of the reasons why I use the Aegisol there, because it gives us Veil, which reduces the chance of those. But that is still something that can just happen. You can just get fogged or pain, and it's just you have to be super ready, because it's okay for Vanille to get pained but not fogged, and it's okay for Saz and Snow to get fogged but not pained. Right, and so you have to be, oh, I got fog on Snow. It's oh, that's actually good. Now he won't even do ruins. So we have to think about and it's just
Yeah, like it's a combination of like a lot of HP, a lot of damage, a lot of timing things you do with like the laughter and the apoptosis, and then just like the pure RNG from all the debuffs. Like that fight is so much harder than Zero made it.
You can use Fortisol to make it more reliable, but the thing that's people have noticed is that Snow, the amount of time it takes him to do 3 strings is about 1 ATB refresh worth, and so that's without haste. And so if you have haste on him, he'll be halfway through charging his 4th string of attacks when you get your ATB refresh. So it's actually not as good. That changes soon once we get his 5th ATB slot, and then he'll do 3 strings of 5 attacks, which is more than the amount of time it takes for an ATB refresh, and so we'll be back into the phase where it's better to just always have haste. But for this specific fight, it's actually not that great to have haste on him, and sometimes we'll actually just skip that. Although for the second phase, things get so random that, you know, it might not line up as well, but you won't even have the chance to try and line it up because of all the stuff you have to deal with. And one other thing I'll mention is that the Thanatosian Laughter, the big attack, is triggered by an HP threshold. And so that's actually something he has the chain break at the middle once he gets the final head split. So at 50% HP, he'll chain break and go to the next phase. But that takes time, and so you can actually go through the 50% chain break threshold and through the Thanatosian Laughter threshold and make him do laughter before apoptosis. Just apoptosis, not apoptosis laughter. But you actually, for a while, we wanted to do that because it would make the fight safer, because it's like, okay, we can summon, get tanked by Thanatosian Laughter, and then do the final summon just out animation to actually dodge the apoptosis, which is a cleanse that is really bad because it removes all of our buffs. But because we're runners and we're crazy, we realized that although that is safer, it's actually slower because you basically just have to stand there and wait for the Thanatosian Laughter, and it ends up being a little bit faster to just tank the laughter while he's staggered in the second phase. And so you have to be healing, being prepared for Thanatosian Laughter, and doing damage all at the same time, and dealing with, you know, daze or poison, curse, all the stuff he does to be ready for all of this. But yeah, on Kaya's screen, we're about to see once again this crazy dodge where we just run through Vitala. Let's see that.
We got it very easily.
Yeah, I've tried this a few times. I don't know. I must have been messing up the positioning, but it's very difficult to get.
Yeah. Zero is dodging Adamantheros.
So I mentioned Monagamers earlier. Those are
very nice.
These are even faster versions of those dogs. Later on, there'll be more of these that we just decept because they're just wide in the open. But there's those little barriers there that help us actually dodge them. That's a very weird fight. And now we're on where we would have used a decept if I had one, but we do not have it. And so this fight is an interesting one because it's really, really dangerous, and this guy the Bulwarker has a huge attack that can just kill you in one string. And so the question is, how do you stagger him and kill him without actually having the preempt? And the answer is to use Odin, who can lure them out. And so we keep Odin out, and we actually stagger everything, as you know, and we do this as much as possible before going to Gestalt. And then once we reach a certain threshold, we can actually go into Gestalt and then kill him. And it turns out that his stagger threshold is, his Zentetskian threshold is low enough that we can actually hit it pretty consistently. Although it looks like
is starting part 2 right now, without a Fortisol or an Aegisol. So the fight will be...
an Aegisol.
Did he?
I mean...
he did. Oh, they both had Aegisols. Alright.
Yeah, you always use Aegisol.
Yeah, this is one of the routed ones.
Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah. Why did I think it was bonus? Right, bonus 4 here. Okay, yeah. So yeah, should be good.
Got all the debuff.
Yeah, Vanille's been cooperating like crazy. This is great.
Well, wait until we get to part 3.
Yeah. Yeah, an orphan.
This is a bit awkward.
Did one of them not die?
Yeah, so it's just like one of those things. These guys like to run around, and so we're not able to get the chain duration, so we have to fight him the normal way. It's just a little bit of a pain in the neck. You can see, like, this is what it takes for the weaker enemy. The Bulwarker is even crazier, and so we just using Odin to take care of them is usually quite nice. We're also not properly set up here. The menu happens after this fight, and so even if we were properly set up, it wouldn't save that much time, but we hope this doesn't happen.
It's also the last time we're using Lightning for the run.
Alright, so here's the head split phase. We could actually do more damage here, but Kai is intentionally doing less damage to not get the Thanatos after. And now we'll see the Apoptosis coming up. And yeah.
Apoptosis smile.
No, just Apoptosis frown, I would say. So, the second phase is pretty hairy.
I'm surprised Saz doesn't like damage his head falling like that.
Is that another OSHA thing?
No, I mean, I don't know. Just
For
feels
this-
like Brunhilde should dismount him better.
For this fight, actually for the rest of the run, we use Brunhilde a few times, and it's literally just for survivability. We don't use anything that Brunhilde gives us besides that. Tekaton Chair is really the one who can do damage when we need it. And so we can see here, like, just totally randomly, Bart decided to just focus down Snow and get him to red HP. He has the most HP, but he's the one that he decided to target, and it's just that kind of stuff that you have to be prepared for. So now we're going to be trying to do damage. Okay, let's say we're waiting for Imperil. We did get Imperil. The days on Snow is super fun. But that's usually not that big of an issue, but now we have to maintain high HP, preparing for Thanatosian Laughter. Renew as it hits, and then try and kill before. And so we're just subject to a lot of RNG here, because you can see he's got quite a bit of HP and we've only got half a stagger bar. If everything goes well, we're okay, but if he hits us with like Curse Gut or a Daze Gut, it can slow us down and cause us to not kill. But we've got enough TP here that we could actually do it. Okay, just Vanille Daze.
Vanille's fine.
Well, unless we die, because now we have no healer. Okay, but now she's not dazed anymore.
Yeah, it should be all clean.
Yeah, so you can
There
see
we go.
It was good, but it was close, and so you can see how things can get out of control really quickly.
And he's fighting with Alan.
Oh, one thing that we never actually mentioned is where that elixir come from. So the Doctor's Code that we picked up in Chapter 6 and the Doctor's Code that we got at the end of Chapter 2.
Anime.
Yeah, when we defeated Anime 3 times. So their primary, like when we were using them throughout the potions, but the potions kind of wore off, like they're not useful, as I've been saying. But it turns out that if you upgrade a Doctor's and then you disassemble it, which is something that you can do, it gives you a Fortisol, an Adisol, an Ethersol, and an Elixir. So the 2 elixirs that we get throughout the run both come from getting rid of these Doctor's Codes. And they're just very useful because not only do they give you full, but they do provide you the TP refresh in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, all the Shroud farming we do is to augment the Shrouds we get from the Doctor's Codes. So we didn't actually talk about it too much. We can bring it up when we get down to the Behemoth King fight for M, but actually that fight is an interesting one because it's not the first time we actually fight that enemy. That Behemoth King is half of the Behemoth King and Magistatherian fight that we farmed earlier, but it's significantly harder when you don't get a full stagger bar and half HP. So like we've gone that much further in the game, and that's like where the game expects us to be now. Is fighting that, but it's a pretty straightforward fight. And now we're actually at the point now where we're using our Deceps. We're actually about to be out of Deceps. These enemies now are so difficult to dodge that we actually really need them. We got some of the I forget the name of the dogs, the Adamantherons, and also the water enemies. This last dodge is the last one that we need. It's the Hoggins, that's it. And these are the last dodges that we'll be dodging with the Deceps. Although in Chapter 13 we can buy a Deceps, or maybe more if we get lucky for Gil, and use a few more there. Although these runners are so good that they don't need them for most of these dodges. I think there's a few we will Decep though.
Yep.
The more interesting though coming up is that we will have Proudclad 1, which is one of the more difficult fights to learn as a runner. Although I think these runners are so good now that they could literally do this fight blindfolded. That has been an incentive in the past to do Proudclad 1 blindfolded. It's a difficult and very precise fight, but it's very regular. It's pretty much always the same thing except for a few very small minor differences. On the top right we see Kaya. Yeah, Kaya's trying to dodge these. This is a really interesting fight, or a really interesting dodge, simply because it's actually, it can be easier to dodge without the Decept, but not as reliable. every runner has their preferences. They just like to move around in very confusing ways, and when they're chasing you, they're almost more predictable, although they're trying to get you.
Yeah. So we saw both Zero and Kaya failed it once, and Zero chose not to decept on the second one. Kaya did decept on the second one.
Yeah,
Both
that's
got
a
it on
runner
the second
preference,
time. So yeah, and
Oh,
decepting
we now-
didn't even lose time because you used it on the. Well, I guess for Zero it would have
Right.
lost time because he wouldn't have used it on Overworld.
Alright, so now we got the PC1, the Proud Cloud 1 fight, and this fight is like Roosta said, very precise. It's basically the same every time, and you can do it blindfolded. That's not to say that it's easy. Like, in order to stagger at the right time, land all the debuffs when we need to, get everything to line up properly, there's a lot of just swapping around between the different paradigms in the right order so that the ATBs all line up. You've got the bravery damage where we need it. And we've also unlocked this Cold Blood ability, which is Saz's full ATB ability. Each character gets one, but we're only using Saz's. It's really good primarily for two reasons. One, it does a lot of interruptions. It's 18 bullets and each one can interrupt. Two is that it shoots the chain, the stagger, up like crazy once they've already staggered. You see, after 2 Cold Bloods, it's already at over 800%, almost 900%. That just ends up saving a ton of time compared to staying in Try Disaster. Part of the reason we need to do that is because we have to kill PC1 before the stagger runs out. If the stagger runs out, he heals, his limiter's deactivated, the fight becomes really difficult to do. You still can do it, but it's so much slower than if you just do that.
PC1 actually you can't. PC2 you can kind of survive, but if he reads Retaliatory Strike in either fight, you just die.
You have a small window before he does Retaliatory Strike that you can kill him after the stagger. In
PC1 you can't. No, PC1 he heals too much. You can't. PC2
No,
you have a little bit of time.
No, there's an instance before, there's an instance before he heals. You technically can do it.
Well, yeah. If you heal him instantly after stagger, yes. But
Yes, yeah.
if
Yeah,
you
so
if you give him a second, then no.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Like
one thing
PC2
that
does not
Cold
heal,
Blood is
so.
also good for is that it's non-elemental. So PC1 has all elements, so you can't chain that well with your regular Ravager abilities. But Cold Blood doesn't have that problem.
And then we have the Adamantulid, the giant turtle that you have to fight. We're going to be doing kind of a similar thing where we're making use of the fact that Snow wants to jump up to hit the head, mostly to dodge some of the attacks. But, at the same time, it's faster and we get the heals from Shiva just to, spam the spells.
Yeah, we're actually at the point now where we don't need the animation from just standing on the ground is faster, and Shiva heals enough that we don't even bother jumping anymore. Originally, this was all strike, or it would be a strike and then spells, just because that's the fastest you can hit him while also dodging all of his attacks. But now we're just we don't actually need to do that, so let's just do this.
Yeah, we did a jump at the beginning just to dodge the initial one before we had to summon this. But yeah, and then after that, we get onto the motorcycle. We're gonna spin it to win it, and then win from there. You can actually fail this if you didn't do enough damage or the chain wasn't high enough, but for the most part, as long as you don't miss anything, it's very consistent.
There was a brief period here where we toyed with the idea of using lightning as the leader. It actually turns out Odin is really good at winning this fight. It just takes a little bit too much time to get enough equipment on lightning that you can survive one stomp. That's all you need. Is just once you survive one stomp, then you can jump consistently and kill him with Odin. But that requires a little bit of extra menuing, and it's not worth the time that it saves in the fight.
Yeah, but it's so much swaggier.
It is so much swaggier. Unfortunately, none of our runners are at that level of swag. So
I feel like we should work on that.
I feel like I've been complimenting them too much. That's when I gotta knock them down a peg.
Yeah, so we've got a rather large dodging section now for Zero. There's not really going to be a lot until the next fight. Oh, the one dodge, but
yeah, most of these dodges are pretty free. There's a few that can be an issue, especially the flying enemies can require some setup. But again, there's sort of 3 levels in this, and I sort of talked about this earlier, but it's just like, okay, you can try and dodge the enemies, you can try and understand their AIs, but all 3 of these runners are at the point where they can see the enemies, know exactly what their position is, and then choose the best path and not even have the risk of failing the dodge. So that's just one of the things that you'll become capable of when you run this game at this level.
Yeah. Which, by the way, if anybody wants to learn this speedrun, join the FF13 speedrunning Discord. Got a lot of great people on there. Everyone's always willing to help. The game is a lot. It is hard, but it's a lot of fun. It's really rewarding.
Oh, MrTyton, is that the guy who wrote the notes?
It's also easy to.
Those notes are so out of date by this point.
It's also easy to finish runs because the retry function. So, unlike other games, where even though it's difficult to do the fights, you can always retry and try again, and you only lose time.
The only way you can really lose a run is if you do a menu poorly, and even then, there's a lot of ways you can recover. Like if you get the wrong thing, like we're actually at the point where you could have done that, where if you miss cold blood, but pretty much anything else you can recover from and just do a slower strategy.
So yeah, like the largest detriment to you finishing the run is going to be your mental fortitude. But like, it's a lot of fun. The run's really rewarding. The community is great. Everybody loves to help people get better and stuff. So highly recommend. Give it a shot if you want.
So one thing I'll mention, since we're watching ProudCloud 1 on Kaya's stream from Choco, is that we actually did get Commando on Vanille, so Vanille is able to become a Commando, and she can attack and do ruins. The thing is, she doesn't do that much damage, but there's a second Commando roll bonus, which is that when you have a Commando in your party, your other party members do more damage, and so just getting that roll bonus from Vanille will amplify Sazin Snow's damage enough here to reach the threshold of just killing him. If it wasn't for that, I don't think that Commando would actually be worth it on Vanille. I think this fight specifically and PC2 are the 2 places where we really need it. Everywhere else, you either don't need it, or it saves so little time that's not even worth the menu time that it would take to get it. It does cost some CP to actually get... Sorry, I was just... is he gonna make it? Okay. Whew.
Yeah.
Not
It's
even
really
close.
Yeah, it's really deceptive there, because if you don't kill within Stagger, you start doing 1/10 damage, and so you might not even kill even though his HP is so low. So, and then if he heals, then yeah, you die.
Yeah,
and
that's what I was saying. Like, you technically can do it, but you're probably not.
And the reason why Vanille also is on Commando is because the fact that I mentioned earlier that the elements are halved, so her Ravager is not that effective in that fight.
Yeah, the double damage from the Commando roll bonus on herself, and then an extra fraction on the other party members really makes up for what you're losing. Yeah, because ProudCloud 1 and ProudCloud 2 both have all elements, so Ruin is much better than the spells that you would normally be casting.
Should we, to make it more balanced, should we have Zero fight the turtle?
Well, we already had M go to the wrong floor to try and make things more even, so...
Yeah. Alright, so now M is doing Bart. Hopefully it all goes well for him. Let's see.
Yeah.
Oh,
Buffs.
that's so awkward! So he got fogged as he was still doing all of his buffs up, so he couldn't actually continue doing the Synergist stuff. So then he had to, he had to use the item to remove the fog, and now things are gonna... I think he already used a Renew, too.
Vanille is not buffed as well.
Yeah.
Vanille doesn't really need the buffs, she's more just for healing, and, you know, with your ATB refreshes, you should really get enough heals, but it's a little scary, so we'll see. We'll have another chance to rebuff for the second phase as long as we can get here. It's actually okay to be under damaging here, because, like I said, we don't want to actually hit the stagger for the Phantasm after the threshold.
As long as you get the hit split before the stagger end, otherwise it's gonna be...
Oh, that's a stop on Vanille. Ooh, yeah, we're really seeing some of the RNG that can be in this fight.
Vanille is still dazed.
Okay, now everyone's poisoned. Snow's about to die. Alright, he's alive. This should be good for heads. Oh, the stagger right now.
Yeah.
Okay, there's head split.
It's
Right.
fine, yeah, as long as we can
Yeah,
summon here, we should
now
be
he's
fine.
okay.
A
Yeah,
summon is a full
now he
heal
should be
and cleanse, so that was a little scary, but we're okay.
Yeah.
With that summon, though, we've officially reset everything, so we are fine now.
Yeah, and you can see that miss text show up. That's the apoptosis miss.
Well, Vanille still doesn't have haste, but I think that might be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we'll,
should be fine.
we'll have a chance to reapply that.
Yeah.
I guess you can do that while she's debuffing.
Yeah, there's extra time here because they even sometimes set up vigilance to be cast because he's been removing vigilance from us, and we really want to have that if possible, and so we can use that time to recast haste if necessary.
There we go. Haste.
Haste vigilance.
Now he needs to get Imperil.
Haste and snow as well.
Vanille, get the Imperil.
Take one, Daniel. Yeah, there. Okay.
Come on, Vanille. We believe in you. You can do it.
Like we said, a lot of it.
There's the Imperil.
Yeah, so it got hairy for a second, but we've officially reached the point where we're at full HP with full duration, stagger, and all the debuffs and all the buffs. So we should be okay here, assuming we don't get really bad days RNG.
Yeah, this is an example of like M handled this really well.
Days.
Oh, no, that's the days on Saz. So you can really see how the fight can continuously troll you.
The thing about days is it makes it so you can't do any actions and you take double damage, but as soon as you get hit once, it wears off immediately. And so it's like a choice. Do you just sit there and wait for him to just randomly attack you, or do you foul liquid? And so of course, right as soon as he used the foul liquid, he immediately got hit, so he didn't actually need to use it, but if he didn't get hit, it would have been really bad.
There we go.
Yeah.
He
Well
handled
done.
that fight extraordinarily well for the amount of
Yeah.
RNG that he had on him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I think we're gonna get to PC2 at like the same time that we do the dodge manip.
No. Yeah, well, we'll get chances to see the dodge minute.
Yeah.
I think PC2 is definitely more important.
Yeah, definitely.
Got a little bit of menuing here. There's a Power Glove, which is the upgraded version of the Warrior's Wristband that we've been using maxed out. We also got a Scarlet Tide earlier, so we can actually make 2 Power Gloves soon. Power Glove is very good, highest damage boost, and so we're just continually scaling pretty much only damage that our party's doing as much as possible. We have enough to survive, and so we just max out the damage. We actually didn't talk about Out of a Tap the War Mech, which M is fighting. We didn't talk about the other two. It's sort of not interesting. It's just another one of these scripted Gestalt fights, and it's the difference between PC and console. For some reason, the console's the Gestalt animation just hits more time when you have lower FPS. So on console, this fight is more straightforward, and you can always kill without using Zentetsuken, but sometimes you can't on console. But looks like he got it well here.
Yep. So this is actually like a slightly updated paradigm stack compared to runs in the past, which could become very awkward later, depending on what happens.
Could kill us.
Could kill us. Yeah, instead of a relentless, we've got more aggression.
Yeah, and no Sentinel here. So coming up on
Yeah.
PC2, this fight is the upgraded version of Proud Clef 1. It's just like Ushu. The first version was flying and the second one's not flying, so now this is the non-flying version. This guy does much more devastating attacks than the first one, but he's got a much lower stagger threshold, and he also debuffs himself in the second phase. So the whole trick of this fight is going to be to stagger him and keeping it interrupted and launched. If you don't, he will kill you very quickly. You'll see each of these Muon blasters does significant damage, and he's just going to spam this over and over again, but already staggered, and now we're going to use a sequence of Cold Bloods to keep him interrupted and eventually launched, and then we'll be able to blitz him down. For this fight, it doesn't actually matter how much damage you do, except that you do enough to reach his threshold where he goes to the second phase, because you can't kill him. He resists everything, and you just have to reach the damage threshold, and then once he reaches the second phase, he'll get a full heal, and so that's why it doesn't matter how much damage you do. But once he gets that full heal, he also does the limiters deactivated and debuffs himself. So he's immune to Deprotect, but he also inflicts Deprotect to himself, which is a little bit of an interesting game mechanic. But once you reach...
Go
ahead.
Yeah, so we're seeing a few of the, sort of a culmination of a lot of things that we've been seeing throughout. We're using attack blitz or attack blitz to make sure that everything here is still, he's still launched. We're using the Cold Bloods for the interrupts. Yeah, so you see we've got the limiters deactivated now, and PC2 can do several different like attack patterns here. This one requires it to use a renew so that nobody dies and everyone is, like doesn't get launched. But then we're doing the cold blood to, just amp up the chain, get more refreshes. We need to time like Snow's and Vanille's refreshes and their for their ATBs so that we retain the launch, still stays in the air. Use the cold blood, just more interrupts, more chain, and then finish off soon with blitzes.
The big attack to look out for is Oneric Maelstrom. He has a high probability of doing it, and if he does do it, then you need to use a renew to keep Saz on the ground because it has a very high cut. And the renew will, just like we said, keep us on the ground, give him a full heal, and keep us stable. But there's like a very tight calculation of making sure that you don't stagger him before he does Oneric, because he'll just be forced into doing Oneric. And yeah, there you go. Well done.
Very well done.
Yeah. So you may have seen he kept his cursor on Cold Blood, and then when he used Oneric, he went out and used a renew, and then went back out, and then just did the same thing as the first phase, which is a sequence of Cold Bloods into doing as much damage as possible. If he gets launched a weird amount, or he's in a weird position, and the Blitz bullets don't hit, then he might not die, and after that, he'll go into Retaliatory Strike, but without the heal that PC1 has. So you can still kill him, but you have to actually just do the damage because he's going to be coming at you very quickly and doing a lot of damage. But we don't have Sentinel there anymore, and so it is possible to just under-damage and then die, and so that's what I was saying about the new Paradigm deck. But again, the execution level of these runners is so high that there's a very little risk of that happening.
Yeah, PC2 is another one of the fights where it's just like you have to practice it a bunch in order to get good with it, because like you have to be precise, you have to be able to react to the different things that are happening, and you have to know the backup strategies in case things go wrong. There's a lot of like precise controlling your teammates, making sure that everything's happening at the right timings, just being able to do things fast enough to make everything work out.
Yeah, I have a whole YouTube video just talking about how to fight PC2.
Very, very difficult fight. But we're in Chapter 13 now for Zeroes, the final chapter of the game. This chapter is effectively a boss rush. There's still going to be like some dodges that we do throughout, but we have just a series of difficult fights all in a row before culminating in like
and they're all very different fights too.
Yeah.
One thing I'll say is that we completely missed the Vernal Harvester and what is it? The VH&T.
VH&T. We'll try to get it on M.
Yeah, when I'm coming out
and stuff.
But so the first of all of these fights will have a pretty similar party setup, which is Smart Bomb is a really good one. Smart Bomb lets us control Vanille and inflict the debuffs we need, and summon Hecaton and Care if needed. But also just lets us chain, get stagger duration. It does everything until we stagger, and then we'll be able to, do something similar to what we've been doing before. We do in-spells if necessary. But all of these fights have very different AIs. So for the first one that's coming up, Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky, there's the thing about these two is that one of them is immune to physical and one of them is immune to magical. And so we've really been focusing very hard on hitting them with physical, making our party really good at doing physical damage. And so the issue is, how do we kill the one that's immune to physical? And the answer that we have is just summon Hecaton Care. Hecaton Care just is an Eidolon, and so they ignore the resistances and all of that, and so they can just damage through the immunity. And I guess one thing I can mention is that they also heal each other, and VH&T, or no, sorry, the Hecaton Care is really nice because once you enter Jestal mode, the enemy can't do anything. So they would be trying to heal each other, but once you enter Jestal mode, you can just kill one while the other just sits there watching.
Yep. Hecaton's kind of busted.
Yeah.
Turns out.
Hecaton Care is the one we've been using for damage. We actually did get to use Shiva against the turtle. Turtle's weak to ice, so it's kind of a nice thing. But yeah, Hecaton Care we'll see, I think, only one more time, but it's pretty important for this fight.
Yep. But yeah, other than that, most of the Cressarium that is happening at this late of the game is just getting more stats. There's not really a whole lot of abilities we're unlocking anymore. We got like Adrenaline on Saz, which will increase his damage when he's in green HP.
Above 80%.
Yeah, above 80%. We got an additional ATB gauge for Snow, and we're gonna get one for Vanille. But it's mostly just like trying to get raw stats at this point. Kai is about to start PC2.
This is nice. We're gonna see PC1 and PC2 at the same time.
Yeah. Oh, we didn't talk about buffering.
We can talk about it soon.
Yeah, after the fight. Yeah, so it seems to be going well so far. PC2 is like another fight that can be consistent, but can also go off the rails if weird things happen.
The thing about PC1 is if you like pretty much had a robot always do the same inputs, you'd probably almost always kill them. Occasionally you have to adapt for the HP. PC2 is very different because it's all about hitting timing windows. So, like, you have to watch his animations, and especially you have to watch Snow's animations. Like, timing Snow to be not doing his ready animation when you don't want him to, and setting him up to launch is the big thing. And then it's like, so you have to watch Snow, you have to watch PC2, you have to watch Vanille when Vanille's going to drop him, and it's just stuff you have to be aware of.
You have to hope that Snow will actually launch, because sometimes he just refuses to actually launch.
Well, launch is a 50-50, and so you have to basically wait for the coin flip to land, and he has 5 chances, so there's the 1 in 32 chance that you actually just don't launch. Sorry, I stuttered there because I was watching the HP on M's stream and getting nervous.
M should be fine.
We got instant Oneric Narrow Strum, which is actually not the fastest pattern, but it's very easy. It's the easiest one to deal with because you can just heal and then go straight into your Cold Blood and finish him off with a sequence of Cold Bloods and keep the around. As people have mentioned in chat, Cold Blood is nice because it has a 100% chance to hit, and as Type mentioned, it hits repeatedly, and so it really keeps things launched, keeps things interrupted, and is very reliable.
Yeah. So if we look quickly at zeros, we did the same thing that Commentary Zeros said in Chapter 6 with ENE, where we're maintaining an interruption chain primarily through the use of poison. Because we get like the initial interrupt with the actual poison application, and then we get a slightly more delayed one later.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, if you don't quite kill PC1 within the window, then you really can't do anything about it. So it's like a minute and 10-second fight, minute 20-second fight, so it's not too bad, but it is something that can happen if you get unlucky.
And anything weird happen, or?
No, it's just the amount of extra damage he was doing at the start just made us, we had to be more conservative with staying alive, and we just couldn't reach the damage threshold. Both these PC fights are very, very tight in terms of the amount of damage that you can do. So the bad targeting just really put a nail in the works, or wrench in the works.
Yeah,
pretty fun dodge we see Zero doing. You actually go underneath this guy's Megram Thresher's legs, and so, you know, we mentioned short girl issues earlier with Penangolin, but here we're taking advantage of it and just running underneath the enemies.
Yeah, and then you just like instantly cancel and just puts you on the other side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This one's looking decent, at least.
Yeah. Much higher HP.
Yeah.
So
Alright, now we've got
Vladislav.
Zero, you want to handle it?
Sure. So we're gonna Libra to tell Saz that he's weak to all elements, so Saz is gonna use a M buff, and he uses Fire because that's the first on the list, I think. Then Snow will be tanking for the majority of the fight, at least for whenever he's doing attack. He's pretty predictable on what he does, so especially this Mounting Contempt, it can one-shot Vanille, I think. So strategy is to just keep Protect on, have Vanille heal whoever gets hit, renew to help with the healing, so you can just focus on dealing the damage. Also trying to keep Snow and Sass at green HP if possible, because then they get the 20% bonus damage from Adrenaline, and that went well.
Yeah. One thing that... So, like, we've been using Saz for most of the boss fights, and we've been using Vanille for most of the fights we use Eidolons. For a couple that, like, for that fight here, just the guaranteed D-Protect and the need to just like keep people topped off with the right timings is why we basically just use Vanille there instead of Saz. Like, Saz will do what he needs to do, and we don't necessarily have to worry about it.
Yeah, and we mentioned like most bosses are very big. Well, Vladislaus is not so big, so Blitz wouldn't help us so much in that fight because well, he's a smaller target, so fewer Blitz bullets would hit. So that's why having Saz on attack duty is just fine. And
Vanille, Vanille's AI doesn't know that we don't need D-Shell, and so by controlling her, we can just hit only to protect and then heal as necessary.
Yeah.
Yeah. A lot of this game, a lot of the fights, like, you know, running things throughout, has been controlling your allies' AI. Because you only have direct control over, you know, 1/3 of the actions that you can take.
Yeah.
So figuring out how to make so the rest of it works out is great.
It's a bit of an interesting take on the turn-based strategy where you taking your turns, and we kind of want to control the character who needs the most input. Like, we control Vanille there because Vanille is the one who would do the worst with her own AI, but generally we can also do things to make the other characters' AIs do what we need them to do. And that's like, you know, we've been doing Libra, we've been doing our targeting, we've been doing our ATB refreshes at specific times, and it really, there's a lot going on that you might not even realize. It's like, why isn't he shifting now? It's like, oh, because we need this character who is off the screen to do this specific thing at this specific time to keep him interrupted.
Yeah. All right, so we've got Tiamat Eliminator. This is the second to last real boss of the run, more or less. The interesting thing with the Tiamat, it's basically an upgraded version of the Ushu Shumigal Subjugators that we fought, but for a long time, we just tried to do like as much damage as we could, and then, you know, two-phase the fight. And then we realized that, oh, he just automatically converts to his second form as soon as the first stagger runs out. And so if we just use the Cold Bloods without like any chain duration at all, then we don't. Then we go to the second phase immediately. We can actually start putting on the debuffs from Vanille, because otherwise they wouldn't have stuck. And we can just do all the damage that we need to here. We don't even really need like a whole ton of stagger duration on. We can just use the Cold Bloods, use the Deep Protect, use the Imperils with like a bit of the poison mixed in, just to, you know, do all the damage that we need to. Vanille took a while to land Deep Protect, which is a bit unfortunate, but it's all landed here, so fight should be nice, good, and bang.
I want to emphasize how crazy it was, like the execution. Like, it looks like a pretty normal fight, but the margins there are razor thin, especially because once, you know, we get to the second phase as fast as possible. Once we're in the second phase, only Saz and Snow can interrupt him, and we're interrupting with the Cold Blood, and that consistently interrupts him. But if we don't time that perfectly with Snow's interruptions, he'll break out of his interruption, and his basic attack has a cleanse, and it hits multiple times. And unfortunately, the way this game works, the cleanse cleanses your positive buffs going down the list on as they appear in the menu. So we've used the Fort Assault and the Age Assault, and so on the list it goes Haste, Faith, Bravery. So his first attack removes Haste, and when you remove Haste, it makes the whole fight go slower. And so for the longest time, we just expected to get debuffed there because we didn't have a consistent pattern for interrupting him, but just like through sheer grinding and looking at different patterns and finding out when to Cold Blood, when to shift, we found the way to keep him interrupted while also giving chances for Vanille to debuff and eventually stagger and interrupt him. So that fight is probably 20 seconds faster now just because of being able to keep him interrupted and maintain Haste, Faith, Bravery on the whole team going into through the entire fight.
All right, we are starting the final boss gauntlet on Zero. This is 3 fights all in a row. We don't have a chance to do any more, or like really do any upgrades or anything like that. We're starting off with part 3. This part is a lot easier than part 2. For one thing, his last...
I don't know. It's. I think it's kind of the worst one at times with the RNG.
It can be, but like,
Actually,
I think your survivability is a lot higher.
We can talk about Bart more when Kaya gets there. I think we should mention the VH&T, which is happening right now.
Oh yeah, sure. Go
So right now, these 2 enemies, they're stuck in a deadlock, and they're completely blocking the way. And so for a while, we had a method here where we would have one party member try and push them out of the way. But okay, yeah, we can see M's getting some of the M luck that he's so proud of. Yeah, so you basically try and manipulate your other party members to push them out of the way because other party members can't force the enemies out of the way. or they can't trigger fights, but they can't force him out of the way. And so we basically had to become snow whisperers to make him like push the enemies while just like moving around, or Saz whisperers if we were controlling snow after the turtle fight. But here we have a quote-unquote consistent way, as we're seeing Im's getting unlucky with it, yeah, so you basically start the fight, and then there's a brief period where you can't get caught by the enemy. It's essentially the same thing we used with the Batala dodge earlier, and yeah. Meanwhile, Zero is fighting against Part 3, like we mentioned. It's very consistent as long as Vanille hits her debuffs, but he can just be really annoying with just how he does damage, and Vanille landing her debuffs. If she doesn't, you can easily lose. But yeah, we're on to the second to last boss fight now.
So now we're on Orphan 1. This fight has a really, really nice rhythm to it. He's going to start the fight off with Merciless Judgment, which is going to deal like 90% damage to everybody. So we're basically going to ignore that by immediately summoning and then switching off to the paradigm that we actually want to get. The Merciless Judgment's just going to get rid of Brunhilde, and we get to continue. The trick to this fight is that every, 6 actions or so, he's going to be doing a slap attack, and that's going to deal a lot of damage. Every time that he slaps, we want to be in consolidation so that we can actually tank it, and Snow can taunt, provoke him again, so that no one else gets hit. So it's going to be past that. We're just trying to feed in our buffs as best as we can. Get on the bravery, get on the haste, get on the end spells. We also really need Vanille to land the debuffs when we're going here. Like, we've got So and Snaz in order to amp up the Rat Chain, but like we can't do the damage on the debuffs. Of particular importance for this one is going to be the Poison, because Poison does percent HP, and Orphan 1 has so much HP. Poison's actually going to do like an insane amount of damage throughout this fight.
Yeah, Poison will kill in 6 minutes, no matter the enemy. So if it's a small enemy, it's like, what's the point? But here, the 6 minutes is really, really important because he's got a Stagger break. So we spent this entire time chaining him up to a Stagger, and he's going to break it once he gets to about 40% HP. So we have inflicted Deep Protect and Poison. We also need a Peril for the massive amount of damage.
We just have it there.
So we're okay now. Consolidation to tank one more time, and then we can just do damage. Vanille will keep us alive. And once, he'll get his chain break at about 40%. And for the rest of the fight, the poison being inflicted on him will be massive. They'll just do a huge amount of damage.
So one of the interesting things is we're going to try to spend a lot of time in Tireless Charge, which you might be wondering, why in Tireless Charge? Vanille's not dealing any damage. One of the attacks that Orphan has will insta-kill a party member, and it turns out it's more likely to target the medic in the party than your party leader.
The first instance is guaranteed to hit a medic or a sentinel, and then after that it's random.
Yeah. So yeah, we had the chain break, did Merciless into opposite extremes. This phase can be kind of scary because those like balls of darkness that he's throwing out can deal a lot of damage, and if you don't keep track of where the damage is going, he can just kill Sats.
Yeah, they always hit a different target each time, and so every second attack hits Sats, and that's something to be aware of.
Yeah.
And also he has the SD Ray coming up as a possibility. That can kill us, but looks like we're going to be okay here.
Yeah, once we've done the summon, we should be good. Again, Poison is doing most of the damage at this point. Like, our Blitz is doing some, but the vast majority of the damage is Poison, so it's just a matter of survival at this point.
Yeah, and it's 6 minutes from a full HP bar, but since he's almost dead, that last little bit is just a few seconds we pretty much have to wait through while doing a little bit of extra damage with Blitz.
Yep.
So now we're coming up on the final boss, so we've got about maybe 2 minutes until time.
Yep. And remember, it's not a run until you die to Orphan 2.
It's not a marathon run unless, you died to Orphan 2. Famously, Logic Dolphin was prepping for the relay, lost world record run to Orphan 2, and then the next day in the relay, lost world record run to Orphan 2, so it was heartbreaking.
Yep.
Yeah, Orphan 2 here is a pretty straightforward boss. He starts with a paling that just stops all damage, but we can still chain him, so that it's going to be a matter of just the same sort of pattern we've had so far. Get the appropriate buffs, so we're going to need haste on the whole party, and then in spell and bravery on Saz and Snow. And then one other thing to be aware of is that the AI learns very quickly that because you can't do any damage with attacks or magic, it just tells Snow to do only spells. It's really nice because if he runs up, he's got a little AoE local thing that causes slow, and so that takes away haste and then inflicts slow. But since they're not getting close, we're avoiding that. He's got these slap attacks that can be really annoying, but other than that, once we stagger, it'll be the same pattern of debuffing and then hitting with Deprotect, Imperil, and then killing him. So.
Imperil, come on, Vanille. So we also do have to kill in one stagger because it's really bad if we don't.
Yeah, he's got a.
That's kind of the theme for a lot of the bosses in the late game: is kill in one stagger or die.
Yeah, but this one's not close in terms of damage.
Yeah, this one will go.
We'll call time soon, but I want to talk a little bit more about Part 3 because we didn't get to before. So Part 3 is very similar to Part 2 in terms of the structure. Yep.
Fine.
Go, 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 go. Team Tonberry.
Alright, so on Part 3 now, he's got lots of phases, but it's only one target through the whole fight. He's weak to debuffs just like the other phases. But the nice thing here is that Thanatosian Laughter, which was a massive damage in the last fight, and it's something that we could barely survive. Here it's fractional damage, so we're always guaranteed to take the same amount of damage. We have Consolidation to tank this Ultima. Ultima is a really interesting ability because it has a variance of 98%, so it can do very little damage or massive damage. That did very little, so we're okay. But Vanille she's been good across all three streams. It's very nice to see. She inflicted the Imperil, which is the tough one, and the Deprotect. And so yeah, we can just go through. Now, one other thing that we can also mention about Bart is that you can't interrupt him. Like, his attacks aren't stopped, even though he's staggered and we're hitting him. But we're able to survive this just with Vanille's healing alone. But coming up will be that Thanatosian Laughter, which it doesn't matter what HP we are going into it because it's fractional damage and it'll always put us low.
Yeah, it always puts you to like 10% HP. But yeah, we learned Sentinel specifically for this fight just to be able to tank Ultima and some of the other attacks a bit better on Saz.
Looks like
didn't kill the Stagger. Here's the Ultima. Oh, he's using Elixir now? Okay,
he's doing the safe strat. It's good to see.
Yeah.
If he was doing his own run here, he would definitely just take the RNG. Oh, Vanille got...
Vanille died. It should be fine.
It's gonna be close.
So low,
you do so much less damage, and no
Deprotect.
Yeah. Oh, Saz is so low.
Oh. Well, we don't get to see Elixirless Orphan, unfortunately, but we'll get to see better execution.
No, there's still a chance. It still could be Elixirless Orphan.
True.
Yeah. Don't count your elixirs before they're consumed. Wait, that made no sense.
I think it's close. Meanwhile, on M-Stream, we're seeing PC2. We're in the second phase here. It's pretty straightforward for this, just because the Cold Bloods keeps him launched. But the one thing to be aware of is, like, every time you hit him, he gets a little bit higher, and the higher he is, the more bullets will miss. So you actually want to let him fall some and put yourself at the mercy of Snow's launching. But yeah, it looks like things are going well.
That's also why you'll see sometimes he does attack blitz instead, just to like keep it at a certain level and to get more like guaranteed hits off.
Yep. All right. Now on Kaya's stream, let's see. We're looking for some Deprotect here. Okay. Now we just need
Deprotect.
We did not get Imperil, so we are in backup strats. So let's see if he goes for the. I think he might be going for the 2 cycle here, right? He stopped at 200%. So for this the cycles on Bart 3 are basically he just sits there hitting you with his normal attacks, and then he will just eventually Ultima.
No, that was a save.
Yeah, he's going for the 2 cycle here.
No, M just did PC2 and he went to save, but I thought he was loading a save. Alright, anyways, got the Deprotect, got the Imperil.
Yeah, and we just didn't stagger him. You don't want to stagger him because you have to be going all out when he's staggered. And so we put him right at the max threshold, wait for the Ultima. I think we might need a little bit of chain duration here. I think once the Ultima comes out, yeah, okay. Now the Ultima is targeting Snow, and we can hit him with the provokes to get the chain duration, tank it, and then this should be very clean now. So we're getting some interesting fights here.
Good way to know that it's a relay run. So one thing that we haven't mentioned at all, like briefly mentioned, but is the idea of buffering. So something that you'll see at like the start of a lot of these fights, or like with the Cold Bloods, is if you start an ability and then you go into another role, it will use the bonuses from that role. So if you do like attack blitz in Commando and then during the blitz you switch over to Ravager, you get the conditional bonuses from having alternated things that would apply to each bullet, but you also get the bonus of being in Ravager for applying to the chain. So it's like a good way to sort of jump up the the chain amount. And you can also see it with Cold Blood, where it will increase the damage if you like go to a Commando as opposed to being in Ravager. So like if it's already at 999% stagger, you know, you switch over to Commando, it's going to deal more damage. So it's something that you'll see throughout the fights. It's a rather good technique to use.
So we used another elixir. Let's see if
Yeah, so we actually do get to see the elixir, assuming this goes well. The thing about the 2 cycle is that you leave them at a really high stagger duration, or at a really high chain, and so the stagger happens earlier, which means you have less time to kill after the stagger. You're theoretically doing more damage, but the way the cycles work out is it can be a little dangerous, but let's see.
It'll be okay. Just needs
still no deprotect.
Yeah, like really needs a deprotect.
I think we'll be okay, though, because his HP is so low.
Yeah.
And there's still a ton of stagger left.
And Ultima.
Yeah. He does ultimas more and more frequently.
Oh, Vanille got the deprotect though.
And out of potions, I think.
If he's out of potions, that'll make the Elixirless Orphan more exciting.
Oh, there we go. All right.
All right, here we go. So the big thing about Elixirless Orphan is that he does Merciless Judgment, which leaves you at very low HP. It's another fractional damage attack. We just relied on the elixir to give us a full heal after that. What we're gonna have to do for the Elixirless Orphan here is we're going to have to be more conservative in the first phase so that we can no potions. So we're gonna be more conservative here so that we can maintain high HP. We want to be using potions in the Elixirless version, but we can actually just have Vanille heal more. And so what we're gonna do is be more conservative, use more consolidation, and then by being more conservative, we can save one of the renews we would have used later in the fight, and so that'll take place in the elixir. It's just slower, but otherwise the fight should be relatively similar.
Yeah, so you can see that he's spending a lot more time in consolidation because it doesn't have the free heal after the initial Malevolent Judgment. So even now, like spending an additional cycle here because he can't really heal, just trying to get the HP.
This
up
is why
so
you
that
want to
it's
have
able to
potions,
go.
because he's just waiting for the next hit.
Yeah, here attack blitz, and then there's a Rav buffered blitz to increase the chain more.
M got caught by the motorcycle here. We're getting full marathon luck on multiple streams now.
That aside, you know, these runs have been very, very good. There's been like 3 or 4 deaths overall, I think.
And it's been giving the runners a chance to show off their skills, but this is crazy stuff.
Yeah, that's part of the interesting thing with this game and like showing it off, is that a lot of times the runners are so good that it really undersells how difficult some of these fights are.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like
So
I
the
think
fact that
as someone who has ran most of Final Fantasy games, I think this one is hardest.
Oh wow, not 12?
No, I think this one. Well, that might be like my personal bias. That
Yeah, I
this
guess
game
you're
is
really
harder
good
than
at
12.
so.
and he's so good at 12 that it lowers the difficulty of it in his mind.
So yeah, now we're dealing with Vanille not hitting any debuffs, just by taking the more conservative strategy. We're still no debuffs.
Yeah.
The timer
Vanille.
essentially starts when the debuffs land, though, so we should be okay here. But
Vanille haste ran out.
At ease.
Vanille.
oh my goodness.
Ready for this. We mustn't falter.
Yeah, so the good thing about like Tyler Charge is that it's very difficult to like actually stagger, but you just use it to get to the stagger. There's Deep Protect.
We're counting.
Okay, we got stagger slowdown skip, so
Good luck.
1 second
Yeah.
saved. Let's go. I guess I'll mention on M stream we actually see the Bender Snatch and Jabberwocky fight that we sort of glossed over before.
Poison.
It's just a matter of using the just ult to kill Bender Snatch, and then it's pretty straightforward. We still need Imperil, though. We can't do the damage necessary without Imperil.
Alright, just got Imperil.
Okay, I think we still need
Alright.
consolidation to not die.
Yeah, like that. The stagger is gonna run out and the HP's way too
Yeah.
high.
Well, that's what Poison's for.
Yeah.
So I think we have the Elixirless plus slow strat here. It'll be fun.
Yeah. Basically, what's gonna happen now is we weren't able to trigger opposite extremes. We did get Merciful Judgment, not opposite extremes. So we're basically have to stall until opposite extremes triggers.
So, luckily, poison was inflicted at high percentage, and so it'll have a long enough duration. The duration of a debuff is scaled by the amount of chain that you had when it was inflicted. So as long as we don't die, why did I say it? Why did I say it?
Cast their curse, man.
But yeah, that's also a rough situation because there's no potions. So
Kaya is doing the quit there, because if you retried, it would be into Orphan 2.
Yeah.
So instead,
We're loading the save.
he's gonna retry. Yeah, loading the save. Going to go from Bart 3. Hopefully, doesn't have to use the elixir. Can go with the safer, easier strat.
I think there's a option to load from the previous save area, but
No, that's in the later games, not in this one.
oh wait.
Yeah, that's 13 too.
Yeah.
Is there actually no way to go back to before?
No, you
Part
have
3.
to load a save.
I believe not, no.
Huh.
Yeah. It's load a save or you restart from.
On M's stream, we can see the Magnum Thresher. Just go underneath it, and you kind of actually clip through the lower part of the model, and it's just one of those things. We used to actually sort of kite around it, but yeah, you can just go underneath it. It's actually a surprisingly easy dodge to do without a decept, but it's slower, so we don't use it, and then we just and we can buy decept, so it's very little time loss there. All right, so now we're gonna see the perfect Bart 3
got the early
execution.
imperil, got the early deprotect.
Now things are going
Should be
properly.
Should be good. Although I might have just cursed it by saying should be good.
Why did you say that, dude?
I mean, you know me. Alright, here's the Ultima.
One other thing that we didn't actually talk about specifically is that Snow, as a Sentinel, has a really cool ability called Fringe Ward, and it just makes it so if he's the target of an attack, it reduces the damage the others take significantly. And so that's actually one of the reasons why we keep switching back into Consolidation and then doing nothing with Saz. Saz will be a Sentinel and then reduces damage, but we don't want to actually provoke because we want Snow specifically to be the target. And so for that Ultima, Snow is the target, and so it actually keeps us alive. If he wasn't the target, it would be possible for Ultima to kill you from full HP without that Fringe Ward.
Yeah. What we have been, like, even though we've spent the last 4.5 hours going through a lot of information, there's still a lot more that we haven't covered, just because there's so much to this run.
There's so much, and the thing you really can't talk about too much in commentary is just all the details that go into like the weapon routing and the armor upgrades and the menuing. Oh my
God! Wait, what happened? I was looking at blood.
This is why when you said that Bard 3 is not the hardest part, I had to disagree. Like, Bard 2 requires more adaptation, but Bard 3 is just, I think, more of an RNG fight even than Bard 2 these days. Just the margins are so thin, and the lasers and the Vanille and the Stagger and the interruptions is just, yeah.
I do think that Bard 2 is the harder fight to learn.
Oh, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Harder to learn, Bard 3 is harder to master, and I just want to point out that you said it would be fine, so cast your curse.
Now it's Zero's turn. Alright, we got the Imperil, no Deprotect.
Which is funny because
so we should be good now.
We should be good, okay. And you usually want to be around 220 to 230 with this Stagger. He actually went for a little bit higher percentage here. Ideally means more damage after Stagger, like I was mentioning before. But again, that can make your Stagger run out sooner. We got the Provokes, we got Max Duration. We have Potions, unlike before.
Good HP, good Stagger.
The Renew gave us a Stagger Slowdown skip. Nice 1 second save. Augers.
This ends now. Alright, here goes.
One thing to watch out for here is that we're controlling the Snow's ATB, and so we do 1 blitz and then refresh on Snow's last hit, so that Snow immediately goes into his next string, and now we know exactly where he is in his ATB, so we're prepared for this. So we can shift, and then after 2 more strings, he'll be... Sorry, 1 more string, we'll have an ATB refresh.
You know, if Kaya dies again, then M's caught up.
Yep. Not quite. He's still got a menu. I think this is going to be close.
Yeah. He's not killing Stagger. So yeah, it has to go to the Consolidation to tank this Ultima.
If everyone's
Using the
elixir.
elixir.
Here we go, baby.
But we do have potions this time. We have potions this time.
And we have Deep Protect. Okay, we should get it this time, even with the Thanatos and Elixir.
So
And we will
at
get to
this
see
point,
a better
we're
or Flixism from one.
yeah. So one thing to make note of is that we're not trying to go for the stagger here. The HP is low enough already that we can just kill in like with our blitzes rather than trying to go for the stagger. It's not worth it at the time.
Also, something funny is like we're getting the Imperil, but we're not using end spells because, as I mentioned before, Bart inherently resists spells. So, or resists elements. So when we imperil him, it brings him to normal. But there's no point if something has normal resistance to elements and spelling ourselves. And so we need the imperil in order to do extra damage, but we do not need the elemental damage here when they resist like this.
Yep.
How did they make it this far?
So
I
even
get
though
the potion.
potions have not really been doing a lot, like every bit of healing here matters.
Yeah. It's essentially, you know, our HP pool is like every time we elixir, it takes some stress off of Vanille, and she can spend time chaining and then eventually debuffing instead of healing. So the potions are really helpful, even though they are only 150 HP here. So we just spend more time in consolidation, and then we go get our buffs, and then eventually our debuffs. And the big thing here is we can't use the second renew, so we have to keep that 3 TP because we're gonna use that renew. Actually, we have to keep 5 TP because we need to be able to renew and then summon post stagger.
The summon's really important to make sure that we don't die once opposite extremes is hit.
This is actually the new version of the fight that's only possible due to consolidation. No, before this, we actually used the elixir before the second Merciless Judgment, and so we would just use the renew and then the summon. So this is actually what the original version of the fight looked like, just without the elixir, and so we're using potions and healing. But now this new version of the fight, we use the elixir after, which gives us full TP after the Merciless Judgment, which gives us more wiggle room to heal and then summon. And the big thing is that Diezire, which we have not seen, we might still get a chance to see it, is basically a almost guaranteed party wipe. In the old version of the strat, we would renew and then summon, and then we would go into Gestalt to survive the Diezire. Now, by using the elixir after, we can renew and then summon. Instead of using the Gestalt, we can use the summon to actually dodge that Diezire. So the same way we did earlier, by summoning at the right time, we can tank that damage. Right now we're looking out for Imperil and Poison.
The timing to learn the cancel on Diezire is rather difficult to learn.
Yeah, there's a very tight window based on what his hand's doing. Like you look at his the big hand in the air, and like he'll squeeze the air when he hits you with Diezire, but you can't really see it because of how crazy the animation is. But it looks like we're okay here. And we also have part 3 going on M stream. It's looking pretty solid. Went to a high chain.
So far.
Went to a high chain, but he staggered at the right time, so we should be okay.
Mission accomplished.
Vanille got killed by the Wrath.
It's not a big deal because we're about to renew shortly.
Yeah.
Yeah. Merciless Judgment should be opposite extremes.
So the thing that we don't want to see actually is Diezire because we'll have to go into Gestalt.
Yep.
We will still kill, it's just slower.
Alright, we got opposite extremes.
No, Desiree could come next. Oh, but yeah, we're in the threshold. Yeah, I see.
Yeah, we're in the threshold. We triggered opposite extremes, so...
Good HP on Bart 3, so we're essentially waiting here.
We might be in the same fight!
We will be, for sure, actually.
Alright, so here's the Diezire.
Yep, of course, because it's a run and we have bad luck, we get the Diezire too. Yep. But we're doing this the safe way, so... Tanked it? Alright, we're good. He will beat Bart. Orphan for sure now.
Well, Orphan won.
True. Does that count as a caster's curse?
I mean, I already said that it's not a run without dying to Orphan too, so...
True.
Good work.
So he actually did that in a way that I was not expecting. The way we used to do it is just chain for a little bit and then summon immediately. He actually went for the more conservative route of just literally sit in consolidation and see if he would use Diezire. So the Gestalt counter's about to start going down, so he should go into Gestalt. Oh, he's not?
At ease.
Uh-oh. This is,
Okay, let's go.
Yeah, right there.
Bro. Oh, man. Poison Salon? Yeah, it is.
We just have to not die here. Yeah, poison will no question last long enough. So I think he's literally going to stay in consolidation.
I think he's okay.
Yeah.
I think he's okay.
We're counting on you.
Literally just waiting for poison ticks right now.
Yeah. All right, there we go. He beat it. Let's go.
It was Progenital Wrath on Saz. So
Yeah,
that could,
that's-
if he got there, it would have been a 50%.
Yeah.
Yeah. M's fight's looking okay.
I really
Had the elixir, is able to do like the normal strats for this. Just needs to land poison and imperil now. D-shell doesn't matter at all.
he's got the elixir, so that should make the second half of it go more smoothly. We got Imperil,
Alright.
so
Landed everything.
we should be good here. Meanwhile, Orphan 2, looking good. The one thing is he can slap you. If you execute this well, there should only be one window for a slap, and the slap will always launch Vanilla Snow, but if we use a Renew or a Potion, our feet will stay on the ground for that, and it will make it so that we're safe for the second slap to be able to stagger him. But okay, we did not get the slap, so this should be a clean, fast fight, and we'll have time here in about 45 seconds.
Something like that, yeah.
Class 0, commencing maneuvers.
Got Deeper Deck, just need Imperil now.
I will outline our strategy.
Things are looking good on M's stream. Okay, yep. Extra Renew, just extra save.
Just to be safe.
Yeah, there's no chance
Got
of
the
dying
deep
now.
protection imperil. Yeah, he's on the ground. Everything's hitting.
All right, ready to call time and take it away.
Yep. And we've got we got the summon there. Time, go team.
Choco.
Oh, that was the wrong one.
Splitter.
Dude, I hit enter and it like automatically hit the Tonberry, or not the Moogle rather.
Type-0 people can take it away, but we're coming up on about
well, we're
2 minutes
just gonna finish. We're just
for-
gonna finish this. We're just gonna.
Oh, we are?
Yeah.
Alright.
Let's
You guys can finish. You guys can finish. Don't worry about it. It's
Sure thing.
There's a lot.
Last fight territory here. GG Kaya, you got some exciting luck there at the end.
That was certainly an ending to there.
Classic run situation.
All right, so we're starting Orphan 2 on M's. We're almost there.
So here we actually don't need a buffer. We do that one attack, even though it blocks, that actually gives us enough Libra information. It says, I attacked, it didn't work, and the allies go, okay, so I'll use spells. It's funny because he blocks both, but just doing it this way tells the AI to only use spells, which is what we want. So we can see, and they're chaining, and then we can also do the same buffs as always.
Yeah.
Orphan 2 is not resistant, so we do want to get the Inspells and the Imperil.
The reason why we don't want Snow to use physical moves is that if Snow gets close to Orphan, Orphan will slow Snow. So we don't want Snow to be slowed.
This is a speed run, not a slow run.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got the
And,
Stagger,
like,
Imperil.
we are on a limit in this fight too, because like we are doomed, so there's a hard limit. But then also, Orphan has some very annoying attacks that will just like wipe our entire party.
Yep. And
So-
despite Titan's best efforts, we did not die on Orphan 2, so GG time.
GG, Mog,
GG's
Team
everyone.
Mog, go.
Yep, go Team Mog. But yeah, so that was FF13. Thank you all. I've been MrTyton.
Roosta?
And I was 0. I still am, I think, but
We'll check on that.
we'll check tomorrow.
Yeah, and we had another 0, Kaya and M as our runners, or Kayarune
Yep.
and MMM. But yeah, if you guys enjoyed that, join the Discord, ask around. It's a really fun run. It's really rewarding. It's great. It's very challenging. But yeah,
And,
other than that,
If you ask MMM, the world record's very bad, so you should be able to easily beat it.
yeah, no problem. No problem. But yeah, so with that, Type-0, take it away.
Thank you very much, and thank you to all the 13 commentary team and runners. I'm Crimson Inferno 9, and with me I've got
2010.
And for the next couple of hours, we're going to have some excellent Type-0 gameplay. So at the moment, Foxy and Pharaoh on teams Choco and Mog are just going through the tutorial area. And you've got on Team Tonberry, Koinu93, who is on one of the later missions, which we'll probably come back to a little bit later when one of the other two gets there. So this first section really just teaches you about some of the main aspects of the game. So Pharaoh's about to come up to a section where the game teaches you about kill sites and break sites. So this is a very key battle mechanic in this game, where if you make some well-timed attacks when the enemies have these break sites and kill sites up, you can do a large amount of percentage-based damage to the enemies. So Pharaoh is going to try and hit these little red circles that come up on the enemies, and if she gets the timing right, then they should just die in one hit. Excellent.
Those times to be quite tricky, and then you really have to use them primarily to take out the bosses, and any boss that you have to use the kill site, which can be a bit annoying with your teammates deciding to take those away from you.
Yeah, that can get annoying sometimes.
Yeah, like especially against Dansley if you're on Foxy's side, where right now we're just going to charge up Odin, as you know, in most Final Fantasies, Odin's got his instant kill site, so we're going to charge that up to 100%, get it guaranteed. If you're going more for like a PB or a world record, you're going to try to go for like 28 or 30. So that brings us into the second phase of this boss fight, and it's just pretty much dodge the laser beams that are coming down and try to hit the break sites to do that extra damage. Because if you don't, you will run out of MP.
Yeah, and one thing that the runners will do in the first few missions is focus mostly on using the cadets. So in this game there are 14 sort of main characters, the set of Class 0 cadets, and we'll focus a lot on using the ones that are better at magic, because magic is very good in this game with its AoE capability of taking out a lot of the smaller enemies very quickly.
Isn't that the case with multi Final Fantasy games with magic is OP?
Well, magic is OP until you get Shiva.
This is true. This is true.
So Pharaoh there was she just completed a room in the tutorial, and in some of the rooms, if you defeat the main commander, the sort of the smaller enemies will surrender, and you can then interact with them and pilfer some items off them. So Pharaoh was looking for first aid kits, ideally. They'll be very useful later in the run, because they are a status item that gives us an aura ability that massively boosts our physical damage output. So that could be a great help when trying to take on some of the later bosses.
There option be like serum is another decent option as well, but first aid kit, of course, is the best one. We'll take what we can get sometimes. Here on Fox, we're getting into our party menu. We're going to be setting up our party a little bit now. Our cadets here in a specific order to make menuing for selecting our party a little bit faster, and then change some abilities around. We'll be going into this a few other times, but the major thing we're looking for is getting an accelerate on some of our more used cadets. Like Size here is the fastest overworld runner, so how she can run on those heels, I have no idea.
Yeah, and an interesting nuance in this game is that all of the characters have slightly different run speeds, and they have 3 different run speeds. They have their overworld run speed, they have their in-battle run speed without their weapon out, and their in-battle run speed with their weapon out. And depending on the situation you're in, as Tybalt just alluded to, we'll want to use different characters. So, as Tibble mentioned, Cease is the fastest when we're running around Academia, which is this main central hub area where we'll pick up most of the missions. Then we've got Kater, who, with her weapon out, is the fastest to run around with in missions. And then, depending on the situation, if we don't have access to either of those, Rem and 8 can be good alternates, because Rem has a very good dodge speed, and 8 is also a very fast runner with his weapon out.
Yeah, we got primed Rem. So you may have noticed when we're selecting our party for a mission, there are certain members that end up being highlighted in an orange/gold shiny. And these are prime, so they get extra attack, extra HP, extra mana. They're just prime for the mission, and we usually want the people that we're using, like in this case Rem, we want her to be primed because we can get through things a lot faster and actually have all the resources that we need. But if not, we do have backup options for party members to suffice not having a primed member.
Yeah, it's really interesting because to just sort of elaborate on that some more, in this mission specifically, without the prime, you'll often find that you run out of mana sort of towards the end of the level with Rem, and then you'll have to use one of the other characters to do like the finishing damage on this final boss, which is this big mech thing. With the prime, you have absolutely no trouble doing the entire mission with Rem's mana pool and getting out of the mission with a decent chunk of it still left over. So it has a very significant impact on how fast you could be in these missions, especially these early missions.
And it's all random. There's no way to plan it out. It's just random each time.
Just pray and hope.
Yep. Yeah, pray and hope.
So Tonberry's currently going through the invasion into the sewers mission. Or invasion into capital, rather, I should say. So this is sort of after we've started to use Shiva. So this is the second mission we use Shiva on, and Shiva becomes a large part of our ability to deal with the enemies throughout the mid game. Shiva has, first of all, a very fast run speed, and secondly, has some great AoE attacks that do just a ridiculous amount of damage. Not to mention the leveling for Aeons in this game, meaning that they level up a lot faster than the characters, than the cadets. So Shiva ends up being quite the powerhouse in these middle missions.
Keep our actual cadets as, at least one of them as low as possible. We'll go more into that near the end, but since we're using Shiva so much just for the aspect of getting through all the fights, it's a lot of fun playing around with Shiva. Ice physics and super fast.
Yeah, one of the interesting things is that whenever we summon Shiva, we have to sacrifice a cadet. So this isn't something we can just do willy-nilly, although we will use Shiva quite a lot in most of the missions. But we have to be careful in some of the later missions with how often we summon Shiva, or we can run into issues where you run out of having enough cadets to effectively finish the mission. So that will be very key in some of the later missions for these runners to make sure they don't have too many deaths.
Yeah, there goes somebody, Shiva down there in Yuno's stream, sacrificing Jack, just so we can get through these Colossus. And if she can do it right, we can actually snipe out the pilots before they get into their mechs, making it a little bit faster.
Yeah, and on Team Choco, Foxy just did a short bit of menuing, picked up Cyclone Drive for Machina, who is one of the cadets, So this turns out to be an incredibly effective tool that we'll use in a couple of the early fights that allow us to very easily take down some bosses that will otherwise be quite difficult to deal with. It has a really interesting quirk that it sort of mini stuns the enemy, or certainly some enemies, and because it has such a high attack rate against some enemies, it can effectively stun lock them, and we'll see that on a upcoming mission.
Tonberry sitting at one of the first real major huddles here is Briannac.
So on Team Choco's screen, Foxy is using Rem on this mission. So this mission also makes good use of another mechanic in the game called special orders. So these special orders are sort of kind of like mini challenges that you can pick up on a lot of the screens. They tend to be like you get some bonus, but you have to complete the mission before the timer runs out, otherwise the character dies. One of the sort of quirks of it is that if you leave the screen and move on to the next screen, the downside just goes away. So in this case, Foxy picked up an aura effect. So as I mentioned earlier, that was what Pharaoh was looking to get the items to get. So that's giving Jack here a large amount of physical damage bonus. Jack is by far one of the best physical damage dealers in the party. So by taking that on one screen and then running to the next screen, there's effectively no punishment for not completing the mission, but it gives you about 45 seconds of a significant physical damage buff. Oh, I just saw Team Mogs got about 7 or 8 primes on that mission on this mission, but unfortunately didn't get Rem. That's quite unfortunate.
Feels so bad when you say most of your party members that you're not using get prime.
It really does. You really want primed Rem on this mission. She's so powerful in the early game. She has one of the highest base magic stats, so her ability to clear out these lower level enemies in the early game is pretty much unparalleled.
One thing annoying about the enemies is there's certain enemies that you have to take out to be able to continue on. And in the upper right hand corner you'll see a little map that can be a little bit misleading, but generally speaking will be a highlight of the particular enemy you need to take out to be able to continue on, since we don't have to take out everybody. But they tend to run away from you most of the time, and that can kind of get annoying of, get back here, please. Stop running away.
Alright, looks like Team Choco didn't have too many issues with the commander there. We'll talk a bit more about that fight in a second when Team Mod gets there. Quite an interesting little bit of tech we use there to transition between the fights. So Team Mog is now going to go and kill the commander at this sort of top area. So here we'll use Machina. As mentioned earlier, Cyclone Drive will effectively stun lock this boss and deal a lot of damage. But one interesting thing here is that by returning to title, interestingly, after we kill this boss, instead of returning us to the title, it actually throws us straight into the next boss fight, which happens to skip a decent amount of cutscenes that should happen between the between the fights. So what Pharaoh did there quite adeptly is hit that first break site that causes the boss to drop to the floor, and then Cyclone Drive is able to deal a lot of damage very fast with its fast damage rate to kill that boss. This is another example of how being able to hit those break sites is key in this game.
And Quattar didn't actually give that much of a problem. Was able to get the hit early on and knock him down versus him just flying around constantly, not allowing you to get a break side on him to knock him down.
Oh, Tonberry got the
snake bite.
Yeah, with 7.
That's nice to see.
It is. I've had some issues with that in the past. With that guard likes to dodge a lot. If you miss too many times, you end up having to run around the corner and hit him in the face. So he can be a little bit of a pain. And Team Choco is just starting the sewers mission. So a large part of this mission is going to be running through the various screens, waiting for turning these valves to let the water out, waiting for the water to drop, and then progressing on. Here we need to go into 3 separate rooms and set down some magicite. Which is effectively used to destroy some of the supports in these sewers. So we need to set down 3 of those, and then they will get blown up. Along the way, we're basically just going to run through each of these screens with Kato because, as mentioned earlier, she is by far the fastest character we have running with her weapon out. And we basically don't care about any of these enemies. They can't really pose any issues to us.
Well, they can, we want to try and dodge them as much as possible because they can poison us, and poison can be the one problem in this mission.
Yeah, true. We basically just hope they don't hit us too many times. And so now Choco is going to summon Shiva, and this is the first mission that we actually use Shiva on.
That shield guy did not want to get hit there.
And Tonberry is currently encountering what will end up being the final boss of this mission. So it's a large sort of spider mech called Vajra. And this next room that Tonberry's about to go into, we basically get bombarded with missiles, and we just pray that Jack and Kato don't die. So Koinu will probably switch off of Shiva, hopefully leave Shiva as a dummy to get hit, and then dodge out of the way with the other two characters to make sure.
Jack into the back. That's interesting. Tech is like, I'm gonna move you. Stand back.
Nice, that's good. Nobody died. That's exactly what you want to see. Ideally, we want to keep Jack alive here because he's the best way of dealing with this Yeti that's about to drop from the ceiling. And we do have the backup of being able to use Machina. Machina's Cyclone Drive is still a very good alternate, but at this point in the run, Jack's damage just outshines even Machina. So Jack has a ability which causes him to have a higher crit rate if you can hit from behind, coupled with the fact that his base damage is very high. So what we try to do is circle around to the back of this snow giant, hit it in the back, get a lot of crits, and we're able to deal a lot of damage to it very fast. And that was very easily dispatched for Tonberry.
Shiva may be great, however, Yetis are immune to ice. We have to figure out a way to get past any Yetis that we find.
Yes, I once looked to see if Ifrit would be an acceptable replacement for Shiva in this mission, and I then discovered that Ifrit walks about as slow as you could possibly imagine. It is just unreal how slow Ifrit walks.
I mean, rollerblades give you a lot of speed. You're on wheels.
True.
Keep your momentum, man. Got support serum, that's kind of nice. An extra one, we'll need those later on. But that's, as you can see here on Tonberry, it's a very common theme of like, start the next stage of the mission and instantly start with Shiva. I think Shiva's like level 35, 40 right now, and our regular cadets are in their teens. So, they're very squishy.
And Tonberry is just coming to the end of this mission now. Just got to kill a couple of Colossuses, and then we'll be on to the boss of the area, Vajra. Vajra can be quite annoying. Vajra likes to jump up. If we don't kill it quickly enough, Vajra likes to jump up onto the walls of this little square area and heal itself. That's very slow. So what Tonberry's going to try and do is hit a break site, which will cause Vajra to drop to the ground, and then we hope to be able to deal all of its health and damage before it gets back up. Perfect. That's exactly what you want to see. Nice quick kill.
That was an mission, and I don't think we had anybody else extra to continue on, so... You can always restart a mission. It does mess with the experience, if I remember correctly, a little bit, but you can always end up restarting a mission if you need to. So it just takes time. Here we have getting Jack some of his abilities. They'll be using later some extra crit for countering and some spells for him.
Yes, this is one of the sort of bigger menus in the realm where we get a lot of abilities for Jack and a lot of abilities for Shiva. And this is really the last set of leveling we'll do now before the end of the run. We have basically all the abilities we need now.
Yeah, if you're just new to running this game, you can give Shiva some of her abilities a little bit earlier because you can get an extra extension on her time there, as Team Tonberry is showing, like, some extension of extra 10 seconds, and then if you get a little bit more, you can get an extra 10 seconds to give yourself a little bit more of a play time with Shiva before she despawns. So if you're trying to learn this run early on, it's a little suggested to kind of give yourself that abilities earlier on than later.
And Farah there, just purchasing a couple of weapons in the shop and a teleport stone. So the teleport stone is useful for exactly what Team Tonberry is having happen right now. The only, yes, that's right, only random encounter in the run that we have to experience. Because fortunately the game gives us a bunch of chocobos for free. So anytime we need to go on the world map, we can use them to avoid encounters, except from this one little part of the run where chocobos are disabled. So unfortunately, during that section, we need a way to deal with the random encounter. And because we are very underleveled for the random encounter, we pre-purchase a teleport stone that allows us to escape the fight for free.
And here we have, Pharaoh going super speed, going in the Matchstick Factory here with Cater. We use a special SO mission at the beginning to give her haste. So you thought she was fast beforehand. Well, yeah.
This is simultaneously one of my favorite parts of the run because of how fast you move, and also incredibly stressful.
Yes.
Because of how fast you're moving. It is,
you clip a wall wrong and you just instantly stop.
You can't quite describe how fast it is until you actually experience it for yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So I think interestingly, Pharaoh. So normally we would do multiple rooms in that area to weaken the Bryonac boss at the end of the fight. So in this mission, what we do is we go to 3 different control panels and effectively reduce the stats of the final boss by weakening them through the control panels. It looked like Pharaoh only did 1. I know this is a strat that was looked into not long ago, but I wasn't aware that it was actually being implemented in runs now, so that's pretty cool. It'd be pretty cool to see how that pans out.
I didn't see the party selection screen. I wonder if Pharaoh has a primed queen or Rem giving extra damage out to the lightning for the Bryonac fight. I wonder if there's like a prerequisite, like if you've got both of these primed or one of them, you can skip a room or 2 because you'll have the extra damage. I'll have to see how the Bryonac fight goes.
Yeah, I think when the strat was first thought up, it was theorized to be like 20 seconds faster to do it. So it'll be interesting to see how quickly that fight goes.
Team Tonberry is doing what we call our duck hunt stage. We just taking down dragons.
Yeah, so Tonberry now coming to the start of what is probably the most RNG mission in the game, where the most things that can go wrong happen. There's a couple of screens in this game that can randomly kill your characters, and this is one of the missions where the number of characters you have left is very important. If you have too many characters die through this mission, you'll run out of the ability to summon Shiva enough times. So this one is a very important mission for the runners.
Yeah, Zui brought Deuce in, and Deuce is one-time use. Those are some achievement.
Yeah, so I guess something we haven't mentioned yet is that we try to use as few characters as possible intentionally because we don't want to level up all of our characters. We'll talk about that a little bit more later on when the teams get there. But the level of the enemies towards the end of the game is scaled based on the party, so we're intentionally only bringing in the bare minimum that we need.
Pharaoh made up some time by skipping out the rooms down there where Pharaoh and Choco are... Yeah, they're both in the same room right now.
Oh, they're both in the same room now.
Yeah, Pharaoh must have skipped 2 rooms.
Oh, wow. This would be interesting to see how it settles after Bryanak.
Yeah.
I'm really interested to see this Bryanak fight from Team Mog now.
Yeah, it looks like a prime Bram, looking at the MP's number there.
Yep, so we've got a level 80 Bryanak for Team Mog, and I think once Team Choco gets there, it'll be a much lower level, but we'll see for Bryanak.
Yeah, we have the invincibility corner that Team Mog had showed off there a little bit. If you're standing in that exact corner, running into the corner, you won't be hit by any of Bryanak's arms when they throw them at you.
Yeah, so as we can see here, Team Choco's Bryanak is only level 43, and it's got less than a full HP bar, whereas Team Mog's had almost 2 full HP bars and much higher stats. So this is a trade-off where Mog had to do less to set up this fight, but then has a slightly slower actual boss fight. I think they're going to be really close when they finish this.
Yeah. I mean, getting those break sites every single time.
Alright, it's Bryanak down for Choco, and that's Bryanak down for Mog. So they're within about 10-15 seconds of each other.
Yeah, I was able to skip 2 rooms, definitely making up some time there. Wow.
And on Team Tonberry's side, Koinu is currently fighting a Yeti, so there's quite a few of these on this screen, or on this area, I should say, and they are they can be quite annoying to deal with. They have these attacks where they slam the ground with ice, and if you're too close to it, you'll get frozen. So we kind of have to dance around them a little bit, try and dodge those attacks, and then hit their break sites and hit them in the back when we're able to.
Break sites only show up when they decide to do a body slam, which you have to try and dodge. So that can be
and
a pain to
Koinu for Team Tonberry now on what is probably my least favourite screen in the game. Oh, Kater died, that's unfortunate. So we're effectively trying to hit a break site just like that on this dragon, and once we kill the dragon, which is very easy, once we hit the break site, then we've completed the screen. The other smaller enemies will just run away. It was quite unfortunate to lose Kater there, but it looked like the boss wasn't giving up many break sites.
No, it did not. And if I remember correctly, it only allowed 1 death, up to 2 total. Otherwise, we don't have enough.
Yeah, I think we've got a couple of
Phoenix Downs to help out.
Yeah, and we've got a couple of unexpected deaths that we can deal with here. It's, just becomes a problem if we get more than 2, I think, for this mission. So Tonberry should still be absolutely fine from this point on.
And that's just because this mission is so long to get back to the academy.
And all 3 runners are currently doing their best dances with Shiva. Gotta love it.
I mean, look, it's everybody's favorite roller skating hero. I mean, I love Shiva. Out of all the different Shivas I've seen, this is one of my favorites.
Wow. Yeah. So Choco and Mog are basically going through screen to screen at the moment, side by side, more or less. It's very interesting. So they're both on the escaping the capital mission. So on this mission, the cadets are trying to escape from the Imperial capital, which is kind of the headquarters of the main enemy in the game. So there's a lot of running through these tunnels to try and get to the outside.
Only because we were framed for killing their queen. At least that's what I believe the lore is.
Yeah, the cadets kind of get invited here for peace talks, together with the sort of the heads of the 3 other main factions in the game, and the queen of one of the factions, the Queen of Concordia, gets assassinated and gets pinned on the cadets, even though they had nothing to do with it. And now they're trying to flee for their lives.
If Team Mog can get the... before the captain can even start running away, already gets the gate key. Wow.
Yeah, so that gate key there is... if you don't manage to kill that captain before he runs off to the next screen, you then have to chase him back through the mission for a couple of screens until you fight him again on another screen, 2 or 3 screens back. It's really annoying if you don't get it, but with Shiva it's very easy to just AoE him down. And all 3 runners, it looked like, had absolutely no issues using the snakebite whip to get that enemy, by the looks of it.
Yeah, they all got the Scorpio get over here with 7. That is impressive to see. That's quite tricky to get, to be honest.
And on Tonberry's screen, don't worry, Koinu hasn't gone AFK, although she may have done. But at this part of the mission, one of the strats you can employ is just to stand still. So there's these rooms that you kind of have to go through and sweep out the enemies, but you can also just stand there and wait for you've got 1 minute to clear out each area, but you can just sit there and wait for the 3 1-minute timers to clear out, and then not have to bother with clearing out the rooms. So that is what Coin is doing here. That's an optional safety strat for the relay, because those rooms can be a little bit RNG heavy sometimes.
So it's taking the Cater death earlier on there. Not having the party, take the chance of losing somebody in one of those rooms. Yeah. You definitely see why I do employ the safety there.
I think Mog just barely oh no, not. They're like 5 seconds apart now, I think.
Yeah, it's wild to see that. Yeah, they're not that far behind. And one way that anybody can really make up time is that even Shiva herself has 3 different speeds that she has available to her, like a run, walk, and sprint. Most of the time, most runners will either be at the run speed and not the sprint, because trying to control her run speed with ice physics is too much to handle.
Yeah, and layered on top the fact that this game has a speed up function built in to the PC version, so you can set it to 1.5 times or 2 times speed up, which makes all of your characters run up twice as fast. With Shiva on the maximum speed setting, she moves so fast and so sometimes uncontrollably, as if on ice, I suppose, that a lot of times we will intentionally, when we're trying to fight bosses, shift her down to 1 time speed, just to try and gain some semblance of control, because she can be quite the pain to manage. I think Shiva movement is quite the art form in this game.
Yeah.
Oh, and Team Choco actually using the Machina strat. Foxy did say that he might do that with Machina. So what happened there was he went behind the Snow Giant and used the Cyclone Drive. And again, as we mentioned earlier, against some enemies it can just stun lock them. So against those Yetis, Machina is very effective and can just kill them outright, because he stun locks them until they're dead. And it looks
for flying bats to come close enough for us to hit.
And Tonberry is just clearing up the remainder of these Dracoboltians, which are probably some of the more annoying enemies in this game. They like to pop up out the ground, and if you're stood close to where they pop out the ground, they deal a lot of damage to you. And so we have to be very careful with not getting too close to them until they've fully emerged. And then we need to kill, I think it's about 3 or 4 waves, with each wave having a set of 3 here. And then on to the final boss of this mission, which is kind of unlosable, but we'll see how it goes.
You may have noticed that after the Behemoth fight, Team Choco was able to get the second boss in that fight to spawn in faster, and that's...
oh dear. Tonberry just died.
Oh no.
Oh dear.
And they're holding hands.
Oh wait. Nope.
Oh.
Intentional death.
Yep.
So it turns out if you die on this fight, the cadet's mother just summons an insanely powerful Eidolon to kill the enemy. So what we do here is we intentionally take a death, and then we get to summon Bahamut Zero, which is gonna very easily dispatch this other dragon enemy. So we quickly charge up a Giga Flare, which brings the enemy down to 0 HP. Hit this break site, and then we charge up a Terra Flare because there are multiple different tiers of Mega Flare in this game, and job's done.
Giga, not enough. We go full on Terra Flare.
This is like the most over the top killing sequence, I think, in the entire game. By
Look, Mom was very upset. Okay.
And I think after that menu, I think Mog is ahead of Choco now.
Yeah. Looks a bit that way.
So both teams are now going to use that teleport stone bought earlier to quickly escape from this fight.
Hopefully remember to purchase the teleport stones and not forget.
That would not be fun if you didn't have the teleport stone here.
No, I mean for Team Choco they got first strike, so it just takes a while to run away. That's the only problem. We no longer have access to Rem or to Machina at this section and Tonberries if they're gone for lore reasons.
Yeah, so Team Tonberry now starting the Big Bridge mission. So as with the story so far, we are going to continue to summon Shiva and plow on through these enemies. Shiva continues to be by far and away our best damage dealer when we don't need specifically non-ice damage.
As she's quickly dispatching the Colossus.
And Team Mog, and then shortly after Team Choco, are about to go and start the mission that Team Tonberry just finished, the Frozen Clouds mission. So probably one of the longer missions in the game, other than the final trials. And shortly on Team Tonberry side, we're going to get to see hopefully a new skip that we discovered the day before the relay last year, and then on the morning of the relay we found out that, hey, this skip can sock off the game, so we decided not to do it. And then the day after the relay we found out why it soft locked the game, and then since then we've been able to do it. So this is the first time in the relay that we'll be able to demonstrate the skip. So what Tonberry is doing is going backwards and forwards between the previous area and the bridge. So normally when we cross the bridge, we need to wait for the bridge sections to rise up and down, and then kill the waves of enemies in between the bridge sections. However, those bridge sections going up and down are incredibly slow, but it turns out that by exiting the area and re-entering, the animations are skipped. So we can skip about 30 seconds of animations by constantly going backwards and forwards out of the area to make the bridge be completely down, and then we just walk across to the end and kill the final boss, who is this captain who loves to dodge.
Man, just took out Jack.
Oof. But fortunately, a Phoenix down left to res him, so not a big deal. Fortunately, on this mission, Jack dying isn't as bad as the Frozen Clouds mission. On the Frozen Clouds mission, Jack is more or less your only good way to deal with the Yetis, because we don't have access to Machina in that fight, who is the only other cadet that could really deal with them. Fortunately, on the Big Boost fight, we almost entirely use Shiva, and none of the enemies are immune to ice, so we don't have that same issue. Both Team Mog and Team Choco now are doing the shooting minigame. They need to deal enough damage to Celestia, who is the big dragon. I think it's Celestia anyway. And once we've dealt enough damage, Celestia will fly away, freeze all the clouds, which is how the level gets its name, and then we'll be off of our airship. And now 9 is going to admirably perform his best function at this point in the game for Mog, and he is going to sacrifice his life to summon a much better fighter. And now Pharaoh is going to be fighting the first Yeti for Team Mog. I think this is probably one of my least favourite Yetis to fight in the game when I run this game, simply because this area has some awful corners that you can get stuck in, and it can be very easy for the Yeti to sort of back you into a corner. Not the most fun.
For Pharaoh, they're using Rims of Lightning to get that break start on the Wyvern.
Yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of different ways you can do it. It's a lot of runners will just do whatever they're most comfortable with. That Wyvern can be quite the pain sometimes to hit the break side. I'm wondering if I'm not sure why Foxy didn't have Jack out there. I don't know if I didn't quite see. I don't know if Jack died or if he's made a decision not to summon Jack yet.
Pharaoh has Jack.
No, sorry, I was talking about Team Choco.
Oh, Team Choco?
looks like Choco just had to reset, so I think maybe had a couple too many deaths already. So just going back to the safety save, because otherwise there wouldn't be enough characters left to summon Shiva the amount of times that we need to. And so I think we're going to see Team Mog go through, take the option to go through these rooms. So, as I mentioned earlier, there are 3 rooms that we have a minute each to complete. They appear in a random order, so there's always the same 3 rooms and the same enemies in each room, but which room we have to go to first is different. So this first room, there's a Draco Knight and this Flan. This Flan is probably one of the most annoying kill sites to hit in the game. Because it sort of goes into the ground, appears out of the ground, and then its break sight lasts for about half a second, if that. So you have to be very, very quick to get the timing right to kill it. But looks like that was no issue for Mog. And we've got another Yeti in this area. So it looks like Mog has a support serum which gives that aura effect. So that's going to help take down this Yeti much faster. And the less time we can give this Yeti to potentially kill someone, the better. And that was a very nice fast kill.
Get her to keep her alive.
Oh, Katie died there, that's unfortunate. But that just means that we lose a little bit of time running in some of the later screens, but no big deal. Jack's still alive, so that's the main thing. Jack is our best way of dealing with these enemies and killing them fast. His physical damage at this point is by far better than anything that any other character can even get close to doing. The only disadvantage that Jack has is that he has no AoE, which is why we favour Shiva for most of the screens in the game, where we have to kill multiple enemies. And it looks like Mog dispatched those rooms nice and easily. We now have to kill this dragon and dragon rider. So there's an interesting mechanic here where so what Mog was trying to do there was hit the break sight on the fly event to knock it down, and then switch to targeting Sanzashi, who is the rider, and we want to hit his kill site before we deal too much damage to the dragon. Otherwise, for some reason, he then doesn't present any more kill sites, and we have to kill the dragon. And the dragon has a lot more HP than Sanzashi, so the optimal strat there is to knock the dragon down and kill the rider. Thought for a second that Pharaoh was going to get unlucky and not get another kill site, but fortunately she hadn't dealt too much damage to the dragon, and was able to knock it down again and kill the rider. And it looks like Choco is also opted to do the rooms, so we'll see how these goes for Choco. Looks like Foxy has aura as well, which again makes these Yetis significantly easier to deal with and gives them less time to do anything silly and take a party member out. One of the jewel horns down. Oh, looks like both of them are down actually, because Shiva got the one in the back. And Kate's still alive, so that's very nice for Team Choco. Much better than earlier when both Jack and Kate were dead. And it looks like that was a good runes for Choco as well. Tonberry has now finished the finished the Big Bridge mission, and now is about to go on to the final mission before we go to the last area of the game. So we now have to go and defeat we have to go and effectively defeat the Major who controls or defends the Imperial capital, and once we defeat the Imperial capital, we then go to the Endgame area of the game. I call it the Endgame area of the game, but it takes about a quarter to a third of the run to do, so it's by no means a short Endgame area.
We played and we're about to took out, almost an hour ago.
Yeah, this guy likes to dance around a bit and can be quite annoying to deal with. So we just try to use Shiva, hopefully hit some AoE damage. If we can get a break sight, it's amazing, because then he drops to the ground and we can finish him off very quickly. But his break sights can be very difficult to hit with how he dances around. But it looks like Koinu for Team Tonberry didn't have too much trouble with that. And Team Mog is now at the end of the Frozen Clouds mission. So again, as with Team Tonberry earlier, it's a quick intended death so that we can summon Bahamut and deal with this boss much faster than we could with the cadets.
She was strong, but not Bahamut strong.
Yeah, not many things are as strong as this Bahamut.
No.
And Team Tonberry is now left the Imperial capital, so what happens in the game is once you defeat the Empire, who are trying to take control of the entire continent, you defeat the sort of the final defenses and take control, is this big temple arises out of nowhere in the ocean, and these very powerful enemies called the Roosta suddenly appear and start roaming the land and killing everyone. So Koinu is currently just running back to the cadets' home base, and then we'll transition into the final trials, which are designed to test the cadets and see if they are worthy of being Agito cadets. And on Team Choco's screen, you may have missed it, but 7 was just killed intentionally. So you can, as I mentioned earlier, these Dracobaltians when they spawn out of the ground, they do a somewhat small heavy damage AoE effect. Now, because we need to kill everyone off when we fight the final boss of this mission, Shimryu Celestia, often if we've got too many characters left over, we'll actually kill some of them off to those AoE attacks by going and standing on top of the spawn areas. And it just helps us to not have to wait for all the characters to die in this final mission.
Now in Team Tonberry, we're starting our trials here, and what the trials is, you want to bring certain people a certain direction because each trial room has a different requirement for it before you can pass on. There's somewhere it's like you can't use any magic, or you can't use any physical attacks, so you want to make sure you get your party order set correctly on which direction you want them to take. So that's something we're going to keep in mind here when we're selecting our party members for the trials.
And we haven't really talked about it earlier with this Bahamut fight, but there's a very interesting thing here where, for some reason, if you don't actually directly target the boss with any with the sort of auto-targeting mechanic in the game, the lock-on mechanic, for some reason it just ignores you long enough that you can charge up that Giga Flare, which puts its health down to 0. However, if you lock onto it, for some reason it just starts attacking you, and you'll get staggered out of ever being able to do that first Giga Flare. So we intentionally don't target the enemy, so that it gives us that little bit of breathing space. Otherwise, we'd have to have a much more lengthy fight to actually get to the point where we can knock it down to Terra Flare it. And Team Mog is now doing the bridge skip, so once again we kill the enemies we need to kill as the bridge sections drop, and then we go back to the previous area and keep going backwards and forwards until okay, looks like Pharaoh is not opting to do the second half of bridge skip, so maybe that's so that she can take one of these standing orders. There's quite a lot of standing orders that you can take here, and some of them are very, very powerful, like this 1 minute of invincibility.
Made quick work of the boss there. Or commander, I should say.
And Team Tonberry, now starting the trials, you have to split the party into two teams of 3. The remaining reserves can help out either party, but we have to select 3 party members that go either way and can't go help out the other team. So we carefully select the party members that are best equipped to deal with each of the trials. So these first few are fairly simple, but some of the later trials require very specific characters to be able to deal with them effectively. And this trial that Coin is currently on is literally just a 2-minute do whatever you want auto scroller. So these Roostas will just endlessly spawn or endlessly resurrect themselves, and there's not a lot you can do. The trial is to survive for 2 minutes, so unfortunately you just have to stand there and wait for the timer to time out.
You notice there the enemies here are, instead of, the levels in 20s and 30s as you've been seeing as we get into this section, they're like level 2. That's what we alluded to earlier, is Deuce has 2 jobs. One is in the cloudy, duck hunt, summon Shiva. The second is, the main reason is, these trials that we're doing right now here on Team Tonberry, all of the enemies here are based on the lowest level character within your cadets. And since we don't use Deuce is still at near base level, so everything in here is super low level, allowing us to get through them as quickly as possible, since they're like level 2 and 5 going through here. So we're a little over leveled, but makes it easy and fun.
Yeah, so most of these enemies, the cadets can deal within 1 or 2 hits. If I think older routes of the game had the Roostas hit like level 12 or so, and each Roostas requires a couple more hits. So if you think about how many of these things we have to kill by the time we get to the end of these trials, that's a lot of time adding up, just by having them be low level. Oh, I didn't quite see what happened there to Team Mog, but I assume that one too many people died. This mission, even more so than the Frozen Clouds, the Big Bridge mission, I think we have 1 excess death we can afford. More than 1 unintended death happens, then you don't have enough sacrifices to get to the end with summoning Shiva. So this mission, although it's not as risky, and you're much less likely to actually lose characters, if you do lose characters to RNG, then it's can be a lot more punishing, because you only have that 1 excess death allowed. Fortunately, there was barely any time lost there, because it was right after a safety save. And now Team Mog basically just has to sit here for 1.5 minutes whilst they wait for this support attack timer to count down. Once it gets to about 30 seconds, 2 giant mechs will appear, which once killed will allow them to proceed to the next area.
So here on Team Tonberry, there's a bit of a pause. We have a choice to make: become Lassie or remain mortal. If you select become Lassie, your run is over. You have to remain mortal for the rest of the run. So you always want to pause there for a second or two and make sure you actually press down to select remain mortal.
Yeah, so there's kind of like a bad ending in this game, which isn't really an ending at all, which happens if you choose to become the sea, and to to the actual ending, you have to choose to remain mortal. I'm always scared that I'm accidentally gonna click to click the button to become the C, so I'm always really careful to make sure I get that down input and I don't miss it, because that's not the most fun way to lose the run.
Team Tonberry beating up on themselves here with the Tonberries they have to fight.
True. I'm not sure what happened to Mog. I don't know if Farah had to do another quick reset, but it looks like Choco just caught up a little bit here, and once again they are, based on those timers, about 6 seconds apart. So both Mog and Choco now are waiting for these timers to count down to 30 seconds before the next set of enemies will appear that will allow the runners to progress to the next area. Meanwhile, on Tonberry, Koino is currently doing the exploding floor puzzle. So we have to, in this room, kill all the enemies whilst dodging these big red squares on the floor, which explode if you step on them. And Koinu was saying earlier before the run that it's one of her least favourite things to do in the run. So it's good to see that she managed to get through it without too much trouble. And now she comes on to what is my least favourite part of this run. I can't tell you how many times I've accidentally attacked in this magic-only trial. And so in this...
away from you.
Sorry?
Because they walk away from you. It's like you want to take them out, but you can't hit them because they're not next to you.
There's just this urge to do the kill site with an attack that I can't quite describe, and the amount of times I've accidentally attacked with Keita here, and she's ended up dying, and then you lose about 5 minutes because she's so good for the rest of the trials. It's probably my least favorite room. Anyway, on Choco and Mog's side, they now have to clear these giant Colossus mechs which are rising up from the ground. So each one appears when the last one is killed. So each of the runners is just going to go from station to station, killing the mechs as fast as possible when they appear, until the commander at the end comes to fight. We didn't call it out earlier when Koino got hit for Team Tonberry, but we're about to go into the final boss of this area, and another intentional death to the one and only Gilgamesh. who'd have believed that Gilgamesh was at the end of Big Bridge? I never saw that coming. Honestly.
Neither did I.
So he quickly smacks us in the face, and it turns out you don't actually need to win this fight. So we don't. Don't even try.
We could hear a little bit of the Big Bridge.
And both of Team Mog and Choco will now be working their way towards the trials, taking a short stop off by killing General Couture again, as Tonberry did earlier. And Koinu is getting quite a way through these trials, getting quite close to the end of the game now.
Making quick work of these trials.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is the first time we kind of see this this second form of the Roosta and Reavers. So they get a little upgrade here, and doesn't make them much harder to kill, to be perfectly honest, because they're still level 2. But you know, they try.
More life.
And Tonberry is clearing up these Roosta and Reavers nice. This room has a permanent poison effect, so Koinu there being very sensible and just healing up Keita towards the end of it, just in case anything happens. Keita's the probably top of the list of the people you don't want to lose here. And nice and easy, there's just 3 sets of 2 Dracoboltians that we need to freeze there with Blizzard, and then moving on. So Koinu for Tonberry is currently doing these 4 portals, so in each portal we see some enemies that we fought in the past, and we have to defeat them, and that's effectively what the trials in each of these rooms are, is defeating an enemy that we defeated earlier in the game. Mog and Choco are both on General Couture. Looks like Mog's being danced around a bit. Couture down for Choco, so Choco is now slightly ahead of Mog again. These two have been so close for so long.
They'll Team Mog right behind.
And on Koinu's screen for Tonberry, so one of the nuances of this room is that the Roostas are invisible, but it turns out they still can't dodge AoE ice magic, so sucks to be them, I guess.
Your petty knowledge cannot save you from being swallowed by the waves.
So this is the reprisal for my axe.
And now, on Tonberry's screen, we'll be fighting a familiar face, and we'll see how this fight goes. This fight can be very good, or it can be very bad depending on how lucky you get. So we have to kill this unidentified target who looks suspiciously like Gilgamesh, who we fought earlier. But I'm not sure I believe it.
It looks like Greg, but I mean, playing Greg's music?
I don't know, it just looks like an unidentified target to me.
Yeah.
And making pretty quick work of this with Kater. You can do this with pretty much any character. The break sites on Gilgamesh here do a significant amount of damage. That's a little bit unfortunate leaving Kater down, but not a problem. Gilgamesh is basically dead. Oh, sorry, did I give the game away? This is Gilgamesh, by the way.
You don't have to tell me.
See the red armor, the samurai armor. I see it's Greg now.
Now, time for your final judgment.
Don't let it get you. Climb.
No, dodging bullets and running upstairs here.
Yeah, so we've got less than 10 minutes left now on Team Tonberry, so very close to the end. We'll shortly be going to fight the final boss.
I've lost interest.
And both Mog and Choco will very shortly be starting their trials. Not far off that now.
Now we're super weak on Team Tonberry's side. We're just stumbling around.
What happened to you?
Gone through a lot of the trials, and now it's just a slow walk.
That's quite an awful focus. Not funny, I know.
Both of you. Sleep for now. I will draw strength.
Yeah, so we basically, at the end here, we have to stumble towards the final boss. Because he saps us of all our strength. And there's really only 2 characters you want here, either 7 or 8. Each of the characters has a slightly different rolling animation at this point in the game when this sort of damaged effect is on them. And 7 and 8 by far have the sort of the best roll animation in terms of how fast they move forward. We're just going into the final boss fight for Tonberry now. So this is a 2-phase boss fight. The first phase, we have to take an intentional death. So Koinu will try and line the characters up and hope that he does the downward sword slash attack. Perfect. So that's the best attack because if we can line the characters up, we can get all 3 killed at once. The rest of the attacks have a tendency to only kill 1 or 2 characters at a time. And then once all the characters are dead, we'll transition into the second phase, and we will see. Yeah, so there, that lightning attack, only 1 character died there, which was unfortunate. So hopefully we see a few more sword slashes.
be easy.
To shake all.
Pathetic.
I got this.
When 9 and 9 meet 9, the depths of reason shall stir.
And so
Abhorred by
we're in the going into the final final phase now. So Koina will get one of the 3 remaining characters that were dead at the end of that fight. So we should see Ace 9 or Cease here. There's probably 5 or 6 minutes left on this run, if that. So the Roosta Arbiter, who's the final boss, is gonna put up these break sites. We then just have to hit them, and then harvest his essence, or Phantoma as it's called in this game. And each character has to sacrifice themselves once to harvest all the Phantoma, and once we've harvested with all but one of the characters, the final character will get to finish the boss off.
Too much power for one person. And those are the Phantomas.
Victory will be ours.
It's really the runner's choice on who they want the last character to be.
Yeah, so I think my personal favourite is Jack, because you can eke out a tiny bit of extra damage with him, with his sword slashes between the kills, between the break sites. I know that Foxy has some swag strats he likes to do with Deuce, so we'll see if he goes for that. Tonberry basically just working through the characters now, and won't be long before we'll be calling time on Tonberry. Okay, so there's 5 characters left, so slowly working our way through. The boss is getting weaker and weaker, so at this point his break sites are incredibly easy to hit. So we should be seeing this boss fall very, very soon.
I'm gonna crush you!
I said, this is your judgment. Are you the way?
Was there going to be ending it with Jack here on Team Tonberry's side? Team Mog side, we're doing one of the reasons why we want Kayarune in the trials here at the end is we have to light candles with a ranged attack behind these paintings.
Yeah, so we're probably about half a dozen attacks with Jack left, if that, so we'll be coming up on time. And second now. I think it should be one more for the kill site.
Yep.
and then just harvest. And that's time for Tonberry. So back on to the other two runners. Farah for Mog is now making the choice of whether to become sea or remain mortal, and made the sensible choice of remaining mortal.
Yep. We can continue on.
And Choco dispatching the Iron Giant without too much trouble. The Iron Giant there sometimes likes to troll and not give you a kill sight, even though he's on 0 HP, which is... we don't really understand why that happens. But you kind of just pray that he gives you the kill sight. So Team Mog now going through what we call the maze. So there's these interconnected platforms which have a doorway at northeast, south, and west. So we run through the doors in a specific order to get to the end as fast as possible, killing the handful of enemies we have to along the way, and progress without too much trouble. This trial really isn't, once you know the path for the actual maze, this trial isn't too much trouble, fortunately.
Keep your wits about you, people.
I already feel the Nibelheim watch is standing.
Got a big day tomorrow. Then I stop him.
Sure it does.
Me too. Yeah.
Alright, so Mog now splitting the party a second time. So after you split the party the first time, you do 4 trials, and then these next 4 trials you split the party again, so you get to select a new split.
Didn't really notice at the time. But
we select the same
signs
split
were
each
there.
time because we've
From the moment we arrived,
worked out the best set of characters that we can have to deal with all of the trials. So Mog now going through the exploding floor room. So again, this is just a case of killing the enemies as fast as we can, whilst trying not to get knocked down by these highlighted floor tiles.
You have little time. Make it quick.
And one optional thing you can do here, if the runners want to, is once we've cleared out the enemies, you can actually try to kill off one of your characters by intentionally standing on the floor tiles if you want to. Because any character that doesn't survive the to the final boss is one that we don't have to kill in that first phase of the final boss. So any opportunity we get to intentionally kill off a character towards the end of the trials, we take it. And once again, we're on the magic only room for Mog. Again, probably my least favorite room in this game, just because of my own personal tendency to be bad.
Are you up to the challenge?
This game basically, this room forbids you from using physical attacks, and there's somewhat of a tendency to want to hit the kill sites on the Roosta and Reavers, which you need to do to finish them off, otherwise they just endlessly respawn. Sometimes there's a tendency to want to hit those with physical attacks and to conserve MP. And if you do that, you have to reset the room, which is quite annoying. but no such issues for Pharaoh there. And looks like no such issues for Choco so far. So that's all good.
Got the one last one. Got some Reaver here.
Foxy actually let off some attacks there, but he was fortunate that the Reaver was already downed. So he didn't get punished for that because he didn't hit anything. That was quite fortunate. That would have been rather painful to have to reset that room at that point. So Pharaoh's just completed this room, but now Foxy on Choco is running around this circular room, destroying these pillars. We destroy the first three, which makes these flames appear. We then destroy the fourth one once the flames are either side of that sigil. They rotate around the 4 different quadrants of the circle. Once the flames are around the sigil, we destroy the 4th pillar, and that will then unlock the final room. Or rather the next room, not the final room.
And I think a few more trials still left.
And Mog now doing the attack-only trials, so this is one that normally isn't too bad, but this room has got 3 Thunder Bomb enemies in, and they have a tendency to like to dance around and dodge your attacks. So what we hope to see is nice clean hits on the Thunder Bombs and no issues. The other interesting thing with this room is that there are these rotating circular platforms which are not well connected, so sometimes we'll have to wait for the pathway to line up for us to get to the exit. So this room's about running around trying to kill these enemies that are very good at dodging you, while simultaneously trying to work your way towards an exit, which is constantly shifting. So fun.
One thing to note is that, yes, the enemies have kill sites, but as party members, we actually do get kill sites set on ourselves here in these trials. So even though the enemies are level 2, they can still do quite a bit of damage to us if they hit us. But then we have the kill site above our head.
Yeah, absolutely. And we do use that to our advantage at some points. As I mentioned earlier, sometimes we want to kill off some of the excess characters. So if we can get a character with a kill site to get hit and die, then we can save having to do that on the final boss. Looks like both are through the attack trial. So shortly we'll be moving on to the 4 portals. So Mog entering the poison room. So we like to see this room cleared nice and quick so that the poison doesn't reduce the health of Kater too much.
You couldn't even defeat me in 1,000 years.
We're not too bothered whether the other characters drop to the poison.
This world teems with life. Trivial.
As long as Kater remains fairly healthy, then we're all good. Okay, so that's room 1 done for Mog, and room 1 currently being done for Choco.
Proceed onward. Behold what has befallen the realm you failed to defend.
So in this second room for Mog, we have to first of all kill these two Roosta and Reavers before we can go to the boss room. So these first 3 rooms all have that setup where we have to kill a couple of enemies to get to the boss room. And then we start by charging up Blizzard to a Blizzara so that it's got a bigger AoE and does more damage. We wait for these.
Are you up to the challenge?
We wait for these cadets to stand up, or Dominion Legionaries rather, to stand up, and then we unleash that Blizzara, kill all of them, and then defeat the golem summon that spawns behind them.
You are now.
Okay, on to the third room. So again, as I mentioned, kill a few enemies to unlock the boss room. Fortunately, this next boss is very easy to kill. This is one of our few uses of the triad attack in the game. So I haven't really called it out so far, but in each of the missions so far, the runners had the option of selecting what their special move was, either a triad attack, which is a powerful attack that all 3 cadets perform together, or summoning Shiva. For obvious reasons, as we've mentioned many times, selecting Shiva is the better option. But in these trials, we don't have access to summons, so we use the triad attack where it's useful. And now we've got Team Mog on Gilgamesh, which is the last boss before the final boss. So we're looking to hit these break sites, and then once we hit the first break site, he presents us with about 3 or 4 break sites in a row, so we can deal a lot of damage to him very fast, especially with Jack with an aura on, as Team Mog currently have. So should be dispatching Gilgamesh fairly soon. There we go, and there we go. That's Gilgamesh down for Mog, so just the final boss left to do for Team Mog now, and Choco not too far behind, just taking down Gilgamesh themselves. There we go, Foxy hitting that break site, and Lightning Flash, which is one of Jack's best abilities, making quick work of Gilgamesh. Unfortunately losing Jack there, but not the end of the world. We have many other good options to do this with. And Gilgamesh down for Choco. Excellent. So now both will be making their way towards the final boss.
Victory is ours.
So on Foxy's screen, on Team Choco, we get teleported to this stairway. So we have to. The trial here is to run to the top before the timer runs out. We get given 10 minutes, which is more than enough time. But Sid, who is the main sort of antagonist in this game, he once we get to the top, he becomes a bit of a bad loser and decides to just kill everyone because we made it to the top.
I've lost interest.
Did you know? Changing the rules.
Rem and Machina? What happened to you?
Alright, so as with as according to Team Tonberry, Pharaoh is now gonna try and hopefully line these characters up,
Both of you.
and unfortunately instantly gets the grab. So this is not the attack you want to see because it only kills one of your cadets. But hopefully we'll there we go, some sword swipes, and if we can get these off fairly nicely, this should be a fairly quick phase 1.
Oh, I forgot to tell you your result. You failed. You're unfit for Agito. It seems the life I bestowed upon you.
Very nice.
There we go.
Not.
So Pharaoh now moving into phase 2 of the final boss. So less than 5 minutes now, or around about 5 minutes for the second phase. And Foxy just moving into phase 1. Ah, Ace. This is an interesting character to start with for the final phase, but absolutely no issues for Pharaoh. You have to do a little bit of careful timing there to time Ace's attack because it's got a fairly large delay on it because he throws his cards and you have to wait for it to land. So you have to almost predict the break side and hit it, but not causing Pharaoh any issues there on Mog.
Resist for what it's worth. Bow down.
No.
I will sound the knell to shake all. Abhorred by me.
And it looks like Team Choco is going to have 9 King or Cater. I wonder if we'll get 9. I know Foxy wanted 9 to start the final, the second phase of the final boss, just so he can do the jump strats. Oh, he got it nice. This is although 9 is melee, his jump attack has iframes, so a well-timed jump, and we can jump straight through the enemy's attack and hit the break side just as it becomes available. So both runners are now working their way through their characters, hitting these break sides, and working towards defeating the final boss.
Is left on Mog side.
Yeah, it looks like it's about 4 now, I think. So maybe a couple of minutes left in this final boss.
Those without worth must perish. Time for your meaningless life to end. There is no way that I can lose.
Just sort of deuce dice for Foxy, so no deuce strats to kill this guy. Pharaoh is now on the final character Jack, so we'll be getting time fairly shortly for Mog, and it won't be much longer after for Choco. So it looks like there'll be 2 or 3 more hits on the boss from Jack for Mog. Okay, that's the kill set, so... And that's time for Mog. And looks like Foxy's just got right, just 2 characters left, so looks like Trey's going to be his final character. So we'll quickly see Foxy out to finish up his run, and then we'll be handing over to the 7 rebirth commentary team and runners. So this is now Trey, his final character, so should be maybe about 4 or 5 attacks from Trey to see this out. So it'll be coming up very shortly. That's the kill side, so time Team Choco go.
GG.